This is part 1 of full audiobook Legend of Suheldev, the King Who Saved India, written by Amish. This audiobook is presented by BookTube. Do share, comment and subscribe to our channel for more such free audiobooks.
Chapter 1 Somnath, India, 1025 AD. The Indian warrior snarled, the veins on his forehead standing out starkly, his powerful biceps straining with effort, as his large, calloused hands squeezed the life out of his Turkic opponent. His foe hammered desperately on his broad chest, then clawed at his eyes. But the Turk's strength was almost spent and his feeble efforts made little impact on the grim warrior, who continued to ruthlessly strangulate the man he straddled. The Turk's face turned red and his eyes bulged. Then his tongue protruded and he lay motionless. The Indian warrior continued to press down on his enemy's neck for a little while longer, then raised the head and banged it down hard on the rocky ground, cracking the skull. Just to be certain. Suddenly overcome with weariness, he let go of the dead man and staggered to his feet. The warrior stood tall, with taut muscles that rippled across his lean frame, broad at the shoulders and chest, narrowing down to a slim waist and muscular legs. Innumerable scars crisscrossed his dark skin. Several new wounds had been added to his body today. He gingerly stretched his battered limbs, trying to ease the exhaustion and pain pervading his body. A wounded Turk, a short distance away, saw his opportunity. With massive effort, he got up, grabbed a sword and swung hard at the Indian warrior. Despite his tiredness, the warrior's innate agility and battle-honed reflexes saved him. He swayed back, the sword narrowly missing him. The momentum of the swing carried the sword safely past the warrior and left his attacker's right side exposed. The warrior punched him hard on the jaw, knocking him down. The sword slipped out of the Turk's hand. The stunned Turk slowly tried to get up again. He managed to get into a kneeling position. The warrior scooped up the sword that had clattered to the ground, raised it high and thrust it down vertically into the back of the Turk's neck, right up to his heart. An instant kill. The warrior rested on the sword. Exhausted. Bleeding. But he knew that there was no respite to be had. He was the crown prince of Tripathi, in the north of India. His soldiers and he had come rushing to Somnath, in the western coastal land of Gujarat, to join the Indians gathered there to protect the legendary Shiva temple from the Turkic invader, Mahmud of Ghazni. They had just battled the advance guard and skirmishers of the Turks. They knew that the main Turkic army was yet to arrive. They had to rally. NCE again. The Indian warrior from Tripathi spoke to himself. Come on, Suheldev. Straighten up. Get moving. Regroup. But he continued to stand there, leaning on the sword that was buried into the kneeling Turk. Breathing hard. Pumping oxygen into his lungs. Giving his fatigued body some more time. My prince. Suheldev turned towards the sound. He saw his loyal comrades all around him. All lying prone on the ground. All dead. All except one. One look at the man's wounds and Suheldev knew that it was only a matter of time before he would join the others. But he tried not to let it show on his face. Come on, Wasim, Suheldev said, his voice hoarse and tired. Are you going to let a few scratches like those slow you down? Wasim smiled weakly, then grimaced as his body was racked by a bout of coughing, phlegm and blood coming to his lips. Suheldev gently held him, massaging his back. As his coughing subsided, Wasim spoke softly. We showed those Turcock bastards, didn't we? We sure did, Suheldev said and smiled. But there will be more, said Wasim. Suheldev kept quiet. He knew Wasim was right. Great prince. You need to fall back. Into the sanctum sanctorum. It's the last line of defense. Wasim's words came out in an agonist whisper. Then his body spasmed, and he lay still. Suheldev embraced Wasim's body, then gently laid him down. May our Mother India bless you, my friend. May she always honor your sacrifice. Then Maladev rose slowly, whispering the words that always gave him strength. Am Namah Shivaya. The universe bows to Lord Shiva. I bow to Lord Shiva. Then he limped slowly towards the main temple. Wasim was right. There was no time for rest. His job was not done. His life was not done. Not yet. Outside, the ocean waves lazily washed the land as they did every day, oblivious to the human tragedy taking place on the seashore. As the water swallowed more of the evening sun, the nearly cloudless sky glowed with vibrant shades of red, orange and purple. It was a surreal, beautiful sight, which may have been admired in a different time. But, at this point, the world seemed to be surrendering to vicious savagery. For at one of the holiest sites of probably the oldest surviving religion of the world, bodies of over-civilized people, and the temples of their gods, were being laid to waste by foreign barbarians. The Turkic forces were spreading rapidly through the huge temple complex, moving inexorably towards the main structure at the heart of the massive compound, the great shrine to Lord Shiva, in his form as the Lord of the Moon God, the Somnath. To the Indians, the Turks looked like the Chinese, with their round faces and slit-like eyes. But the actual Chinese knew the Turks as barbaric warrior nomads from Central Asia, and considered it wise to be afraid of them. For the Turks were people who were trained for one art alone, the art of killing. Columns of smoke rose from various buildings of the temple complex. The corpses littered the ground. Statues of silver and gold lay strewn across the floors, broken, damaged, defiled. A group of Turkic soldiers laughed as they yanked at the golden horns on a massive statue of Lord Shiva's bull, Nandi. As the horns finally came loose, the men roared with glee and shouted obscenities. As reverberations of the Turcock victory grew, so did the desperate pleas of the injured Indians barricaded in the Sanctum Sanctorum, the inner refuge of this, one of the greatest temples on the planet. Save us, great Mahadev. Show your power. Strike down those fanatics. Why are you testing us like this? There did come a response, just one. Thud. 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 A loud, menacing hammering at the doors of the Sanctum Sanctorum. Maladev, who had remained silent till now, looked up at the barricaded door. His tears mingled with the blood that trickled down his face. The viscous mixture seeped into his mouth. Bitter. Like the destiny of his land. Of his faith. Of his people. He looked up at the great Shivalinga, the symbol of Lord Shiva, the Mahadev, the god of gods. His companions, just a dozen of them, edged closer together and exchanged anxious glances. This motley, ragtag bunch of bruised, battered men, many of them Brahmins who had never lifted a weapon till this day, were all that was left of an army of almost 50,000 that had gathered to protect the fabled, stupendously wealthy Somnath temple. A Turkic officer bellowed from the other side of the door. Open the door now or be tortured to death. Maladev drew in a deep breath. But he did not say anything. He held the Shivalinga tight, drawing strength from the magnificent idol. On the other side of the door, even as the looting and the pillaging continued, one column of soldiers maintained discipline and marched resolutely towards the Sanctum Sanctorum. They were Sultan Mahmud's personal guards, elite warriors handpicked to accompany him everywhere in battle. Unlike the rest of the Ghazni army, which wore green tunics, the Sultan's guards had their own distinctive uniforms. In peacetime, they wore white. But when they went into battle, they were dressed all in black, the image of a roaring lion embroidered on their sleeves in white thread. The marks of the long, exhausting battle were clearly visible on them, but they were in far better shape than the last defenders of the temple. At a signal from their Turkic captain, 10 men charged at the massive doors of the Sanctum Sanctorum with a battering ram. It crashed into the doors with a resounding bang, but barely made any headway. The doors stood resolute. The Turks backed up, took aim again, and charged. Heavy timber slammed into the doors with greater force this time. A minor creak escaped from the doors. The battering ram was readied again. Positioned just right to collide with the central joint. The Turkic officer gave the order and the battering ram assaulted the door once again. Some of the door's mighty hinges finally gave way. A crack of light filtered through, revealing the flickering shadows of the Indians who still clung on to the hope of defending their God, of defending their land's honor. Maladev now touched his forehead to the idol's base, his eyes closed, giving his final veneration to his God. He knew that he would not get another chance. He whispered, "We may die today, great Shiva, but we will return. We will return in the millions." Maladev turned to his fellow defenders of the noble land of India, as his voice rose louder. "We will return. We will rebuild. We will reclaim our Lord's honor. I swear on the name of the holiest of them all, Lord Shiva." The words infused the power of the Lord into the men huddled around him, straightening their backs, stiffening their resolve. Maladev raised his hand high, pointing his sword at the door. "Until death! Until death!" bellowed the proud Indians alongside him. And then, one of them shouted ancient words of immense power. Words that have electrified Indians for millennia. Words that reminded the Indians that they were gods. That each one of them was a Mahadev. Har Har Mahadev. We are gods. Thud. 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 The battering ram was still at it with machine-like precision. The Turcock cries of maniacal pleasure at wreaking havoc were growing louder. Har Har Mahadev. We will die like gods. The huge doors of the Sanctum Sanctorum burst open with a loud crash. Har Har Mahadev. We will return like gods. The Turks charged into the hallowed Sanctum Sanctorum of one of the holiest temples in the world, screeching like beasts. Har Har Mahadev, roared Maladev, as he and his fellow Indians charged at the Turkic defilers. The rage and defiance of the defenders stopped the advancing Turks in their tracks. The barbarians did not expect such resistance. Many Turks were killed in the initial rush. But they outnumbered the defending Indians by many multiples. They just kept coming. And coming. And coming. Each Indian took down at least 5 Turks before he fell. But fall they all did. Fall they all did. Till the only one left standing was Maladev. Exhausted beyond measure. Injured beyond human capacity to bear. Bleeding desperately. Screaming all the time. He kept fighting. Kept fighting. Alone. Against too many to count. He did not throw his sword down in surrender. He did not waver. He did not plead for mercy. He kept fighting. Maladev thrust his sword into the belly of an attacker. As his victim fell to the ground, the sword slipped out of Maladev's blood-soaked hand. He reached quickly to his side for his last knife. Swung it across to slash through a Turk's throat. Some enemies pushed him hard against the wall. The knife slipped out of his hands. There were 10 people around him now. All stabbing him at the same time. Slicing blades into him. Again. And again. And again. Brutally. Without respite. And yet, without any weapons, Maladev kept fighting. He kept fighting. Slashing his nails across the eyes of one opponent, punching another in the throat. Screaming in fury all the time. A loud commanding voice was heard. Step back. The Turks immediately obeyed. Their heads bowed in respect. A massive man, with an ugly, battle-scarred face, came forward. Maladev was against the wall. Panting desperately. Bathed in blood. Drowning in agonizing pain. Staring with defiance at the gigantic man standing in front of him. The Sultan. Yamanudi Dala Abul Qasim Mahmud ibn Sebuktajan. More commonly known as Mahmud of Ghazni. Mahmud held his right hand out. His mighty war sword, dripping with blood, came into view. Maladev kept staring into the eyes of Mahmud with pure, raw, defiance. He whispered the words he wanted to die with, 0 Namah Shivaya. The universe bows to Lord Shiva. I bow to Lord Shiva. Go to hell, growled Mahmud, in a fearsome, gravelly voice. And he swung his sword, beheading Suheldev with one mighty blow. Damn, that Kafir had a lot of blood in his pathetic body, complained Mahmud, as he dabbed at his face to get rid of Suheldev's blood that had splattered on him. Hail the Sultan, cheered the guards. Suheldev's caller acknowledged their cheers with a nod, then turned towards the gilded Shivalinga at the heart of the Sanctum Sanctorum. Even to the cynical eyes of Mahmud of Ghazni, it was a magnificent sight. He gazed at it for a long time. A hush fell upon the room, broken only by the crackling of fire outside as more and more of the temple complex was put to flames. Then a 15-year-old boy, surrounded by bodyguards, walked in, carefully picking his way across the floor, made slippery by large patches of sticky blood congealing on it. The boy, named Salam Maksud, was Mahmud's nephew. He was stocky and of medium height, but he already had broad shoulders and muscled arms that indicated long hours of work with the sword and shield. He was fair-skinned, with high cheekbones. His roundish face would have been unremarkable but for his large eyes, which were unusual for a Turk. His eyes had a hazel color that went from appearing light green to dark brown, depending on the light. Most people who met the boy found themselves almost hypnotically drawn to the eyes, unless he was in a fury, when even grown men found themselves quailing at the thought of locking gazes with. This is a great moment, my lord, said Salam Maksud, bowing to his uncle. My heartiest congratulations to you. Mahmud's face broke into a wide smile. He was never particularly expressive in public, but there was genuine affection in his eyes as he ruffled his nephew's hair. Maksud, my boy. He gestured at the Shivalinga. The idol was jet black, shining brightly with the precious stones embedded in it. Most strikingly, it hung suspended in mid-air. What do you think of that? What evil sorcery is this? Whispered Maksud. May Allah protect. Mahmud laughed out loud. There is no sorcery here. Only some clever trick by the sly idol worshippers. Does anyone have any idea what the secret is? Perhaps there is an invisible support, my lord, ventured one of the soldiers. Mahmud ran his sword under the Shivalinga. Nothing there. Khwaja Hassan, the Prime Minister of Ghazni, who was in charge of revenues and accounts, stepped up. We should remove the canopy above, my lord. Hassan, being an educated Persian, had acquired a lot of knowledge about the region. He knew that the canopy above the linga was made of lodestone, which acted as a natural magnet on the linga, which also had a mix of lodestone and some metal in it. Mahmud nodded. As the first stone was removed from the canopy, the idol swerved to one side. When the next stone was removed, the idol perceptibly shifted downwards. Bit by bit, the canopy was dismantled till the idol finally came to rest on the ground. You see, my boy, said Mahmud to Maksud. No magic here. Just a devious trick. He looked once again at the linga. So this is what all these imbeciles died trying to protect, scoffed Mahmud. They will not forget this day in a hurry. But let's make it even more memorable. He turned to one of his men. Fetch me a hammer. The man immediately procured a hammer, dropped to his knees and respectfully offered the implement to the Sultan. As Mahmud hefted the hammer, Hassan's voice interrupted him. 1,000 pardons, my lord, but a delegation of businessmen has assembled outside. They are respectfully submitting that if you spare the idol, they will offer any tribute you deem fit, to be paid into the royal treasury every year. Mahmud smiled mockingly. Hassan, my dear Prime Minister, always ready with your calculations. How much do you think I should ask for to leave this idol alone? The Prime Minister spoke in a soft tone. These men will pay any amount you demand, my lord. Destroyed, this statue is worthless. If kept secure, it could be a lucrative source of revenue for years to come. Think of all the things you could do with the money. The armies you could raise, the magnificent buildings you could construct, the blessings you could shower on the people of your kingdom. Mahmud stroked his beard thoughtfully. Tempting, he conceded. Especially if I were an effete Persian focused only on money and luxury. His gaze hardened. But I am not Persian. I am a faithful Turk. On the day of judgment, the Creator will search for me. What will he say that day? Where is that Mahmud who sold the greatest of the idols to the unbelievers for gold? Hassan quietly slunk back. Head bowed. Outwardly penitent. The thoughts though, buried deep inside his own mind, were different. Locust eaters. These Arabs and Turks. Mahmud turned to his nephew Salo Maksud. Look carefully, my boy. One day, this holy mission will be yours. You must strike down your enemy without mercy, whoever they might be. Destroy everything they hold dear. Maksud nodded, his eyes shining with the light of hero worship. Long live the Sultan. Mahmud rested his left foot on the base of the idol. He stretched back for maximum swing and grunted loudly as he smashed the hammer down with all his strength. And broke the soul of India. Chapter 2 Balala, the massive wrestler, roared as he lunged forward, arms outstretched. But his yell faded away as his wiry opponent neatly sidestepped him, leaving Balala's meaty hands clutching at thin air. With a frustrated scowl, he turned to face the young man who had just made him look foolish. The wrestler's face was red with exhaustion and anger, his body smeared with mud from the arena. His barrel chest heaved up and down as he tried to suck some air into his lungs. His opponent, by contrast, hardly looked like he was wrestling. He was tall and wiry. His hair, which hung till his shoulders when he left it open, was neatly tied in a bun. Like his opponent, he wore a longet, a loincloth, which showed off most of his extremely fit body. His shoulders were unexpectedly broad for his slim frame, and his body narrowed down dramatically to a handspan waist, and washboard abs taut muscles rippled across his chest and arms. His legs were lean and sinewy. He moved like a big cat, languid and graceful, but with an underlying energy that suggested he could erupt into sudden, explosive action in the blink of an eye. Though the youth was barely 18, his torso was already marked with several scars. His palms were calloused, and the middle finger of the left hand was crooked from an old break. Just below the ribs on his right side, there was an indentation. It was an old wound that had healed but left its mark. The young man grinned mockingly. Only a thin film of sweat on his forehead revealed that he was exerting himself in any way. But for all his apparent effortlessness, he constantly moved on his feet, alertly watching his opponent and taking care to stay out of grappling distance. Around the arena, a raucous crowd cheered or jeered, depending on whom they were backing. "Move, Balala, you fool. I bet my horse on you," yelled one man. "You shouldn't have bet a horse on a donkey, you idiot," called out another man. "I hope a million fleas from a dog permanently infest your armpits," growled back the first man. "Try putting those fleas in Balala's longet. That might speed him up a bit," came the cheerful retort. The crowd hooted in delight. Balala's face colored as he heard the taunts. He growled at his opponent, "You've been dancing around all morning. Stand in one place and fight like a man. Catch me, if you can, old man," smiled his young tormentor. The furious wrestler put his head down and charged like an enraged bull. The young man let him come, then sidestepped rapidly at the last moment, dropped to the floor and stuck out his right foot, tripping the wrestler and sending him sprawling to the ground with a crash that resounded through the noisy arena. As he lay there stunned, his opponent pounced on him, turned him around and pinned his back and shoulders to the ground. Most of the crowd cheered, but there were also some loud groans. "Go to hell, Balala, you stupid butt-face," yelled a corpulent man, wiping the sweat off his face with a cloth draped around his shoulders. He whirled around, irritated, as a thin man tapped him on the shoulder. "I'll take my money now," said the thin man, grinning triumphantly from ear to ear. "Here, take it. I hope some prostitute steals it from you." I hope you buy bad wine that gives you a pounding headache. I hope you get rotten food that wrecks your stomach, shouted the fat man. He threw a bag of coins at the man. Take this as well, he said, removing the sweat-drenched cloth from his shoulders and hurling it in disgust, exposing a pair of sagging, pendulous male breasts. Don't worry, I'll put the money to good use, came the cheerful reply. When I've spent it all, I'll come back for another bet. And you better keep the cloth. You'll give our women a complex. Meanwhile, the young tormentor of Balala had risen gracefully to his feet. He joined his palms in a namaste and held them above his head, acknowledging all sections of the crowd. Then he went up and touched the feet of a slim, gray-haired man who had been watching the fight intently from one side of the arena. Greetings, Gurudev, said the young man to his teacher. The older man patted his back fondly. You did well, Prince Suheldev. But you teased Balala for too long. You should have finished it earlier. Suheldev smiled the loopy grin that made so many women go weak at the knees. A boy can also have some fun, Gurudev. As both the guru and the student laughed, some aides came forward, bearing wet towels and the prince's clothes. Suheldev used some of the perfumed towels to wipe the mud off his face and body. Then, in practiced, sweeping movements, he wrapped a dhoti around his hips, ignoring the admiring glances from many young women who still hung around, staring dreamily at their prince. Suheldev's guru handed him a miniature Shiva Linga pendant. He reverentially touched it to both his eyes, kissed it and slipped it around his neck, whispering the holy words as he did. 0 Namah Shivaya. The universe bows to Lord Shiva. I bow to Lord Shiva. Suddenly, a harried-looking, dark-skinned, white-haired man pushed his way through to Suheldev. My prince, he said politely, but hurriedly. Iqbal, said Suheldev. What happened? Suheldev could tell that something was wrong. Iqbal, his father's loyal aide, should have been in his afternoon namaz at this time. Only a disaster would have caused him to miss his prayers. Iqbal looked devastated. Your presence is urgently requested at the palace, prince. Let's go, Suheldev said immediately. You should have stopped Malidev. I had told you. Suheldev glared accusingly at his parents, King Mangaldwaj and Queen Vijayalakshmi. Anger and grief bursting through every pore of his body. When Malidev, Suheldev's elder brother, and the crown prince of the kingdom of Shravasthi, was leaving the palace to go defend Somnath temple, the younger prince had made several attempts to stop him. Pleading desperately, Malidev had tried to reassure Suheldev that victory was certain and that he would not die fighting. He had said that Elangs from across North India were mobilizing to stop Mahmud of Ghazni. Suheldev had argued that nobody would come and that Indians were too divided to mobilize together, even against a barbarian like Mahmud. But Malidev had not listened. Then Suheldev had tried to emotionally blackmail his parents to stop their eldest son from leaving. Instead, they had proudly blessed him as he had ridden off, with a contingent of the kingdom's finest soldiers, to Somnath. Malidev is a hero, said Vijayalakshmi calmly. Even through the grief clouding her face, she remained a strikingly attractive woman. Her hair had a reddish hue from the henna that she used to conceal the increasing number of strands that were graying. Her waist, visible below the royal purple blouse she was wearing, was thickening slightly. But apart from that, there were no other signs that she was well into her 40s. Her eyes were tinged with sadness but showed no hint of a tear, her voice remained steady. Dada's death is on your hands, bawled Suheldev, tears flowing freely from his eyes now. You could have stopped him. But you didn't. Don't insult Malidev by crying for him, Suheldev. Be proud of him. Be proud of the way he died. This country will remember his sacrifice. You think this country will remember the sacrifice of people like us? Of our subaltern caste? Those who are true patriots will remember. I don't care about the rest. I am proud to have given up one son for a noble cause. I would happily sacrifice more if needed. King Mangaldwaj had listened silently to this exchange. A slightly shorter, much older version of Suheldev, he had a dark, weather-beaten face that was clearly the result of many hours spent in the open, under a blazing sun. An old scar ran across his left cheek, starting just under his eye and going right across till his jaw. A handlebar mustache accentuated his already imposing appearance. With age, his shoulders had stooped slightly, and his waist threatened to expand into a paunch unless constantly washed. But he still largely retained the sturdy physique of the fierce warrior that he had been in his prime. His eyes could blaze with passion and anger, just as Suheldev's were at that moment. But he was looking at his son with tenderness and concern. Mangaldwaj walked up to Suheldev and put his arm around him. "Son, you are a prince. Act like one. You will not cry. Celebrate Maladev's bravery. Learn from it." "I don't believe this," cried Suheldev. "Celebrate. Celebrate Dada's death." Without saying another word, the prince stormed out of the room. Suheldev sat quietly next to the small lake. It was more of a pond than a lake. And yet, it was special for him. It was where Maladev had taught him how to swim. It was where they would come regularly. To talk. To wrestle. To throw stones. To argue. To gossip. To do nothing. To be brothers. "It's in the wrist, Suhel," whispered Maladev. The 10-year-old Suheldev kept marveling at the ripples on the water. Having seen a flat pebble bounce on it 6 times as his 16-year-old brother, Maladev, had flung it on the water's surface. Suheldev stared at his much taller elder brother, the hero. Then looked down at the pebble in his hand nervously. He adjusted his grip, pressing his forefinger on one side. "Like this, Dada." "Yes," said Maladev. "And stop noticing the girls staring at you." There was a gaggle of 10-year-old girls at a distance, ogling at Suheldev. Even at this young age, Suheldev had a dashing, mischievous air about him. It made him appear exciting to many girls. Suheldev grinned at his brother and looked back towards the water. Focusing. The pebble crashed into the water and sunk with a plop. Not even one bounce. Suheldev wiped a tear from his eye. He still couldn't get it right. Couldn't even throw a pebble right. Despite all of Maladev's attempts to teach him. He hadn't learned to be as good as Maladev at anything. Not in warriorhood. Not in knowledge. Or caring for the kingdom's citizens. Or respecting his parents. Suheldev looked up at the sky. Why him? He was the better one. I was always a useless prankster. Why him? It should have been me. It should have been me who was dead. A sudden noise interrupted his flow of thoughts. Suheldev turned around. "Gurudev," he said, getting up, trying to hide his unhappiness at being disturbed. "Sit, sit," said Kashinath, sitting beside his student. He sighed. "Oh, it feels good to sit. Old age is a curse." Suheldev said nothing. "I will miss Maladev too," said Kashinath softly. He looked directly at Suheldev. "You will be the crown prince now. I can never take Dada's place." He was. Suheldev's voice choked up. Kashinath gently patted his shoulder. "He was amazing." Kashinath spoke gently. "That he was, but now he's not here. And we have to make our peace with that, right?" Suheldev went back to silence. "Everybody who is born will die one day, son. It's what we do in between that matters." Suheldev remained silent. "I know you're not in the mood to discuss anything, but would you care to indulge this old man in a conversation just for a bit?" Suheldev sighed and looked away. "Maladev always answered my questions. No matter when I asked them." Suheldev turned back to look at Kashinath. Kashinath smiled gently. "Thank you, my prince. Now, my question. How does our clan celebrate Mahashivaratri? Suheldev stared blankly at his teacher, not understanding the point of the question. For the answer was obvious. It was an answer every child in the clan knew. Please, indulge me, his teacher said with a smile. For Maladev's sake. Our men show their devotion to Lord Shiva by carrying a massive Shiva linga on their shoulders during Mahashivaratri, replied Suheldev, referring to an ancient custom followed on the great night of Lord Shiva. Exactly, nodded his teacher. We worship Lord Shiva in our own way, right? Suheldev nodded. Yes. Now my next question. Which Vishnu do we consider the most venerable? Suheldev held his breath in irritation, wondering why Kashinath was asking questions to which he already knew the answers. The sixth Vishnu, Lord Parshuram, Suheldev said eventually. Our ancestors served as a warrior group and helped him fight evildoers. We were his sword arm. Kashinath smiled approvingly, ignoring the note of irritation in Suheldev's voice. And whom did Lord Parshuram worship? The Mahadev, of course, responded Suheldev. Thank you. Now, tell me, our people are not considered full Kshatriyas. So how come we have a kingdom of our own? Asked Kashinath. Because my grandfather united our people and turned them into a fighting force that carved out a kingdom. Yes. And what is it that unites us? Asked Kashinath softly. What makes us one people? Devotion to Lord Shiva, said Suheldev, finally understanding what his guru had been leading up to. Kashinath smiled slightly. All our people are one family because Lord Shiva is our god. Maladev was your brother, but so is every boy in every household in this kingdom. Maladev understood that. He knew, deep in his soul, that we cannot say that defending our Lord's temple is not our problem. Suheldev remained mute. Do you know what has happened to the shattered pieces of the Somnathji Shivalinga? Suheldev shook his head. No. Mahmud is taking them back to Ghazni, my prince. He has announced that he intends to use these shattered pieces of the Shivalinga to pave the steps of a new mosque that he will be building. Every day, hundreds of feet will step on and desecrate the remains of the Mahadev's idol. Suheldev did not say anything, but his jaw tightened and he clenched his right fist. His teacher sat with him silently for a while, then patted his shoulder and left. Suheldev kept staring into the distance. Deep into the still waters of the lake. A tiny air bubble pushed up to the surface and broke through. Releasing the air it imprisoned, from the depths of the waters, into the glory of the open winds. Words that Maladev had said before leaving came flooding back to the Turks did not stop at Afghanistan and Baluchistan. That was our land too, once. They did not stop at the holy Indus River. That was our river too, once. Even if they conquer the entire land of Mother India, they will not stop. They will not stop the humiliation. They will not stop the war. They will not stop the killing. The more we appease, the more they will demand. The more we surrender, the more they will attack. They will never, ever stop. The only way they will stop, is if some Indian dares to stand up and say, enough is enough. A few soft tears started flowing down Suheldev's cheeks. He held on tightly to the Shivalinga pendant hanging around his neck. He could almost hear his brother's kind and encouraging voice. You have it in you, Suhel. I know you can do it. Fight for me. Fight for Lord Shiva. Fight for the great land that cradles us. Fight for Mother India. Chapter 3 Ajitpal, the Emperor of Kannauj, grimaced as he scratched at an insect bite on his arm. Once, in the not-so-distant past, his capital had been the shining jewel of a mighty empire. Under the great Mirabhajay, Ajitpal's ancestor, Kannauj had held sway from the foothills of the Himalayas in the north to the Narmada River in the south, from the Sutlej River in the northwest up to Bengal in the east. But now, the kingdom had been reduced to a shadow of its former glory, though Ajitpal still clung to the title of emperor, which had been claimed by his ancestors by right. but privately, many already referred to him by his much reduced stature, king. The whispers had become louder a few years ago, when he had tried to resist the Ghazni army and suffered a humiliating defeat that had left him with no option but to accept Mahmud as his overlord. Ajitpal glared at his minister. This low-born upstart dares to demand a meeting with me as if we are equals. And I actually let you talk me into it? His minister, Vrishab, bit back a sigh that threatened to erupt. Vrishab was a slender old man with an unnaturally youthful face that belied his mostly grey hair. The hair on his crown was longer, and tied in a knot, signifying his Brahmin background. His neatly trimmed beard too was largely white, with only occasional strands of black. He had a dignified air and his brown eyes usually sparkled with wit and humor. At the moment, though, he was struggling to conceal his irritation. It had taken weeks of negotiations to set up the clandestine meeting in a remote forest clearing. The rendezvous point was located close to the border of Kannauj with the neighboring kingdom of Haridway, also known as Haridroi, or enemy of Hari, due to the belief that it had once been ruled by Hiranyakashipu, father of the legendary hero and devotee of Lord Vishnu, Prahlad. Hiranyakashipu was so incensed by his son's devotion to the path of the Vishnu, that he repeatedly tried to get him killed. Instead, Hiranyakashipu was himself slain by Lord Narsingha, who was recognized as the fourth Vishnu. Ajitpal had used the pretext of a hunting trip to reach the location, keeping his meeting with Mangaldwaj a carefully concealed secret. But that hadn't stopped him from grumbling endlessly about it. Vrishab tried, once again, to calm him down. Your Highness, the message was clear. King Mangaldwaj, don't refer to him by his trumped-up title, snapped Ajitpal. Forgive me, Great Emperor. Mangaldwaj requested a meeting and said it could be of mutual interest. One does not usually send such a request unless it is of some significance. What harm can there be in at least hearing out what he has to say? Fine, I'll listen, though it turns my stomach to be breathing the same air as him. A shiver ran through Ajitpal, almost like his soul was disgusted with what he had allowed himself to be talked into. He again slapped at his wrist. Up, these bugs. They're eating me up alive. Why the hell did I agree to come to this miserable place? Vrishab kept quiet, but couldn't help looking around. Soft rugs covered every inch of the considerable ground covered by the massive tent, which was made of velvet and embroidered with golden thread. Ajitpal was comfortably seated on a throne, placed on a platform. Once, the Elang had been a well-built, handsome youth. But his fine physique had long since vanished, and the person who sat in the tent was a jowly man verging on corpulence. His sallow skin and bloodshot eyes added to the general air of decadence that hung about Ajitpal. An attendant fanned Ajitpal energetically, while others scurried to serve him food and wine and indulge his every whim. 2 armed guards stood at the base of the platform, and there were another 2 at the entrance of the tent. Outside, a group of 20 soldiers formed a circle around the entire tent to make sure no intruder could sneak in from any point. If it hadn't been for the occasional chirping of a bird or sound made by a wild animal that trickled in through the tent, it would have been impossible to tell they were in a forest. Ajitpal understood Vrishab's silent reproach, and it made him even more irritated. Well, don't just stand around looking glum. When is your honored guest expected? He should be here any time now, Great Emperor, replied Vrishab. Well, go and find out. And get someone to take these seats away. They won't be needed. Your Highness. Vrishab began in an appalled tone, but fell silent as Ajitpal glared at him. Ajitpal's thoughts could almost be heard in the angry silence. He is not my equal. Mangaldwaj will sit on the ground, exactly where he belongs. Vrishab, despite his deep misgivings, signaled to the king's attendants to remove the seats, and exited from the lavishly furnished tent with a bow towards his emperor. There had been so many other royal orders that his emperor had forced him to carry out, which had disgusted him even more. Ajitpal did not even bother to acknowledge Vrishab's bow. He signaled to an attendant, who hastily placed a platter filled with delicacies in front of him. Ajitpal sniffed appreciatively, then began shoving the food into his mouth. Though Suheldev had agreed to accompany Mangaldwaj, he remained skeptical about his father's idea. Nothing will come of this, Baba. Suheldev and Mangaldwaj had been riding for a few days, accompanied by a small bodyguard corps. Mangaldwaj adjusted the reins of his horse to keep his ride in line with Suheldev's. I am sure Ghaznī's armies will turn towards our part of India soon. We cannot possibly take him on alone. We will need allies. Yes, it's new Ajitpal lost to Ghazni, but he still has one of the strongest armies in this region. He may just be willing to form an alliance with us. We Indians have divided ourselves on so many counts. Perhaps it will take a common thread from outside to unite us. Baba, do you honestly believe he'll be able to look beyond our caste and his? Asked Suheldev. Mangaldwaj shrugged. I don't know. But history can be our ally. Think of India's greatest emperors. Chandragupta Maurya and Bindusara, Samudragupta and Vikramaditya. None of them was born Kshatriya. It wasn't so long ago that a man was defined by his karma rather than his birth. Baba, said Suheldev, rolling his eyes, that was very, very long ago maybe. But we need to remind ourselves of those days. Invaders did not dare attack us then. We were unconquerable. Yes, because in those days we actually fought foreigners together. Today, we are more interested in fighting each other. Then let us try to revive those days. Who knows, Ajitpal may surprise. Suheldev snorted and shook his head, laughing slightly. Mangaldwaj glared at his son, and then turned, looking ahead. Looking far ahead. Ajitpal desultorily nibbled at the delicacies spread out in front of him. The second prahar of the day was drawing to a close. In short, it was close to noon, and lunchtime was not very far away, but Ajitpal's stomach was already almost bursting with the food and wine he had been steadily consuming out of sheer restlessness and boredom. He burped, and felt the acidic taste in his mouth. It worsened his already sour mood. I am from the line of the great Mir Bhajai. These bloody countrymen of mine need to show me the respect I deserve. Still brooding, he picked up a goblet and gulped down the wine in it. Some of the liquid dribbled down his chin. Irritated, he wiped it with the back of his hand. Great Emperor, your honored guests are here, said Vrishab as he entered the tent, ushering in Mangaldwaj and Suheldev with utmost respect. Welcome, said Ajitpal. He didn't get up to receive his guests. Instead, he gestured towards the ground. Please be seated. Suheldev's eyes flashed with anger, but Mangaldwaj put a restraining hand on his shoulder and silenced him with a glance. Thank you, but we would prefer to stand, Your Highness, Mangaldwaj said courteously, as he noticed Vrishab looking at him apologetically. Suit yourself, shrugged Ajitpal. You wanted to meet me. Well, here we are. Speak. Mangaldwaj composed himself briefly, then began. Great Emperor, I am sure you will agree that Mahmud of Ghazni is the single greatest threat to the peace and integrity of our land. You have already suffered at his hands. It will not be long before he targets the rest of us. What he has done to the Somnathji temple has filled all of India with rage. That was some time ago, interrupted Ajitpal. The Vasant Ritu has already passed since then, and the Grishma Ritu too is drawing to an end. It will be forgotten soon. In any case, we can rebuild the temple later. Ajitpal was referring to the passage of two of the 6 Indian seasons, that of spring and summer. He seemed to think that it was a long period of time. Mangaldwaj was shocked. An insult to their god being forgotten so quickly? But he still wanted to try his best for an alliance. He wanted the support of the powerful Kannauj army. Your Highness, it is a foolish man who stands by silently while his neighbor's house burns, for the fire will surely spread to his home as well. Mahmud will not stop at Somnath. He will keep coming deeper and deeper into India. None of us will be safe. You needn't worry for my safety, said Ajitpal, smirking. My army can take care of anything. Your Highness, we would like to propose an alliance with you. Once you declare your intent, other kingdoms will also take heart and rally around to the cause. Say the word, and we will all stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Then we can defeat any Turk. Ajitpal laughed incredulously. Are you serious? A few generations ago, your ancestors were raising animals and cultivating land for us higher castes. And today, you dream of standing shoulder to shoulder with me, a pure Kshatriya. I am a descendant of Mirabhaja. I am a descendant of our great god Lord Lakshman himself. Mangaldwaj retained his unfailingly polite tone. Yes, my lord. Mirabhaja was a great emperor, one who all Indians respect till today. But please remember that he treated all Indians as his own. And it is also true that you and your clan are descendants of Lord Lakshman. But do not forget that Lord Lakshman's elder brother, Lord Ram, treated all, including subaltern caste people, with respect. Well, I am not Lord Ram, growled Ajitpal. Behave according to your status and I will show mercy. Don't forget who you were in the past. What does the past have to do with this? Burst out Suheldev. We live in the present and my father is here to deal with you as one king to another. Ajitpal raised his hand angrily. Mangaldwaj, I realize that your people do not have the benefit of a proper education, but you need to teach your little rascal that one does not become a Kong just by winning a few skirmishes and grabbing a little land. You need to be born a Kshatriya to be considered true royalty. There have been great kings and emperors in the past who were not born Kshatriyas, began Mangaldwaj. That was in the past, snapped Ajitpal, interrupting him. And as this insolent pup of yours just pointed out, we live in the present, and you have to deal with me. I humored you by agreeing to this ridiculous rendezvous, but don't cross your limits. Know this once and for all, I will never disgrace my illustrious family by joining hands with a low-born fool with delusions of grandeur. Suheldev pushed aside Mangaldwaj's restraining hand and shouted, Yes, you earn great honor by bowing your head before a foreigner, but you would disgrace yourself by joining hands with a fellow Indian, you arrogant idiot. Silence, thundered Ajitpal, sweeping away all the dishes on the table in front of him. You impertinent wretch, I should have your tongue pulled out for your impudence. Your Highness, they are your guests, pleaded Vrishab. Please, I beg you. Ajitpal turned towards his minister. This is all your fault. You talked me into this. I will deal with you later. Then he addressed Mangaldwaj and Suheldev. You may have forgotten Dharma, but I have not. I will forgive your arrogance for this first and last time. Leave my domain and never come back. If I ever see your faces again, I will have you executed on the spot. Suheldev began to respond, but Mangaldwaj seized him by the hand and hustled him away. A party of about 150 men made their way back home with Mangaldwaj and Suheldev. While they were all soldiers in the Shravasti army, none of them was wearing a uniform. They did not want to be easily identifiable. Some carried bows and quivers, the rest had lances, axes and maces. All of them had swords and daggers tied to their hips, with shields strapped onto their backs. The bulk of the party was in the center, with Mangaldwaj and Suheldev riding in their midst, while another group of 20 brought up the rear. 2 scouts rode ahead, followed by an advance guard of 20 men. May Lord Mahadev curse this idiot Ajitpal, fumed Suheldev. Nothing good can happen in India till we have jackasses like him ruling our land. Mangaldwaj shook his head sadly. With Indians like these, we don't need Turks to defeat us. We are pretty good at defeating ourselves. Divided, we will continue to fall. Just then, one of the scouts came galloping back, signaling to the men to halt. The riders stopped and parted ranks so that the scout could reach the king. What's the matter? Asked Mangaldwaj. There are some soldiers at the lake, my lord, replied the scout. About 50 men. They're wearing the colors of Ghazni. The lake the scout was referring to was like an informal way station, where all caravans on the route stopped to water their horses and get some rest. It was a few kilometers away, through a wooded path. Mangaldwaj looked beyond the scout. "Where's the senior scout?" "He's keeping an eye on them, great king. He sent me back to inform you." Mangaldwaj nodded approvingly, happy to see standard protocols being followed. "Let's go take a look," he said. He signaled to Suheldev and 2 other soldiers. "You come with us. Everybody else, drop back. Keep an eye on us, but stay concealed." The small party rode up towards the lake. The senior scout was hiding behind a tree, his horse tied to another tree further back. One of the soldiers made a bird sound in a low tone as they approached so that the scout wouldn't be startled. The scout turned around, saw the riders, and saluted quietly. Mangaldwaj and Suheldev dismounted, handed over the reins of their horses to the youngest soldier, and walked up to the scout. "What is it, Abdul?" asked Mangaldwaj softly. Abdul shook his head to indicate that he had no idea, and pointed towards the lake. A large tent had been set up next to it. About 50 men in the distinctive green tunics of the Ghazni army were sitting around a fire, while a couple of men kept guard, though they weren't particularly alert. "Let's go find out what they are up to," said Mangaldwaj. He looked back. The rest of the soldiers were some distance away, but visible. He turned to the younger scout. "Go to them with my instructions. They are to stay close by and keep themselves hidden. I don't think there should be any trouble, but if they see any sign of it, they should rush to our aid." As the men took cover, Mangaldwaj, Suheldev, Abdul and another soldier rode up to the camp, making sure that their horses walked at a leisurely pace. It was twilight, and a gentle breeze was blowing. The forest line was about 200 meters away from the lake, but the approach to it was a grassy plain with no obstructions, perfect for grazing horses or for mounting a cavalry charge, thought Suheldev. "Stop right there," one of the sentries called out as the riders approached the camp. "Who are you?" Mangaldwaj raised his hands. "We are horse traders, on our way to Baraj. May we approach?" As the sentry hesitated, a burly, obviously Turkic-looking man dressed in a fine silk robe stepped out of the tent. He was completely bald, but made up for it with a thick beard that reached his chest. He had a roundish face with thin slit-like eyes, like most Turks. His robe was stretched tight across a massive paunch. "What's going on?" The Turk exuded an air of entitlement that immediately set Suheldev's teeth on edge. The sentry gestured. "These are horse traders, my lord. They asked for permission to approach." "Horse traders, eh?" asked the man. "Where are your horses?" Mangaldwaj bowed. "By the grace of the gods, we were able to sell all of them in Kannauj. We are on our way home to pick up some fresh stock. With your permission, we would like to stop by the lake for a while." "Are you blind, you fool?" asked the Turk arrogantly. "Can't you see this place is taken? Move on." "But surely there is enough room and water for all of us," said Mangaldwaj politely. "You insolent bastard, do you know whom you are talking to?" thundered the man. "I am an envoy of the great Sultan, Mahmud of Ghazni himself. Get out of here while you still have your skin on your back, you worthless pieces of pig shit." Mangaldwaj bowed hurriedly. "I am so sorry, my lord. I had no idea that I was talking to such a grand person. We will leave right away. But before that, may I ask," if the envoy yelled loudly, "I am not buying anything from you, bloody Indian rat. Get out. You're lucky I'm leaving you alive. Otherwise you'd be squealing like the pigs our men gutted at the Somnath temple." Suheldev drew in his breath sharply. He spurred his horse hard and rode straight at the envoy. Even as the startled Turk screeched in terror, Suheldev flung himself off the horse and landed on top of him. Both of them went down in a tangled heap. The other guards rushed towards the two men, but Mangaldwaj and the soldiers accompanying him pulled out the swords that they had been concealing in their bedrolls and attacked them. Seconds later, thundering hooves echoed loudly as the rest of the Shravasthi party came galloping to their assistance. Suheldev repeatedly punched and kicked the envoy, who initially tried to hit back but finally covered his face with his hands and curled up in a fetal position. After a while, strong hands pulled the seething Suheldev away, off the defenseless man. The envoy was hauled to his knees roughly. "Search the tents," Mangaldwaj told one of his soldiers. Then he walked up to the Turk. "You said you were an envoy of Mahmud. What message were you conveying from the Sultan? And to whom?" The envoy spat at him. A gob fell on Mangaldwaj's right shoe. "Let me ask him," said Suheldev. He backhanded the man on his right cheek. The envoy sagged back, then coughed and spat out blood and 2 teeth. "Shall I ask again?" asked Suheldev. "I can keep doing this all day." "You dog, the Sultan will have your head for this," growled the envoy. Suheldev smiled, but it was a mere tightening of the lips, with no humor. "Wrong answer," he said, punching the envoy on his nose. There was a cracking sound as the Turk's nose fractured. His nose swelled up immediately and blood began to pour out of it. He struggled to breathe and opened his mouth to suck in some air, wheezing as he did so. "We found something," yelled Abdul, who had been searching the envoy's tent. He brought out several scrolls. Sealed letters addressed to various rulers in this region. "There's one for you as well, great king of Shravasthi." Abdul handed over a scroll to Mangaldwaj. The envoy's eyes widened when he heard the title. "Mangaldwaj," the Turk rasped, staring at the king. "Your women and children will be sold as slaves. You and all your men will be killed, just like that coward son of yours." How he shrieked before the Sultan took his head off. We all laughed our guts out. A red haze settled over Suheldev's eyes. He pulled out his sword. "Shriek for me, you son of a bitch," he screamed, slashing at the Turk's stomach. The envoy howled in agony as he clutched at his stomach and collapsed, writhing. Blood spurted from his ruptured abdomen, and his slippery intestines fell out to the ground. "Looks like he's really laughed his guts out this time," said Suheldev curtly, wiping his sword clean. He saw his father staring at him. "What? Didn't you hear what he said about Dada?" "Breathe," said Mangaldwaj, calmly. "Anger has its place too. But information on the enemy is far more important than immediate vengeance." Suheldev remained silent. Defiant. "Anyway, what's done is done," said Mangaldwaj. "Let's see what the letters say." Mangaldwaj read a scroll, then looked up thoughtfully. He turned towards Abdul. The other scrolls were also opened and handed over to the king of Shravasthi. Mangaldwaj quickly read the other letters too, then gestured to Suheldev to walk a short distance away. Mangaldwaj spoke calmly. "The letters basically say that every Kang should swear allegiance to Ghazni, send him half of his revenue collection every year, and give him troops whenever he asks, or be prepared to be invaded. From the seals that I've seen on some of the scrolls, it seems that quite a few of the kings have accepted the terms, including Ajitpal." "That hypocrite was lecturing us about honor," said Suheldev bitterly. His eyes widened as a thought occurred to him. "Ajitpal may have met this fellow just before meeting us. Maybe he didn't want his people to know about his shameful surrender." "True, but do you realize what you have done in your anger, son? You attacked Ghazni's envoy in front of his bodyguards, and we had no choice but to help you, otherwise you would have been el-Aled. This will bring the full wrath of Ghazni down on our heads if Mahmud finds out. And we are not yet ready to fight him head-on. What do? We will have to keep this little encounter a secret for as long as we can." Mangaldwaj turned back towards the camp and signaled to the captain of the Shravasthi guards to approach him. Many of the Ghazni soldiers were dead. The survivors had been taken prisoner. Mangaldwaj's order to the captain was clear. There can be no witnesses to what happened here. The captain immediately drew his sword and walked towards the Ghazni prisoners. His guards understood and pulled out their blades as well. The Ghazni prisoners wailed in terror as they realized what was to happen. They had heard of the Indian concepts of honor and treating prisoners of war with mercy. They appealed for clemency, promising to turn against Sultan Mahmud. Crying desperately. The cries were cut short as they were quickly clubbed to their knees and executed. "What are our casualties?" asked Mangaldwaj, as soon as the executions were done. "A few wounded." "Nothing serious," he was told. "Patch them up and let's get out of here," said Mangaldwaj. "But first, we need to get rid of the bodies. Take them into the forest and bury them deep, so that the wild animals can't get at them. Pack some salt on the bodies as you bury them. That will keep the smell of the decomposing bodies from becoming too obvious. Take the salt from their stores. They must have some. Cover the ground that you dig up with leaves and branches, so that no one will be able to tell that the soil has been disturbed. Take everything that is useful and destroy the rest. Leave no trace of what happened." Mangaldwaj yawned and stretched by the fire. As the sun rose, he bowed to it and mumbled a quick prayer. He briefly considered doing a few rounds of Surya Namaskar but decided against it. He was still tired from the previous day, and there were many hours of hard riding ahead. It had been late into the night by the time the men had finished removing all traces of the clash with the Ghazni envoy and his party. They had ridden out immediately after that, wanting to put as much distance as possible between themselves and the spot. Due to the darkness, they had maintained a slow pace, but Mangaldwaj had kept the exhausted men and animals going as long as he dared before allowing them to camp for the night. They had barely managed a couple of hours of sleep before it was time to rise again. "Pranam, Baba," said Suheldev, coming up to his father and touching his feet. Mangaldwaj gestured to Suheldev to sit beside him. "You don't look like you've slept much." Suheldev shook his head. "There were too many thoughts running through my head." "And what were you thinking?" "Ajitpal knows we were in the vicinity. Once word gets out that the Ghazni envoy has mysteriously disappeared, he will not take long to put two and two together or at least get suspicious. But there is another thing. Did you hear the men talking last night? They were excited. They realize now that the army of Ghazni is not invincible. Their soldiers can be killed, if we take them by surprise." "So, what's on your mind?" asked Mangaldwaj. He had been thinking along the same lines, but he wanted to hear what his son had to say. Suheldev took a deep breath, almost as if speaking it out loud would confirm his final decision. "Baba, I will not return home with you. We will put the word out that I was responsible for the envoy's death while you had already moved on ahead. I will go into hiding with whichever of these men are willing to come with me. I will live like a bandit and roam through the region, striking at Ghazni's men whenever I get the chance. I am sure that many more will join me. You can say that I am acting against your wishes and you are not involved in any way. We will stay in touch secretly. It will be a hard life for you, my son. Hardship does not scare me. I took a vow to avenge Dada, and I will do so, whatever it takes. You are taking on the might of Ghazni with just a handful of men. It will be like an ant fighting an elephant." "I know, but even an ant can make an elephant miserable," Suheldev said and smiled. "It just has to know when and where to bite." Mangaldwaj looked long and hard at his son. When he finally spoke, his voice was choked with emotion. Becoming a leader is not about being able to fight or argue or make speeches. It's actually about realizing what must be done for the greater good. And doing it, regardless of the personal costs. Suheldev held his breath, not used to open compliments from his father. Those compliments were usually reserved for the good son, Malidev. Mangaldwaj pulled his younger son into a bear hug. "Malidev would have been proud of you, my boy. I am proud of you." The two men embraced for a long time. Then Suheldev gently disengaged himself from his father. Mangaldwaj touched Suheldev's face and whispered, "Go with Lord Shiva, my son. Fight for Mother India. Har Har Mahadev. Har Har Mahadev." Suheldev touched his father's feet once more, and then walked away. He did not look back. Chapter 4. That deer is already dead, Suheldev. You don't have to stab it to death again. Here, let me skin it. Suheldev scowled at Abdul. The hawk-nosed, curly-haired scout was one of the 50 men who had followed him into his self-imposed exile a few weeks ago. Since then, the band had largely stayed in a forested area that overlapped the border of the kingdoms of Connaught and Haradway. Owing to the dense vegetation, the border was extremely porous. On a couple of occasions, Suheldev and his men had conducted minor raids in Connaught, then slipped back into Haradway, where the soldiers of Connaught could not follow them. During this time, they had also befriended the inhabitants of a village that marked almost the last human settlement in Connaught before one entered the border area. The residents of the village were poor but hospitable, and generously offered the band whatever assistance they could provide. "I know you're just trying to take over my chore, Abdul," said Suheldev. "But I've told you before, I don't want preferential treatment. We're all equals here. I'll do the same tasks as everybody else." Abdul smiled slightly and shook his head. "You're just like your elder brother." Suheldev's gaze softened. Abdul's father, who had served as Mangaldwaj's bodyguard, had died protecting the Elang. A grateful Mangaldwaj had given Abdul's mother employment in the palace and ensured that her son received a proper education along with his own elder son. Abdul and Malidev were the same age, and Abdul had quickly become Malidev's closest companion. When Abdul had indicated that he wanted to join the army, no one had been more delighted than Malidev. Abdul had accompanied Malidev on several expeditions. Strong of both body and character, he had quickly proven himself a tough, resourceful soldier. On a recent campaign though, he had suffered a serious injury. He was still recovering from it when Malidev had volunteered to ride to the defense of the Somnath temple. Abdul had begged Malidev to let him accompany him, even in his injured state. But Malidev had refused, saying there would be other battles to fight in the future. Abdul's injury had barely healed when news of Malidev's death had reached Tripathi. He believed that if he had been there in Somnath, then Malidev would have still been alive. Suheldev gently touched Abdul's shoulder. "There is no greater compliment for me than being compared to Dada. But you know as well as I do that I am not as great as he was. Not even close." Abdul looked at Suheldev, an expression of pure misery on his face. "I should have been with him at Somnathji." Suheldev sighed. "Then you would have been dead too. It would have been better than living while my friends and comrades lie dead." "Abdul, your injury was not your fault. In any case, we cannot roll back time. Instead of mourning your friends, focus on avenging them." Abdul nodded, rubbing his face, almost like he was pushing the misery off it. "You're right. Why don't you finish skinning that deer? Maybe we can take some of that meat to our friends in the village and trade it in for some nice home-cooked food." Suheldev nodded. "I'll give you about a quarter of it. Take one of the men and go." "Please, sir, have mercy on us," said the old villager, tears rolling down his cheeks as he clutched the foot of the man seated on a horse. "If you take away all our grain, what will we eat? We'll starve to death." The Turkic officer, Salik Khan, drew back his foot from the stirrup and viciously booted the man in his face, sending him sprawling to the ground, blood streaming from his nose. "Shut your mouth, you fool," Salik growled. "Your king's orders are clear. A proper tribute has to be paid to our great Sultan of Ghazni. And everyone must pay their fair share." Many Turks from Mahmud's army had volunteered to stay in the Indian kingdoms that had surrendered their sovereignty to the Sultan of Ghazni. Technically they were officers of the local Indian kingdoms. But in effect, They acted as Mahmud's representatives in these realms, commanded soldiers, and ensured that Ghaznavid instructions were followed. And, of course, these Turks also ensured that they looted for themselves personally. The plunder of India, the richest land in the world, was an opportunity for most Turks to make enough of a fortune for generations to come. The old man rose unsteadily to his feet. "And will the king go hungry like the rest of us?" "You impudent imbecile," roared Salik, drawing his sword. "I'll have your head for this." A young man rushed forward, bowing low to Salik. "Please my lord, spare him. Spare him. I beg you, he's half mad anyway." The young man pulled the old peasant back. "Come on, Baba, let's go. As long as we live, we can always find more food." The officer nodded in approval. "You're a smart fellow. What's your name?" "Kishna, my lord," said the young man, his eyes downcast. Well, Kishna, keep this old fool out of my sight. And tell him to mind his tongue, or I'll rip it out of his mouth." Kishna hurried away, half helping, half dragging his father alongside. As Salik watched them go, a senior soldier who served as his sergeant rode up to him. "Even after we take away all their grain, we still won't meet our target, my lord. Damn it. Just my luck to have this miserable area assigned to me." As he looked around, his eyes fell on the village temple. "I'm sure that must contain some valuables." The sergeant looked shocked. He was an Indian, after all. "You mean to loot a temple, my lord?" Salik looked at his sergeant nonchalantly, but there was menace in his voice. "Do you have some doubts?" "My lord. But would the king approve? The king doesn't have to know of everything that goes on in every remote part of the kingdom. In any case, the great Sultan Mahmud of Ghazni has set the tradition in India of looting temples. And he is now the king's overlord, so the Khan should have no reason to complain. We are only following tradition." Salik laughed as he said the last line. The sergeant looked nervous but bowed. Surrendering, as usual, to the Turk. Darkness does not win because it is strong. It wins because the lamps stop fighting. The old man was almost hysterical, his voice quivering as he cried out for help. "The bastards are going to loot the temple. Will no one stop them? Will you just watch? Cowards! Baba, stop. You will get yourself killed. In the name of the Mahadev, let's just get out of here." Kishna was weeping too, but he was resolutely pushing his father on the main road that led out of the village. "What's going on here?" asked Abdul, surprised to see practically the entire village population running away. Some of them were bloodied or had swollen faces, but most simply looked terrified, even though they were physically unharmed. Kishna looked up in alarm, then heaved a sigh of relief as he recognized Abdul. "It's the king's men," he said, instinctively looking back towards the village, clearly terrified. "They are led by a Turkic maniac. They've looted all our belongings. And now they're even ransacking the temple. Let's go to the prince and get help," said Abdul's companion instantly. Kishna's father suddenly stepped up. "It will be too late by then. Who knows if they'll just stop at looting the temple? What if the Turk destroys it? What if they do here what they did at Somnathji?" Abdul had been in the process of turning his horse around. He froze as soon as he heard the old man's words. "Come on, Abdul," said his companion urgently. Abdul shook his head. "You go and get help." "I'm going to the temple." His companion reached out and put his hand on Abdul's arm, speaking tenderly. "Listen to me, Abdul, this is a bad idea." Abdul gently removed the restraining hand. "No, it's not a bad idea. It is Allah giving me a small opportunity to make a stand. Now go." Abdul spurred his horse towards the temple while his companion raced off. Within a few minutes, Abdul had reached the vicinity of the temple. He saw some men in the distance, bringing out the temple chests in which the offerings were kept. Hidden behind the dense forest line, Abdul silently dismounted and tied his horse. A safe distance away, he pulled his bow forward and crept slowly towards the temple. He was now close enough to hear the soldiers, but yet, hidden well by the darkness and the trees. "Get the idols and jewelry as well," commanded Salik. Abdul quietly pulled an arrow, knocked it to his bow, aimed quickly and shot. A good archer doesn't need to spend too much time aiming. The arrow whizzed forward, sharp and true, striking a soldier in his chest. The soldier went hurtling back with the force of the blow, the missile buried deep in his heart, as the jewelry he was carrying spilled all over the ground. There were angry shouts of confusion from the soldiers. "Take cover," shouted Salik. Abdul quickly ran to a different position, far from where he had been just a few moments ago. He quickly drew another arrow, knocked it and let fly. It found its mark. Another of Salik's soldiers went down. Salik was screaming now. "There are many enemies. Upon me. Stay close. Shield steady." Salik was a ruthless man, but an excellent soldier. He had trained his troops well. They quickly formed a tight defensive line. The temple behind them. The forest line in front. Staying low. Protected by their shields. Abdul kept running to different areas behind the forest line, trying to fire arrows from various directions. Some got through, felling soldiers, but most were deflected by the defensive shields. Salik started suspecting something was wrong. There was too long a time gap between different arrows. If there were a lot of enemies, then the arrows would be fired a lot quicker. Maybe there are fewer enemies than I thought. Salik ordered his soldiers to remain steady, and quickly slipped out from the back, using the darkness for cover. Within a few minutes, he was behind the forest line, sword drawn, trying to track the enemy soldiers. He walked carefully in a long arc, trying to get behind the enemy position. The hunted wanted to turn the tables and become the hunter. Stealthily, Salik crept forward, following the sound of the last arrow released, and the faint beats of footsteps. Salik was impressed by the technique and the carefulness of the movements. However, the enemies they are well trained. He heard a soft sound. It was unmistakable. The sound of a bow being stretched. Just ahead. Salik inched forward. Slowly. Stealthily. His eyes had adjusted well to the darkness now. He could make out the rough shape of a human being. By the twisted balls of a diseased horse. Just one man. Just one man pinning my entire platoon. Salik moved quickly, just as the sound of another arrow being released was heard. Abdul had shot one more missile at Salik's soldiers, who were in front of the temple. He didn't notice Salik himself creeping up behind him. By the time he realized, it was too late. Salik hammered Abdul's head from the back with the hilt of his sword. And Abdul collapsed. Unconscious. The whip whistled through the air, lashing into Abdul's back. Yanking skin. Drawing blood. He bit down hard on his lip to avoid crying out but could not prevent a muffled groan from emerging. His knees sagged, and he would have fallen if his hands had not been tied by a rope that hung from the branch of a tree. Abdul had been brought back to the temporary camp commandeered by Salik. The granary of the village was being used as the troops' barracks. And the village headman's house next door was being used by Salik as his personal quarters. The village was empty, except for Salik and the king's soldiers. All the villagers had escaped a few hours ago. Abdul was being tortured in the open square in front of the temporary barracks. Tisk, tisk, said Salik mockingly. Carrying a goblet of wine, the Turkic officer walked around Abdul and looked at his back. It was a bloodied mess, with several gaping wounds where the whip had torn the skin. "Oh dear, that looks awful," said Salik with fake concern. He took a swig of the wine, grinning mockingly as he examined Abdul's back closely. Then, suddenly, he spat out the wine directly onto Abdul's lacerated back. Taken by surprise, Abdul jerked forward in pain, the alcohol scorching his wounded back. "Ya Allah," he cried out. Salik froze for a moment. Stunned. He quickly came around Abdul, grabbed his hair and yanked his head up so that he could look his captive in the eye. "You are a Muslim." Abdul didn't answer. Glaring at Salik, fury dripping from every pore of his body. Trying to protect a temple. "What sort of Muslim are you?" Abdul stared back with undisguised contempt. "A better one than you." "How dare you oppose me?" thundered Salik. "You are a Muslim. I am an Indian first." Salik slapped Abdul hard. "You fight for infidel Hindus rather than a Muslim like me." "I fight alongside my Indian brothers against a Turkic monster." Salik hit Abdul hard, cracking his nose. And he kept hitting. Again. And again. Repeatedly. Till he was exhausted. And then he hit Abdul some more. Stopping only when Abdul sagged on the rope. Unconscious. Salik turned to his soldiers. "Let the bastard hang here all night. I'll decide tomorrow how exactly he should be killed." The guard stretched and yawned, then looked wistfully at his comrades, who had already abandoned their posts and were curled up on the ground, snoring away contentedly. As the youngest person in the squad, he had been delegated the task of staying up all night and keeping an eye on the prisoner. Abdul was still hanging there. Motionless. Is he dead? The soldier shook his head and shrugged his shoulders, answering his own question in his mind. "Vvh, why should I care?" He looked at the temporary barracks a short distance away, where most of his fellow soldiers were. "I could be sleeping right now. This is such a waste of time. Who's going to have the nerve to attack an army camp? Those miserable villagers who couldn't even protect their own homes." Taking a quick look around to make sure no one was watching, he sat down on the ground. Using the tree to prop up his back, he stretched out his legs, sighing with pleasure. In minutes, he dozed off. He did not notice the figure that stealthily crept up on him, knife drawn. Nor did he sense the hand that came up close. His consciousness was dragged out of his sleep only when his mouth was clamped shut. But his consciousness was too slow. He was still groggy as the knife sliced through his throat. Deep. He never really woke up completely. Salik sniffed in his sleep. The smell of something burning reaching his subconscious brain even before he woke up with a start. He called to his attendants, snatched up his sword and ran out. As he emerged from his commandeered house, he froze in shock. The doors to the temporary barracks in which his men had been sleeping had been locked, and the building set ablaze. Since the building was originally a granary, there were no windows. He could now hear the desperate screaming from inside, as his soldiers were being slowly roasted alive. Some of them were banging on the locked doors, trying to break them down. But Salik noted with a sinking heart that some attackers were standing in front of the doors with bows drawn, ready to cut down his men if they managed to get out. There were probably 100 Indians in the square. He saw the dead bodies of his own soldiers that he had posted as night guards. Where did these bastards come from? Salik didn't realize that most of the Indians in the square, holding weapons, were the villagers he had just evicted. They had come back. They had been roused to fight. Roused by a leader he had never heard of. Salik looked around. There were just 4 men with him. He looked back at the temporary barracks. The desperate screams of his soldiers rattling the night. He whispered urgently to the 4 with him, "It's hopeless. We can't help them. Let's get out of here. 2 ahead of me. 2 behind. Move." The men scurried to the left, heading quickly for the trees. Just a few hundred meters away. Once they reached behind the forest line, they could disappear easily. Or so Salik planned. Unfortunately for him, the massive flames were radiating light in all directions, drowning out the shadows of the night in many parts of the clearing. And even more unfortunately, Salik was up against a ruthless foe. One who understood guerrilla warfare well. He and his soldiers ran straight into 40 men waiting for them. Before Salik even knew what was happening, 2 of his lead soldiers were cut down. He swerved his sword around in all directions, keeping the enemies away. He heard desperate screams behind him. He didn't need to turn to know that his soldiers behind him had also been massacred. He was alone. He kept swinging his sword, keeping the enemy soldiers away, screaming loudly, "I will not go down easily. I will kill at least 10 of you before I go. Come on." But they didn't come close. They kept a distance, feigning charges and pulling back at the last minute. Salik kept swinging, thinking he was keeping them away, thinking that the Indians were behaving like the typical cowards that he had always believed they were. Reality dawned on him only after some time. They were playing with him, toying with him, like a merciless hunter did with a cornered animal. Suddenly, someone from behind slashed brutally with a long sword at the back of his right thigh. Salik howled in agony as the blade severed the hamstring cleanly, crippling his leg. Blood burst forth in a flood. He fell face down in the dust. He could hear the laughter of those around him, taunting, screaming obscenities. Salik turned on his back, still lying on the ground, swinging his sword around in every direction. But his enemies kept a distance. Again, Salik screamed in fury, "Kill me, you infidel bastards!" He kept swinging his sword, hitting only the air, rage and frustration building in him. A stone was thrown at him with stunning accuracy, hitting him exactly on his right wrist. The sword flew out of his hand. An Indian immediately rushed forward, picked up Salik's sword, and walked back slowly, laughing all the time. "Kill me," screamed Salik. "You filthy cowards! Kill me! All in good time." Salik could make out from the tone of the voice that this was the leader of the Indians. The Turk turned his head to see a tall, lean man emerge from the shadows. The light of the flames made the vision clearer. The Indian leader's skin was dark, long hair tied in a bun, scraggy beard scars on his body, many still fresh, proud adornments of battle. He had the gait of a panther, charismatic, attractive, scary. Salik felt fear grip his heart. Something inside told him that it would not be a quick death, that he would suffer a lot of pain, that he would be kept alive till the last possible moment. He tried to incite his enemy. "I have destroyed your temple idols. If you have the guts, kill me. Avenge your powerless pathetic pagan gods." Salik heard a soft laugh, and his heart sank further. This was not an ordinary enemy. He was not foolish like most of the Indians that Salik had met till now. For Indians were very easy to incite if you insulted their gods and superstitions. They seemed to prefer hot-tempered vengeance, rather than cold, calculated retribution. But this one was different. This Indian leader was different. "Oh, I will kill you. But not with anger. I will do it slowly. I will do it leisurely. I will ensure that your soul will remember. And it will not dare to come back to India." Salik could only imagine what awaited him. What awaited his soul. He lost control of his bladder. The only time it had ever happened to him in battle. To his mortification, it was noticed by the Indian leader. He heard that soft, menacing laugh again. "We haven't even begun. And look at you." Salik saw the leader turn to his followers. He heard the leader speak loudly and clearly. "What did I tell you? These Turks are cowards. Like all bullies, they are cowards. We have to make them regret the thought of even looking at India. We have to make them urinate in their clothes if they even think of attacking India." Salik heard the Indians around him laugh. He had never heard Indians use this tone with a Turk before. He turned back to the leader. terrified to the marrow of his bones. Make sure your soul remembers my name, so that it cowers in fear whenever it hears it. Salik slunk back, trying to drag his body away. The Indian leader kicked him hard on the chest, knocking the wind out of him. Remember my name. Remember Suheldev of Shrivasthi. Abdul opened his eyes. Every part of his body ached. Like each cell had been thrown into a hurricane, whiplashed for an eon, and then stitched back together into a devastated body. He heard the voice he recognized well. You'll recover soon. Abdul tried to rise. Suheldev gently pushed Abdul back onto the bed. Stay on your back. How long, Havel? Almost an entire day. Suheldev and his men were still in the village, and they intended to remain there till Abdul recovered. The villagers were busy cleaning up the remnants of the battle, repairing their homes, restoring the village temple, removing all traces of the bodies of the king's men. They would pretend that Salik and his soldiers had left the village with their booty, and that they had no idea where Salik went after that. Is the temple safe? Asked Abdul, still weak from the severe beating he had received from Salik and his men the previous night. But his mind was alert. The local medicine man was good. Suheldev ignored the question. He spoke firmly. Don't do this again. Suheldev, I know what you were trying to do. You don't need to prove anything. Don't do this again. But that Turk was. The temple idols. We will make new idols. Abdul remained silent. Suheldev continued. Our faith is our strength. But the Turks have turned our faith into our weakness. They know that we will go to any extent to protect our idols, even sacrifice our lives. And they use that as a pressure tactic. To break our resolve. To defeat us easily. But listen to me. It's my faith. I know the divine is everywhere. In the stars and the skies, in the trees, in the rivers, in the wind, in all of us. Our faith is what actually puts God himself into an idol. If we all die, then our faith dies. If our faith dies, then who will worship the idols? Remember, new idols can always be made and pran pratishtha done on them. But if our faith dies, then it is all over. And our faith exists only in our beating hearts. So, if there is a choice between saving an idol or us, I will always choose. Abdul looked away. A soft tear rolling down his cheek. You don't understand. It was Suheldev's turn to remain silent. He let Abdul speak. Abdul's tears picked up pace. I feel guilty. I had to do something. I had to fight. You have nothing to feel guilty about. You have nothing to do with the Turks or the crimes they commit. Abdul turned back towards Suheldev. Suheldev's voice quivered slightly, his strong emotions bursting through. You are not one of them. You are one of us. Abdul's tears flowed quicker. Suheldev held Abdul's hand firmly. You are one of us. I trust you. Completely. I want you to fight by my side. But the aim of fighting a battle is to win, not to become a martyr. Abdul remained quiet. Remember what I told you earlier. What I learned from Baba. What I learned that day of the attack on the Ghazni envoy. No angry vengeance. We will have cold, ruthless retribution. Abdul looked at Suheldev with respect. Till now, he had shown the prince respect only for his birth. But now, he respected him for the man that he was becoming. The leader that he was becoming. Abdul whispered, Yes, my lord. Suheldev smiled and touched Abdul's shoulder. Continue to call me Suheldev. Abdul shook his head. No, my lord. Chapter 5 Peshawar, 1027 AD. The archer held the bow steady with his left hand. With the right, he slowly pulled back the string, till it almost touched his lips. He held his right elbow high, parallel to the ground, so that it virtually formed a straight line with the arrow. This ensured that his powerful back and shoulder muscles would take the strain rather than the much weaker elbow. Then he pulled the string back one more notch and released the arrow. His target was a young man dressed in the robes of a Buddhist monk. His chest was shielded by a battered piece of armor made of bamboo, which had clearly seen better days. He gripped a staff lightly in his right hand. His body was small, but lean, and ripped with muscles. Without a single ounce of spare fat anywhere. The monk stood still as a statue as the arrow sped towards him. Then, at almost the last possible moment, his hands moved in a blur. The staff clashed with the arrow, deflecting it harmlessly to one side where it crashed into a rock wall. Applause rang out from above. Many novice monks, most of them little more than children, had been watching the scene from a safe height, sitting atop the tall rocks that fenced the circular sand pit. The two stunt boys looked up and grinned. But it wasn't for long. Their smiles vanished as a stern voice was heard. Ashvaghosha! Sonamani! You should have been back in the monastery an hour ago. Ashvaghosha, the abbot wants to see you. The two young men suddenly looked like little children who'd been caught playing a prank. They hurriedly stored their equipment in a small enclosure, clambered out of the training pit and sprinted up a steep hill. Crude steps had been cut into the side of the hill, and there were almost 100 of them. It was a tough climb, but apart from a slight shortening of breath, neither seemed unduly fatigued by the time they reached the top and saw the wooden gates of the main monastery complex. The two scurried into the complex, which had been their home and school for most of their young lives. Ashvaghosha often thought he could probably walk around the entire area blindfolded and identify every room by touch. He had no memory of ever having lived anywhere else. The monastery was laid out like a rectangle within a rectangle. The students' dormitories were in the outer rectangle, as were the stores, granary, and rooms for visiting pilgrims. 4 passageways led to the inner rectangle, which housed the teachers' cells, the classrooms, the dining hall and library. The complex was spacious and neatly laid out, but the architecture was simple and unfussy. The buildings were made of bricks, had a squat shape and were mostly of an earth-colored hue. The complex was designed for utility rather than beauty. The only exceptions were in the courtyard of the inner rectangle, which housed a prayer hall and a majestic stupa with a distinctive white dome. The entire complex was located about 50 km from the bustling town of Peshawar, or Purushpura, as it had once been called. Where's the abbot? Ashvaghosha asked a young monk. In the prayer hall, he was told. Ashvaghosha muttered his thanks and rushed to the prayer hall. Ashvaghosha knocked as softly as possible on the wooden doors, half hoping that the abbot would be deep in prayer and would not hear the sound. Come in, called out the abbot cheerfully. Ashvaghosha sighed ruefully and entered the hall. 3 stories high, it was the tallest building in the complex. It was dominated by a huge statue of a seated Buddha, itself almost 2 stories high, placed at the far end. The walls were completely covered with elaborate, colorful murals depicting various scenes from the life of the Buddha. No matter how many times he entered the room, the majesty of the statue and the beauty of the murals left Ashvaghosha awestruck. The abbot, a renowned philosopher and teacher named Chandrakirti, was seated on a rug in front of the statue. He gestured at Ashvaghosha to wait, then resumed his prayers. After some time, he folded his hands and bowed deeply to the statue. Then he turned around towards Ashvaghosha, who was standing respectfully near the entrance. Come here, boy, he said, patting the space next to him. Sit with me. It was hard to tell Chandrakirti's age. He had a shaved head, a ruddy, round face and a sturdy physique. There were hardly any wrinkles on his face, though the presence of deep laugh lines suggested that he was not devoid of a sense of humor. But he was not smiling as he looked at Ashvaghosha. The young monk walked across to the abbot, bowed and sat down cross-legged opposite him. You wished to see me, master? Yes, Ashvaghosha, said Chandrakirti. Your teachers are worried about you. You've always been one of our better students. But I hear that, increasingly, Your mind seems to be out in the martial arts training pit, even when you're attending classes. I'm sorry, master. It's just that. It's just what? It's just that I like it, and don't you always say that we should follow our swadharma? Isn't it my personal dharma to learn martial skills? For the good of the monastery. These skills are purely for self-defense, Ashvaghosha. You have been told that repeatedly. I know, master, but what? Please don't be upset by this question, master. I never get upset. Ashvaghosha gathered some courage to say something to the abbot that he never had. Isn't protecting our motherland also part of self-defense? We practice these skills but never use them, even as our land is ripped apart by cruel foreign invaders. Chandrakirti sighed and shook his head. You spend too much time thinking about the outside world. That's not good for a monk. But master, isn't it selfish to cut ourselves off from the world and to lead a good life when there is evil all around us? And how should one combat this evil that you speak of? With violence. With killing. Ashvaghosha paused. He knew the abbot would not like his answer, but he went ahead anyway. If need be. Violence is no solution to anything, Ashvaghosha. It only creates a chain reaction that ends up destroying everybody. The desire for revenge is a fire that consumes both the target and the seeker. You cannot conquer hate with more hate, or anger with more anger. The only way to conquer your enemy is through love and forgiveness. If he hits you on one cheek, offer him the other. Pardon me, master, but I feel people often mistake love of peace for weakness. They look upon those who talk of love with contempt and keep pushing them. If I turn the other cheek and somebody hits me again, then what am I supposed to do? Chandrakirti remained silent. Impassive. I am sorry, master, said Ashvaghosha, folding his hands together into a penitent namaste. I have spoken too much. Chandrakirti reached over and patted Ashvaghosha gently on his shoulder. My child, you were left here as an orphan, when you were a little boy who could barely walk. Many other young children join us every year. Most of them are able to adjust to the life here. But I fear that the way of the Buddha may not be for you. Perhaps you belong in the world outside. Don't say that, master. This monastery is the only home I've ever known. Please don't be angry with me. A gong rang out loud. The day of the monks was ordered, to a large extent, by the gong and the time buckets it made. The abbot smiled gently. I must return to my duties. As he rose, he gently patted Ashvaghosha on his head. I am not angry with you, my son. But I want to leave you with one thought. Do you really want to fight against evil? Or are you just seeking an apparently credible excuse to plunge into violence? It is easy to take that path, but very difficult to return from it. Chandrakirti walked out, leaving Ashvaghosha deep in thought. As the abbot strolled down the corridor, an ancient memory came rushing back to him. He stopped walking as he closed his eyes momentarily. The voice rang crystal clear in his ears. Even today. After all these years, it was the voice of a distraught woman. Please, please, Guruji, take him in your monastery. I beg you. He won't have a chance outside. Chandrakirti turned back to see Ashvaghosha, in the distance, still sitting in front of the magnificent statue of Gautam Buddha. Please don't tell anyone who he really is, not even him. Chandrakirti sighed. He had honored the promise to this day. But the secret weighed heavy on his gentle soul. The palanquin bearers stopped abruptly, then unceremoniously dumped their burden on the ground. The noblewoman inside called out, in a thick Turkic accent, "What's going on?" The bearers ignored her and took to their heels. Inside the palanquin, Hamida anxiously clutched her two small children, a 6-year-old boy and a 3-year-old girl, to her bosom. Despite having 2 children and having lost a third during a difficult pregnancy, she retained a slim figure. Her gorgeous green eyes, Milk-white complexion and long black hair gave her a lustrous beauty that made it almost impossible for onlookers to take their eyes off her. "I'll find out what's happening, am I?" said her son, wriggling furiously in an effort to free himself. "Let me go." Hamida only held onto him tighter, her anxiety increasing as she heard raised voices, cries of agony and the clash of swords. After a few moments, there was silence. Then, the veils of the palanquin were parted. A very courteous voice was heard. "Please come outside, my lady." Hamida stiffened with fear, but the thought of her children made her gather up her courage. "How dare you interrupt my journey? Do you know who I am? My husband will have your head for this. If you could please step out. We promise that no harm will come to you or your children." Hamida knew she had no choice. She stepped out of the palanquin, forcing her children to remain inside. Her heart picked up pace quickly. In Pamk, all the soldiers escorting her had surrendered their weapons and were standing bunched together, herded meekly like sheep. As she glared at them contemptuously, they averted their gaze, unable to look her in the eye. Hamida turned towards the man who had addressed her. He was a tall, lean man, who was looking at her with a twinkle in his eyes. "What is the meaning of this?" she demanded. Before the man could answer, Hamida's son burst out of the palanquin, brandishing his toy sword. "Who wants to fight me? Come on, I'll take on all of you." "Whoa, easy there, tiger," said the man, nimbly sidestepping the boy's thrusts. "You might just hurt me. I will kill you if you hurt my mother." "It's a good thing I don't intend to hurt your mother then." The boy became silent, and suddenly noticed the man's magnificent horse. The child's martial ardor was forgotten in an instant. "Do you want to ride the horse?" asked the tall man, smiling broadly. "Can I?" asked the boy, his eyes gleaming. "Really?" Not looking at his mother, who would have definitely forbidden it, the child eagerly held out his arms. The stranger chuckled, picked him up and placed him on top of the horse. Then he handed the reins to his lieutenant. "Abdul, take him for a slow trot. Keep him within his mother's eyesight." "Why have you stopped us?" demanded Hamida. "What do you want?" The man smiled lazily and Hamida couldn't help noticing that he had a certain rakish charm. "Well, my lady, to be honest, I am more interested in the money that these men were taking to be deposited in the treasury of Kannauj. But I must say, the tales of your beauty are no exaggeration. In fact, they don't do you justice." "You know who I am?" asked Hamida. "Then you must also know my husband." "And what will happen to you if—" The man smiled again, interrupting Hamida. "Yes, I know that your husband is Kisar Khan and that he is serving as Mahmud Ghazni's ambassador to the king of Kannauj. I am aware that you are on your way to join him. I am also aware that a lot of the money your soldiers are carrying is, eventually, to be sent onward to Ghazni. We can't allow that. I have been waiting patiently at this spot for the last few days for your convoy." Hamida stared at him, intrigued. The information about the money was supposed to be a secret. "How does he know?" "I have many well-informed friends," said the man, almost as if he could read her thoughts. "But as I have already told your son, you need not fear for yourself or your children. You will be handed over safely to your husband soon enough." Hamida looked down, suddenly weak-kneed with relief. "I thank you," she said, her voice threatening to crack. Then a thought struck her. "Wait. Are you Suheldev?" The man smiled and bowed. "Guilty as charged. So, you too have heard of me?" "Yes, the tales about you are no exaggeration," said Hamida, smiling. "In fact, they don't do you justice either." Suheldev threw back his head and roared with laughter. "Touché, my lady. And what exactly are the tales about me that you've heard?" Hamida hesitated for a moment. "That you are a former prince. And a bandit. And that all Turks need to stay away from you." Suheldev smiled and bowed his head. Only the Turks who hurt us others, such as yourself, who have done us no harm, have nothing to fear. Hamida smiled. Clearly, she was smitten. Suheldev looked towards one of his men. Escort Lady Hamida and her children, with all respect, to the borders of Kannauj. Turning to Hamida, Suheldev continued. Do convey my greetings to your husband and to King Ajitpal. Hamida smiled. I'll tell them that the bandit prince sends his regards. Do you have to do this? She asked. She had spoken to him countless times already. Begged. Pleaded. Argued. But her son wasn't one to allow his resolve to waver, especially once his mind was made up. But she was a mother. She still had to try. Any last time? Mother, we've spoken about this, the young man replied firmly. The woman sighed. The journey will be long and dangerous. May Allah guide and protect you. She hugged her son close, then turned away abruptly, tears streaming down her face. A few hours later, late at night, the youth quietly left his home. He had prepared thoroughly for this. He knew the mind of the Sultan. A few could be trusted with the knowledge of what he was setting out to do. The stakes were high. Secrecy was key to the success of his mission. He had donned the rough garb of a mendicant, riding his favorite horse and leading another pack horse by the reins. The guards had been told to expect him. They nodded quietly and allowed him to pass. As he neared the last of them, a hand reached out and held his horse's reins. It belonged to a thick-set soldier with a tear-shaped birthmark on his right cheek. The man's face was prematurely wrinkled due to his long hours in the sun. He had close-cropped black hair interspersed with patches of gray. The soldier spoke in a low voice, "My lord, I have personally made the arrangements, but you know how tricky things can be. Do be careful." The rider acknowledged this with a nearly imperceptible nod. "Yes, Osgur." Osgur let go of the reins. But not before adding, "Your mission is sacred but difficult, my lord. I will pray for your success. For Allah. And for the Holy Land. For Allah. And for the Holy Land." Saying this, the young man spurred his horse onwards, melting into the darkness, slipping noiselessly out of Ghazni. Chapter 6 Chandrakirti hurriedly shoved a semi-conscious Ashvaghos into the prayer hall. "Bar the doors," he directed. A few monks already gathered there ran to do so. Ashvaghos sat slumped on the floor, bleeding heavily from a cut above his right eyebrow. "Ashvaghos," said Chandrakirti. The young lad looked up. "How many fingers?" asked Chandrakirti, holding up one. Ashvaghos wiped away the blood that was obscuring his vision. "One," he replied. The abbot moved his finger first to the right, then to the middle and then to the left. Ashvaghos's eyes followed the movement. "Good," said Chandrakirti. "There's no major damage to that thick skull of yours." He looked around and did a quick mental count of the monks gathered there. There were 10, apart from him and Ashvaghos. The others? Chandrakirti asked. "They didn't make it, master," replied Damagyati, the only one in the room apart from the abbot who knew the truth about Ashvaghos's parents. Chandrakirti closed his eyes as a spasm of grief rocked him. The sounds of battle were now near as a handful of monks, armed only with staffs, made their last stand against the Ghazni soldiers outside. The local rulers, the king of Mazank, Balavreta, and the king of Pushkalovti, Dashim, had capitulated and converted to Islam. As had many of their subjects. But the Turks were still not satisfied. The next target was the monasteries. The Turks were most brutal on the Buddhists. That was the religion that the Turks themselves had recently converted from. And the version of Buddhism that they had practiced, before they converted to Islam, did believe in idol worshipping. The Turkic word for idol, but, was derived from Buddha. But, according to the Turks now, worshipping idols was a grievous crime which was punishable by death. Of course, many idol worshippers, who had never massacred or attacked those who rejected idol worship, could never understand what it was about idol worshipping that got the Turks into such a frenzy. Smoke began to rise as each of the buildings inside the monastery was set ablaze. Monks who had been hiding inside them came stumbling out, blinded by the smoke and frantically coughing in an effort to clear their lungs. They were brutally cut down. The Turks built a huge bonfire in the main open square of the monastery. Sacred texts that had been lovingly written and carefully preserved over millennia were pulled from various rooms and from the library, and tossed into the flames. The invaders had not reached the prayer hall as yet. Not as yet. They will be here soon, said one monk fearfully. May the Buddha have mercy on us. The Buddha will save us, my child, replied Chandrakirti. He walked up to the giant statue of the Buddha and fell at its feet. As the monks watched, he pushed down hard on the statue's right toe. The monks gasped as the back of the statue swiveled open, revealing a hollow space large enough for two men to stand in. There was a trapdoor on the floor. Chandrakirti yanked it open and pointed to steps leading down. The monks who built this monastery were careful planners. That tunnel will take you many miles from here. Dhammayati, you are in charge. Get them to safety. Quickly now. There is no time to waste. The monks scrambled down the steps till there were only Ashvaghosha, his friend Sonamani, and the abbot left. Hurry up, said Chandrakirti, his voice calm, despite the devastation of everything that the monk held dear. You first, master, said Ashvaghosha. Someone has to stay behind to shut the secret door, said the abbot. I will try to buy you time. Go now. Ashvaghosha shook his head stubbornly. Not without you. Chandrakirti groaned softly, then shrugged in resignation. Fine, he said. Then his eyes widened as he looked just past Ashvaghosha's right shoulder. Oh no. What? Ashvaghosha began to turn his head. A moment later, the abbot's fist crashed into his jaw, knocking him out cold. He crumpled and would have fallen to the floor if Chandrakirti had not grabbed him. Here, take him, said Chandrakirti, handing the unconscious Ashvaghosha to Sonamani. Ask Dhammayati to tell him how he came to the monastery. Go now, my children. May the Buddha bless you. Goodbye, master, said Sonamani, his voice breaking, in accord with his heart. He slung Ashvaghosha over his shoulder and climbed down the steps. The abbot walked back and pulled the toe of the statue upwards, back to its original position. The passage was concealed once again. Chandrakirti sat down before the Buddha's statue. I have dedicated my life to peace and I will die violently. I wonder what karma of my previous life has caused this, great Lord. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Give me the courage to die well, great Buddha. Without hatred. Without anger. There was loud banging on the door. He could hear the Turks ramming against the massive wooden doors, kneeing desperately to break them. Then a loud Turkic voice reached Chandrakirti's ears. Burn the place down. We will smoke out the Kafir dogs left inside. Chandrakirti bowed to the statue and rose to his feet as hungry flames began licking at the building. He walked in a tranquil manner towards the entrance and opened the doors. As he stepped over the threshold, his long angvastram caught fire. Chandrakirti walked a little further, sat down on the ground in a lotus position and started to chant. His burning angvastram had fallen just a little behind him. Buddham Sharanam Gakshami. I go to the feet of the great Buddha. The sweeping wind fanned the flames of the monk's saffron angvastram further, till it rose high and caught his dhota. The fire lapped up and singed the monk's legs. But he remained stationary. Calm. Buddham Sharanam Gakshami. The cruel wind did not die down. It kept fanning the flames with fresh bouts of oxygen. The flames burned brighter still. The sickening smell of burning flesh began to fill the air. Chandrakirti's chanting grew louder. But his face remained calm. His eyes shut. His being detached from the pain tormenting his body. His soul focused on Lord Gautam Buddha, the great proponent of nonviolence, peace and compassion. Buddham Sharanam Gokshami. The thin outer layer of his skin began to fry and slowly peel away in some places. Even as the blaze intensified, the abbot's face remained calm. Buddham Sharanam. His trembling voice showed the obvious struggle of his body. His tranquil face showed the magnificent serenity of his soul. Gokshami. The soldiers stared at him, initially horrified, and then with increasing fascination. Some of them fell to their knees, tears streaming down their faces as they witnessed Chandrakirti's supreme courage, dignity, and obvious spiritual power, in the midst of a horrific death. They remembered the religion they had followed till just a few years ago. They remembered this chant only too well. For these Turks had also, once, chanted the same words of peace and love. Words they had been told to forget. Words that they had been told were those of evil idol worshippers. The spell was broken by a loud command. Archers, cut him down. Buddham. Seconds later, a volley of arrows ripped into the abbot's body, sending him toppling backwards. Sharanam Gokshami, the monk's body died. But his immortal soul did not carry any of the burden of the pain and torture the body had been subjected to. The soul went in peace. It went with compassion. It went with love. It went to the lotus feet of Lord Buddha. Chapter 7. 2 years late, 1029 AD. The last hypnotic notes of the Kawali slowly faded away. The crowd sat in silence, transported to another world. They were seated in the courtyard of the building that housed a Sufi saint, Sheikh Nuruddin, and his followers. The building stood in one of the many lanes that crisscrossed the city of Panchala, sometimes called by its relatively modern name, Bareilly. The building where the Sufis lived also served as a community center, free kitchen, and rudimentary hospital for residents of the area. It was a modest, mud-plastered dwelling. The walls were bare, and there was little by way of furniture. The Sufis who resided there simply spread sheets on the ground and slept on them. Located close to an overwhelmingly Hindu neighborhood, the Sufi center had initially been regarded with suspicion by the residents, but they had soon been won over by the kindness of Nuruddin and his disciples. The Sufis had little wealth, but they were happy to share whatever they possessed, and this generosity and their espousal of a philosophy based on love and tolerance had quickly gained them many friends. The singer cleared his throat and began another song. He had barely gotten through the first line when a group of 10 men barged in. "Stop this blasphemous nonsense at once," said their leader, a gangly, turbaned man with a beak-like nose and intense anger reflecting on his face. One of his companions had a sword, the others carried crude spears and axes. The singer stopped and looked at Nuruddin. The cherubic Sufi master rose to his feet, gently patting down his long, curly locks that had become disheveled as he had ecstatically moved his head in sync with the music. "Welcome, Maulvi Sahib. What can I do for you?" The Maulvi, Zayn, stared at him with undisguised contempt and hatred. "I have told you before, Nuruddin, stop this rubbish. It offends Allah and all true believers." "I am delighted to meet someone who can actually speak for Allah," replied Nuruddin sarcastically. "But please do tell me, what is so offensive? You sing songs here in honor of Tripathi, that. Nuruddin interrupted Zayn, his tone polite. "Careful what you say about Lady Tripathi, Zayn. She was a princess of our land. Of Bareilly. She is honored here. Tripathi, who had lived some millennia ago, was the wife of the famous Pandavas, the heroes of the Indian historical epic Mahabharata, and had been a princess from this very land. From Panchala. All the people from Bareilly, regardless of their religion, respected this great princess of antiquity as a goddess. Tripathi was not one of us," shouted Zayn. She was, forget her. How dare you mingle freely with these infidel barbarians?" "What barbarians?" asked Nuruddin. "All I see are my fellow Indians. Whatever their religion, they are all equally dear to me." "You better decide where your loyalties lie," snarled Zayn, his voice dropping menacingly low. Are you a Muslim or a so-called Indian? What a stupid question. Zayn seethed in fury. Stupid? How dare you call me stupid? I didn't call you stupid. I called your question stupid. Because you are asking a heart if it belongs to the body. What? My heart carries the message of Allah. But every cell in my body carries the soil of Mother India. My body emerged from this land. And after my death, it will merge with this holy land once again. Holy land. Zayn ridiculed, raising his voice. You have the audacity to call this home of unbelievers a holy land. Maulvi Sahib, you may not be aware of this, but Islam had friends in this land well before it was adopted by the Turks, replied Nuruddin. The clan of Dat Brahmins fought alongside the Prophet's grandson, Imam Hussain, at Karbala, and many were martyred along with him there. Their descendants still live on in India and are called Hussaini Brahmins. The Hindu king of Sindh, Rajadair, gave asylum to some members of Imam Hussein's family. When Rajadair died fighting Muhammad bin Qasim, Imam Hussein's family too was massacred. So, tell me, who do you think is a true friend of Islam? Those who sheltered the Prophet's family like the Indian Hindu king Dair, or those who slaughtered them like the Arab marauder Muhammad bin Qasim? The Maulvi looked nonplussed for a moment, then changed tack. What about all the singing? You know music is prohibited in Islam. Is it? Asked Nuruddin. But the Holy Quran clearly says in verse 55 of the Surah A1 Isra that Allah gave the Psalms to David. Why would Allah, in His wisdom, allow David and his followers to sing and play music, if music was prohibited? Many scholars have cited the hadith to say that the Prophet only disapproved of music that promoted evil behavior and licentiousness. He had no problem with music itself. Why do you make no efforts to lead the infidels away from their false gods? Demanded Zayn, not wanting to lose face in front of his followers. Nuruddin shook his head. You have read the Holy Quran. How can you forget the verse that says, to you be your religion, to me be mine? Haven't you read that? One of the young men who had accompanied Zayn was growing tired of this verbal duel. Are the two of you going to talk the whole night? He sneered as he turned to the Sufi, pulling his sword half out of its scabbard as a threat. Listen Nuruddin, we have had enough of your blasphemy. We are not here to argue over scriptures with you. We know the true meanings of our Lord's words. This is your last warning. Pack up and get out of here or we will slaughter you and your disciples. Nuruddin was clear. We are not leaving, young man. We are not fighting with you either. The young zealot, clearly agitated, had had enough. He drew back his left fist and unleashed a punch at the Sufi. A split second before the punch could ram into Nuruddin's face, it was blocked by an open palm. The sound of the impact resounded across the courtyard. The zealot scowled as he looked at the broad-shouldered, barrel-chested, young man who had blocked his fist. He seemed to be a disciple of Nuruddin, but was very different from the other docile devotees. He had wavy hair, high cheekbones, and clearly Turkic features. His hazel-colored eyes were blazing with fury. If you touch the saint, I'll kill you, warned the young Turk in an eerily casual tone. Aslan, stand down, said Nuruddin sharply to the young Turk. Aslan ignored his master and continued to keep his eyes fixed on the zealot. The man grunted and shifted his gaze. Stepping back slightly. Seemingly surrendering. But a second later, he drew his sword rapidly and slashed at Aslan. Aslan, however, had been expecting the sneak attack. He swayed back, allowing the blade to whistle by his chest harmlessly. As the attacker's swing completed its arc, Aslan stepped in and grabbed his wrist, twisting it. The sword clattered to the floor. The man was now off balance and leaning forward. With his free hand, Aslan punched him hard at a spot just under the ear. The man crumpled to the ground. Aslan picked up the sword. He held it easily, like it was simply an extension of his arm. Instructions that had been drilled into him years ago came flooding back to his mind. Check your breath. Is it coming fast? That is your body reacting to stress. It will make you useless in a fight. Suck in a deep breath. Hold it. Then let it out. Slowly. Again. And again. Till your breathing is relaxed and steady. Good. Now, position your feet apart, shoulder width, not more, not less. You fight right-handed, so put your right foot forward. It extends your reach. But make sure that the weight is evenly balanced. Stay on the balls of the feet, so that you can move easily in either direction. Keep your knees bent slightly. The idea is to be like a coiled spring. Excellent. Now, move your sword a little. Twirl it a couple of times if you like. Get the feel of it. Now, take guard. Hold the sword out. The wrist should be relaxed and in line with the forearm. Adjust your arm till you feel the weight of the sword being taken by the back, shoulder, and biceps. These are big muscles. Using them will allow you to fight longer without tiring. Aslan went through the entire routine in a matter of seconds, his body instinctively following old patterns that he had repeated thousands of times till they had become embedded in his muscle memory. His eyes moved quickly from left to right and back, scanning the men for potential threats. The attackers paused. They were a mob rounded up by Zayn and had been expecting to rough up a few harmless, submissive devotees. Confronted by a warrior who obviously knew what he was doing, they hesitated. "Come on," said one of them finally, a young man with a slight hunch. "He's alone. We can take him." "Maybe, but I'll take quite a few of you with me," warned Aslan. "Who wants to die first?" "Aslan, stop this at once," said Nuruddin. "I will not have any bloodshed for me." For just a second, Aslan's eyes darted towards where Nuruddin stood. The hunched man decided to take advantage of his distraction. He lunged forward, drawing his axe back for a kill blow. Peripheral vision saved Aslan. By the time he fully registered what was happening, his subconscious brain had already reacted. His hand moved in a blur, almost of its own volition. The sword slashed across the attacker's throat, severing the carotid artery. The young man dropped the axe and fell to his knees. He clutched at his throat, as if trying to seal the gash. Blood spurted out from between his fingers and formed a puddle on the ground. With a barely audible sigh, he toppled over, landing face down on the now bloodied ground. Zayn howled with rage. The young man now lying dead was his nephew. "You gutless cowards, surround the bastard. Kill him. There's been enough killing for one day," an authoritative voice cut across the courtyard. A tall man arose from the crowd. He had a shawl wrapped around him, which he shrugged off to reveal a sword. 20 more men stood up along with him. All of them were similarly armed. The man walked up to Zayn. "That boy's death is your fault. If you want to live, then take his body and leave quietly. Otherwise I'll put you on the ground next to him." He gestured to the other men who had accompanied Zayn. "The same goes for all of you." Zayn's men hurriedly picked up their fallen comrade. Scared witless now. Eager to flee. A mob is usually made up of cowards. They have no grit. Courage enters their souls quickly, when they think they are in control. But it departs their souls equally quickly. A few telling blows are enough. They scurried away in haste. Zayn was the only one from the mob still left standing. He directed a poisonous glare at Aslan and Nuruddin. "This isn't over," he hissed. Aslan glared back at Zayn. The bloodlust clear in his eyes. "If you come back here, Zayn, then the next time it will be your body that will be carried out." Zayn quickly scurried away. The tall stranger walked up to Aslan. Smiling slightly. "You are a brave man." "Thank you," said Aslan. "You have bought my soul by saving my life. What is the name of the man who owns my soul now?" "My name is Suheldev," replied the tall stranger. Aslan smiled slightly. At last finally, we meet. But he kept his thoughts to himself. The bandit prince. So, you've heard of me. Who hasn't, replied Aslan. You're a legend. It was true. In the years that had elapsed since Suheldev had walked out of his father's camp, he had become famous throughout North India. Along with his small band of warriors, he raided Elangdams that had acceded to Ghazni, slipping in and out of them seemingly at will. Killing the Turks stationed there. Doing what the subjects of those kingdoms wanted their cowardly rulers to do. He would suddenly spring up at some place far away from his last known location, stage a surprise strike and then vanish, inflicting heavy casualties and hardly suffering any losses himself. Even if his men fell in battle, none of them was ever left behind. With every successful attack, the aura around Suheldev had grown stronger, till some people had actually begun to credit him with supernatural powers. But he never attacked civilians, and he paid them handsomely for information or for any supplies he took from them. Therefore, he was loved by the general populace as much as he was hated and feared by their rulers. Suheldev couldn't help smiling at the obvious awe in Aslan's eyes. He gestured at the sword Aslan was still holding. Looks like you know how to use that. I was trained as a soldier, said Aslan. But I have given up that life. Now, I stay here and serve the great Sufi saint, Nuruddin. Nuruddin had been stunned into silence when Aslan killed Zayan's nephew. Now he spoke, his voice hoarse. Aslan, you cannot stay here anymore. There is no place here for murderers. But Nuruddin Sahib, I was just trying to protect you, protested Aslan. I didn't ask for your protection, said Nuruddin. The Sufi's voice was calm but the pain and anguish in his eyes were obvious. I had told you that I didn't want any bloodshed. I would rather have died myself than live with the guilt of that poor boy's death on my head. Please leave right now. Aslan's face fell as Nuruddin turned and strode away. He looked down at the floor, seemingly devastated. He dropped the sword, then wiped his eyes with the back of his hand and shook his head slightly. When he looked up, he saw Suheldev staring at him, his eyes full of sympathy. Well, my friend, said Suheldev softly, you may be done with violence, but it seems violence is not done with you. The Malvi will definitely want you to be tried for murder. You have two choices, you can take your chances at a trial, or you can run for your life. If I were you, I'd take the second option. Aslan spread his arms helplessly. Where will I go? What will I do? Suheldev looked at him silently for a long time, as if weighing a decision. You can ride with me, if you like. You have skills I can use, and it would be a shame if someone like you ends up hanging from a tree because of some fanatical idiots. What do you say? Abdul, standing behind Suheldev, was clearly unhappy with this decision. He didn't trust Turks. Aslan didn't take long to make up his mind. Lead the way, great PNNCE. Suheldev pointed at Aslan's fallen blade. You'll need that. Aslan bent down and picked up the sword. It was his weapon now. If one could see from the ground level, one would have noticed a slight smile on Aslan's face. As if he had gotten exactly what he needed. Chapter 8 My lord, this traitor, Halil, is accused of continuing with the heathen practices of his Yazidi ancestors in secret, though he claims to have converted to Islam, said Hassan, the Prime Minister of Ghazni. A raid at his home has turned up an idol of their false god. Mahmud frowned at the fair, green-eyed man standing in chains. The Yazidis had long been persecuted because of their belief that God placed the world under the care of 7 angels, of whom the chief was Malektaz, the peacock angel. According to Yazidi belief, Malektaz rebelled against God and was thrown into hell. He stayed there for 40,000 years till his tears quenched the fires of the underworld. God then forgave him and restored him to his position. But the Abrahamic faith saw a resemblance between the story of Malektaz and that of Satan, who was also cast into hell by God. As a result, the Yazidis were termed devil worshippers and subjected to ruthless massacres and pogroms. The fact that they were idol worshippers made them an even greater target of violence and persecution. "These are serious charges," said Mahmud. "Are they true, Halil?" Mahmud knew Halil as a very successful trader who paid large taxes. As such, the crown had no complaints about him. Until now. "No, great Sultan," said Halil, bowing low. "These are lies, spread by rivals jealous of my wealth. It is true that my father followed the Yazidi way, but I have seen the light and I am a true believer now." And what about the idol?" asked Mahmud. "It must have been planted in my home by my enemies." Mahmud turned to the Prime Minister. "Is there any other evidence against him?" "No, my lord," replied Hassan. Before Mahmud could say anything, he was interrupted by his nephew. "My lord, with your permission, may I question this man?" All eyes in the packed court turned towards Salah Maksud. He smiled confidently as he looked at the Sultan. "Go ahead," said Mahmud. Maksud inclined his head gratefully, then turned towards the Prime Minister. "Where is the idol that was seized?" he asked. "I would like to see it. And get me a hammer and chisel as well." An attendant rushed out and returned after a while, carrying all the items. The idol, a beautiful gold statue, depicted a figure that was largely human. However, it had the wings and webbed feet of a peacock. On its head, it wore a crown of peacock feathers, colored blue, turquoise and green, not vastly different from the peacock feather crown that the Hindu god Lord Krishna wore. There was a black snake emblazoned on the abdomen of the idol of Malektoz, very similar to the legendary snake of Kundalini, the representation of the latent feminine energy according to the Hindus. 2 bright green emeralds served as the eyes of Malektoz. "Thank you," Maksud told the attendant, with exaggerated politeness. Then he turned towards Halil, the trader. "So, you feel nothing for this piece?" "Only hatred and disgust," insisted the man. There was a piercing look in Salah Maksud's hazel eyes that made Halil squirm and look away. After a long pause, Maksud spoke up once again. "Please take this hammer and break the idol's right wing." "What?" Halil looked horrified. "You heard me," said Maksud, his voice steady and calm. "Do it, or I will have your right arm chopped off." Halil hesitated, then picked up the hammer wordlessly and swung it hard at the idol. The right wing of Malektoz shattered. "Wonderful," said Maksud, clapping softly. "I applaud your commitment to the true path. Now chisel out both the eyes." Halil's face turned ashen. "Something is coming out, my friend," said Maksud. He spoke softly, but his voice dripped with menace. "It's either the idol's eyes or yours." Halil's hands trembled, but he managed to chisel out one eye of the idol, and then the other. As he completed the task, tears began to stream down his face. "Look at the foolishness of the Kafirs," laughed Maksud. "Their so-called lord of the world does not even have the power to protect himself, and they actually believe that he can save them." Then he turned to the trader. "But why are you so upset? Does this statue mean so much to you?" Halil shook with emotion but managed to control himself. "May I go?" he finally asked, his voice hoarse. "I have just one last task for you," smiled Maksud. "Throw this piece of junk on the ground and spit on it." With a cry of pure rage, Halil slashed at Maksud with the chisel. Maksud leapt back and instinctively threw up his left hand. The chisel slashed through the palm, without doing any serious damage, but drew some blood. Before Halil could attack again, a tall, slender figure came charging up from behind and shoved him hard, knocking him off balance. As Halil staggered, Maksud seized his right wrist, which was still holding the chisel, and twisted it brutally. Halil yelped with pain and went down on his knees. The chisel clattered as it fell to the floor. "Stop, please stop," he pleaded desperately. Instead, Maksud gave his wrist one more twist. A loud crack resounded through the court, and many present there winced as Halal's wrist snapped like a twig. The court guards quickly seized the man, now moaning with agony and fear, and dragged him away. The tall man who had come to Maksud's aid grabbed his hand and examined it anxiously. "I'm fine, Kirim," said Maksud gently, his voice loving and tender. "It's just a scratch." "You should see a physician," said Kirim, with a voice filled with concern even as he discreetly caressed the back of Maksud's injured hand. Sultan Mahmud interrupted their conversation. "Maksud, my young lion," he exclaimed, his voice booming through the court. "You are a treasure. How can I reward you?" "The honor of serving you is all the reward that I need, my lord," said Maksud. Mahmud smiled warmly in response. He clapped his hands. Court dismissed. Then he beckoned Maksud. "Come to my private quarters for dinner. I want to talk about something with you." He looked around and noticed Maksud's father, who was married to the Sultan's sister. "Actually, bring your family. I haven't seen my sister in a while and it will be good to spend some time with all of you. But first, listen to this pretty boy of yours and get your hand attended to." It was late in the evening when Maksud and his family entered the Sultan's lavishly furnished personal chambers. Their feet sank into the soft Persian carpets that blanketed the floor. The walls were covered with elaborately embroidered tapestries depicting battles and hunting scenes. The divan on which the Sultan reclined was covered with a cloth made from the finest silk imported from India. Mahmud was talking softly to a shifty-looking individual who was said to be his spymaster. On spotting his guests, he hastily ended the conversation and dismissed the officer. Mahmud may have invited the entire family, including his own sister, but he ignored everyone besides his favorite nephew. "Come in. Make yourself comfortable." He pointed at Maksud's bandaged hand. "All well?" Maksud bowed. "Yes, my lord." The doctor didn't want to take any chances. Mahmud nodded. "Just as well. That lovely slave boy of yours would have kept on nagging you if you hadn't shown yourself to a doctor. He's quite a beauty, that fellow. Sometimes I'm almost tempted to demand you hand him over to me." Maksud kept quiet, but Mahmud noticed the expression that flitted across his face. "Don't worry," Mahmud said, laughing loudly. "I remember what it's like to be young and in love." A wistful expression settled on the face of the Sultan of Ghazni. Maksud knew immediately that Mahmud was thinking of Ayaz, his own slave and great love. One whom the Sultan adored so much that he had been crowned the king of Lahore. With an effort, Mahmud snapped out of his mood. "Enough love talk." He turned towards Maksud's mother. "I hope your husband is taking good care of you." "Very much so, thank you for asking," she said. "Brother, you seemed somewhat irritated by what your previous visitor was saying. Is everything all right?" Mahmud's brow wrinkled. "Apparently there is some Indian prince who is becoming quite a nuisance. I might have to do something about him soon. He goes by the name of Suheldev." "Aslan. Wake up." Aslan awoke with a start. Instinctively, he reached for his sword. He blinked, momentarily disoriented. "Whoa, take it easy." Suheldev backed up reflexively. "You don't need that. You are with friends." Aslan looked at him, puzzled, then realized that he had half drawn his sword out of its scabbard. His hair was soaking with sweat and his pulse was racing. He took a deep breath and sheathed his sword. With an effort, he sat upright, leaning against the tree. He wiped his forehead with the back of his hand. Gradually, his breathing returned to normal as his brain realigned with reality. "I am part of Suheldev's band now. We spent the night in this forest." Suheldev was peering at him curiously. "Are you all right?" Aslan nodded. "I'm all right. It was just a dream. You're awake now. Time to go." Chapter 9 India, 1030 AD. The sun set over a field littered with the dead and dying. Oblivious to them, thousands of men grimly fought on. Just then, bugles rang out, signaling an end to the day's carnage. The end of the battle day. And a simultaneous call to put down weapons. Govardhan paused when he heard the bugles. He had just disarmed his opponent and brought him down to his knees after a long, brutal duel. There's time for one more killing blow, he decided, and raised his mace to bring it down on the man's head. Stop, Govardhan, yelled Mahipal Tomar, from a distance. The battle day is over. Don't dishonor yourself. Don't dishonor your king. Mahipal, the king of Delhi, was distantly related to Govardhan, though when Govardhan's mother had once tried to explain the exact long-winding familial connection between the two, his head had started swimming halfway through. The best he had been able to figure was that his father and Mahipal were distant cousins, more than 5 times removed. Govardhan sighed. The king was a good man, but sometimes he could be too honorable for his own good. A case in point was his decision to engage the enemy in a battlefield barely 20 kilometers to the west of Delhi, even though his advisors had pointed out to them that it would be better to stay within his well-fortified capital. Mahipal had scoffed at the suggestion. What? Skulk behind my city walls while the invader walks all over my land? Looting the villages under my protection? And I suppose I should wear bangles while I am at it? The lion does not hide from the jackal. He tears him to pieces for having the audacity to enter his territory privately. Govardhan had agreed with the sensible advisors rather than the chivalrous king. But as an officer in the king's army, he had no choice but to obey orders. It hadn't helped that Mahipal had actually wanted to engage the Turks much further on, well beyond Delhi, but the sheer speed at which the Turk army had moved had almost caught him off guard and forced him into battle on a ground not of his choosing. It was not for nothing that the Turks were counted among the best armies in history. Ruthless, fast-moving, hard-charging. Able to intimidate enemies with just their sheer barbarism and cruelty, but the Rajput army had stood strong and held the Turks in check. Govardhan too had spent an exhausting day battling the enemy troops, culminating in a brutal duel with the soldier of Ghazni who was now at his mercy. The man had been a formidable opponent, and it was foolish to leave him alive so that he could come back refreshed the next day. But Kshatriya honor decreed that weapons could not be used after the end of the battle day. Then an idea occurred to him. The dazed Turk was flat on the ground, his palms open on the side. Govardhan lowered his mace and reached for the man, pretending to be helping him up. As he did so, he casually placed his foot on the man's right hand. Then he stepped forward, twisting his foot brutally, making sure that for a few seconds his entire weight was resting on his foe's fingers and wrist. Over the years, Govardhan had often been told that he was appropriately named. Because he resembled a mountain, massive, craggy, and imposing. He towered over most men, and was almost as broad as he was tall, with huge shoulders, a barrel chest, a thick waist and bulging biceps, thighs, and calves. The combined weight proved too much for his opponent, who shrieked in agony as the bones of his fingers and wrist were crushed to pieces. But his cries were drowned out by the noise of thousands of soldiers disengaging from battle. That should keep you out of trouble, said Govardhan, smiling broadly. Then he casually bent down and patted the Turk on his head. He turned and started walking back. It was a long way towards the Tomar camp. He smiled as he walked, gesturing in a friendly manner to the other Delhi soldiers walking with him. It had been a good day for the Tomar army. They had fought the troops of Ghazni to a standstill. Govardhan's face clouded slightly as he recalled how his horse had died, run through by the spear of the man he had just incapacitated. Then he shrugged. It could have been worse. He was still alive, and not badly wounded, which was more than could be said for many of the men who had begun the battle in the morning. As he entered his personal tent, a manservant ran to help him strip off his armor, then handed him a bucket of cold water. Govardhan poured it over his body, not even bothering to remove his clothes. He gasped with mingled relief and pleasure as the water coursed over his aching muscles. The manservant handed him a dry cloth, which he used to vigorously towel his leonine mane. Then he smoothed his handlebar mustache, twirling it to perfection quickly. A messenger was announced. Govardhan allowed him to enter. The messenger bowed low as he said, "King Mahipal is asking for you, Commander. Tell His Highness that I'll be right there." Govardhan hastily changed into clean clothes and walked over to the king's tent. He expected that they would discuss the new tactics of the Turkic commander, Kirim, who was apparently the lover of the Turkic commander-in-chief in India, Salah Maksud. The tactics were astonishingly good. It wasn't like the raiding style of Mahmud. It was a destroy the enemy capacity for war style. More suited for conquest and rule, rather than just raid and plunder. He had also heard that these superior tactics of Kirim had been witnessed in the battles he had won while marching up to Delhi. And they weren't uniformly standard strategies. They varied with each region, with each battle that was fought. Suitable to the land and the particular enemies being fought against. It was almost like Kirim and his lord, Salah Maksud, understood deeply the culture, nuances and expected tactics of different communities within India. It was the vastly superior troop strength of the Tomar army that had saved the day for them, a day that had ended in a stalemate. But the Tomar army needed to do something radically different the following day if it wanted to win the battle. That is what Govardhan expected the discussions to center around. However, Govardhan was dismayed as soon as he pulled aside the curtain of the royal tent. Festivities had begun, with several of the king's favorites clustered around him, babbling excitedly. The wine was already flowing and delicious dishes were being served on huge platters. They think war is a party, thought Govardhan sourly. Unlike most of the men present in the tent, he had not enjoyed a privileged childhood. His father had been killed in battle when he was still a toddler, and his ancestral estate had been taken over by his uncle. Govardhan and his mother had suffered the daily humiliation that is the lot of impoverished nobility, forced to live off the grudging charity of more prosperous relatives. Govardhan had joined the army as soon as it was possible for him to do so. He had spent the next decade fighting his way up the ranks, till he had been given charge of 1,000 men, and a small estate of his own. His uncle had died shortly after that, but Govardhan was still unable to get over the bitterness of his deprived childhood. Besides, the years of hardship he had endured had left him with a distinctly cynical attitude towards life. Unlike King Mahipal and his nobles, who firmly believed in the Kshatriya code of honor, chivalry, and courtliness. "Come, come, Govardhan," said Mahipal. "You fought well today." A bearded, strongly built man of medium height, Mahipal was beaming with delight. "Tomorrow, with the blessings of the great goddess Bhavani, we will send Mahmud's puppy back to Ghazni with his tail between his legs." "He lost many men today, Your Highness," said Govardhan politely. "More than ours, I'm sure. We will end it tomorrow. Any frontal charge will take care of the Turks. My lord, his cavalry is still dangerous. And I suspect that he may have reserve troops." That Mahipal waved his hand contemptuously, interrupting Govardhan. "Whatever he tries, we will be ready. Come, let us discuss tactics for tomorrow." The king of Delhi moved towards a table on which various ivory figurines, representing cavalry, infantry, archers, and other military units, were arranged. His courtiers and commanders followed. They all had cups of wine in their hands. Several hours passed before Govardhan finally walked back to his tent, his head buzzing. There had been a long discussion, accompanied by several more drinks, before the session had finally ended. "Get a good night's sleep, my lions," Mahipal had said cheerfully as the men trooped out. Despite the large amounts of wine he had consumed, the king's legs were steady and so was his voice. Not for the first time, Govardhan had marveled at Mahipal Tomar's capacity to absorb alcohol without being affected in any way. Govardhan entered his tent and collapsed on his bed. Not changing his clothes. Not rinsing his mouth. He just shut his eyes and felt his mind go blank. Darkness. And then there was light. He was in a field. He looked around. What am I doing here? Something didn't feel right. The light was falling oddly. Almost like the sun was flickering. What the hell? He was moved forward suddenly. Through the field. Racing through the tall grass that surrounded him. Moving much faster than was humanly possible. Moving at the speed of sound. And then he suddenly came to a halt. A clear field. Several bodies were lined up in a row. The bodies of his men. Being cremated. In the background, he heard wailing. The smoke stung his eyes. The heat of the blaze drew sweat from his body. Then he saw one cremation pyre that was unlit. There was a body on it. Wounded. It was the Turk he had fought at close of battle day. The one whose hand he had crushed. Blood flowed freely from the Turk's battered hand. Suddenly, the Turk opened his eyes. His mouth moved, like he was speaking. But no sound came out. What the hell is going on? Then, the Turk's pyre too caught fire. The heat singeing Govardhan even more. He was pulled closer. The smoke was suffocating. And then he heard the Turk's voice. Clear. Eerie. You are next, Kafir. Govardhan awoke with a start, his heart pounding. As he looked around, he suddenly realized that there really was smoke around him, and it was starting to fill his tent. He leapt out of bed, grabbed his mace and ran out of the tent. The scene that confronted him was straight out of hell. The sky was still dark, but there was light everywhere. Light from the many tents that were ablaze. Horses were stampeding in terror, trampling over men who tried to stop them. Battle cries and screams rang out as some men attacked others, and mowed them down. A man bumped into him, screaming at the top of his lungs. As the man regained his balance, Govardhan saw that his face was a bloody mess. Blood was pouring out of his right eye and the eyeball was almost completely out of the socket, barely hanging by a thin nerve and some sinew. Peripherally, Govardhan sensed a rider looming up on his right. He turned just in time to block the sword that slashed down at him. Sparks flared as the weapon clashed with his mace. The Turkic rider pulled his horse to a halt. He raised his sword again, ready for a kill strike. But Govardhan swung his mace before that. Powered by Govardhan's giant height and beastly muscles, the mace thudded into the horse-mounted Turk, drawing a howl of agony from him as his ribs fractured. A few seconds later, one of Govardhan's men speared the Turk through the throat. He tumbled to the ground. Govardhan grabbed the horse's reins before it could flee and swung himself onto the saddle. What the hell is going on? Govardhan demanded from the man with the spear. The Turkic scum attacked while we were sleeping, my lord, shouted the soldier over the deafening noise of battle. They must have killed our sentries. Govardhan looked around. A dreadful foreboding in his heart. Shit. This is a disaster. I must get the king out of here. I'm going to the king's tent, yelled Govardhan. Gather as many of our men as you can and come there. Now. Govardhan spurred the horse and galloped towards Mahipal's tent. Twice, Turkic infantrymen sprang at him. Without pausing, he batted them away with his mace and kept riding. As he neared Mahipal's tent, he saw the Elang emerge in full armor. His favorite horse was already standing by the entrance. There were approximately 50 riders guarding the tent. Govardhan brought his horse to a halt and leaped off. Thank goodness you're safe, my lord, said Govardhan. We need to leave. Fast. Mahipal glared at him. Run away from the battlefield? Are you mad? I am a Tomar. Govardhan looked at him incredulously. My lord, the enemy attacked at night. He broke the rules, not you. There is no shame in saving your life under such circumstances. There will be other battles. But you must live. Delhi will fall if you die. Mahipal did not budge. What kind of Kshatriya are you, Govardhan. I will go home as a hero, alive or dead. Now, follow me, or get out of the way. He mounted his horse, then pointed his sword at a flag in the distance. Men, their coward commander, Kirim, is hiding there. I say we charge straight at him and finish this fight once and for all. Who is with the others raised their swords and bellowed stridently. Mahipal roared, Jai Bhavani. Glory to Goddess Bhavani. Jai Bhavani. The Elang of Delhi galloped off towards the Turks. His brave men followed him in a frenzied charge. It's suicide, thought Govardhan despairingly. Briefly, he considered mounting his horse and escaping. But for all his pragmatism, the code of Kshatriya duty was too deeply ingrained in him. One last charge it is then, he thought grimly, putting his foot in the stirrup and swinging himself up. As he did so, he suddenly saw a Turkic archer take aim at him. At that very instant, an Indian soldier stabbed the archer from behind, through his heart. The archer involuntarily released the arrow, which narrowly missed Govardhan. But as it whizzed past the horse's head, the startled animal reared up, throwing off its unprepared rider. Govardhan landed painfully on his back and saw lights flash before his eyes as his head thudded against the ground. And the world went black. Commander, Commander, are you all right? Govardhan heard the voice. But it sounded like it was distant. Faint. From far, far away. He had this strange sensation that he was stuck at the bottom of a well. How did I get here? He tried to swim upwards but his limbs felt sluggish. They didn't obey his commands. Commander, can you hear me? Somebody is really looking for me. I wish they'd just let me sleep. Then he felt his shoulder being shaken roughly. In that instant, he snapped back into full consciousness and found himself seated upright, held up by one soldier as another peered anxiously at him. I'm fine, he said in a voice that came out as a croak. He nodded at the soldier, then winced as a shooting pain went through the back of his head. Careful, Commander, that was a bad tumble, said the soldier. It was the same man who had killed the Turkic rider whose horse Govardhan had taken. Then he suddenly recalled that a battle was going on. Where is? I've got some 30 of our men together, the soldier said, pointing at a group of riders. We came here, as ordered by you. The king and his men have charged towards the Turks. What do we do, my lord? We join them, of course, said Govardhan, heaving himself to his feet. Still a little unsteady. Help me get another horse. As he said the words, Govardhan heard howls of triumph from the distance. A few moments later, anguished wails rang out too. Govardhan looked in the direction that Mahipal had charged towards, and felt a sharp pain stab through his chest. Tears sprang to his eyes. Oh no! Lord Ram, have mercy! The great King Mahipal Tomar's severed head was being brandished on a spear as the soldiers of Ghazni whooped and hollered. The Delhi King's face was frozen in an agonized rictus. His eyes were wide open, righteous anger still burning in them. Blood dripped from his neck onto the spear. Seeing the grisly sight, some of the Indian soldiers threw down their weapons and raised their hands in surrender. They were ruthlessly cut down by the Ghazni troops. Loud shouts began emanating from the Turkic side. No prisoners! No prisoners! Kill all the Kafirs! The Turks did not follow the warrior code of honor in anything. All they sought was victory. Govardhan stared at the scene as if hypnotized, his brain struggling to process what his eyes were relaying. He felt a hand on his shoulder and snapped out of his trance. Commander! Said the man uncertainly. Govardhan looked at him, then at all his other men. Each of them was staring at him, waiting for his next words. The choice was clear. Death or Disianur. One of the soldiers spoke up. What do we do, my lord? No. Actually, the choice was different. Die today, or live to fight another day. Die today, or seek vengeance later. Disengage, Govardhan said finally, and saw relief flood into the eyes of his soldiers. And they rode away. Away from the decapitated head of their righteous king, who had lost with honor. Away from the treacherous Turks, who had won with deceit. But most of the riders who followed Govardhan had the same thought. It doesn't matter how the Turks won. They won. That's all that matters. Chapter 10 The innkeeper had been waiting for him. Tired after several hours of fast riding, the young man locked himself in his room and slept through the rest of the day. At night, he arose refreshed, and resumed his journey. He followed a similar pattern for the next few days. Although he had initially been alert, the monotony of the solitary journey, coupled with the steady rhythm of his horse, lulled the youth into a state of somnolence. He yawned a couple of times, then slowly felt his eyelids begin to close as his chin dropped towards his chest. "Halt, who goes there?" The young man snapped out of his slumber, irritated at his carelessness. Still, it was too late to do anything about it now. "I come in peace, brother," the young man said in a calm tone. "Ride forward slowly and keep your hands where I can see them." The young rider obeyed. As he came closer to the source of the voice, he saw 2 campfires. About 80 men were clustered around them. 2 men stepped away from the group and approached the rider. One of them had a round face, slit-like eyes, and high cheekbones, and was very obviously a Turk. The other was a dark-skinned giant and constantly looked around. Careful. Alert. "I wonder who you might be," thought the young rider of the dark-skinned man. "You look Indian." But he kept his thoughts to himself. The Turkic-looking man peered hard at the unexpected visitor. The darkness of the night made it difficult to see the young rider clearly, but it was obvious that he was powerfully built, with broad shoulders, muscular arms, and a sturdy chest. "Who are you?" the Turkic-looking man asked the young rider, his accent confirming his origins. The young rider spread his hands wide. "I am a seeker of God, brother. I am looking for a master to guide me on my spiritual journey. I have heard that some great Sufi saints live in India. Perhaps that is where my search will take me." "India, huh?" asked the Turk. "That's an interesting coincidence. Some of the brothers around the fire are from there. They have recently converted to the true faith and are on their way to Ghazni to see the famous mosques that have been built by the great Sultan." "Well, then, they are in for a treat," replied the young rider. "Those buildings are truly beautiful. Would you like to join us for dinner? You can stay the night and leave in the morning." The young rider did not hesitate. The risks were too high. "Thank you for your kind offer. But I would prefer to ride on." The Turk stared at the young rider for a long time. Finally, he nodded. "Well, we shall not keep you." Then, as the young rider began to trot away, he called out, "Vihat, did you say your name was?" The young rider had already decided on a false name to work with during his mission in India. He had been advised well. "Aslan, my name is Aslan." "Yes, I know your name is Aslan." Aslan woke up to find Suheldev standing over him, sporting a smug grin. "Dreaming again, eh?" Aslan nodded wordlessly, rose and began to brush at his clothes with his hands. Self-conscious. Had he revealed anything? Then, pretending nonchalance, he rolled up the thin blanket on which he had been lying. His saddlebag had served as a pillow. Suheldev appraised him for a long time. "Are you sure you want to go out on this mission again?" Aslan had gotten into the practice of leaving Suheldev's band for long periods of time. He had told Suheldev that he was spying on the Turks, who had returned to northern India on a conquering mission. Any intelligence on their new tactics was very valuable to Suheldev. And Aslan usually came back with useful information. So, the prince had no objection to Aslan leaving. But, of course, any mission like this carried risks. "We've discussed this before," said Aslan. "I'm a Turk. I know the language and the customs. It makes sense for me to spy on them for you." Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'll head out now and meet up with you in some time. All right. But be careful, my friend. Aslan smiled. Careful is my middle name. It's a silent word then. Aslan burst out laughing. He embraced a smiling Suheldev. You take care of yourself too, Prince. Chapter 11. She walked up to him, bent low, offering him a generous view of her cleavage, and whispered, I need to speak to you alone. Thanks, but no thanks, said Govardhan, reddening instantly. For all that his appearance suggested, Govardhan was singularly awkward around women. And this woman, while clearly past the first flush of her youth, was still quite attractive. There was a certain harshness to her face though, and her makeup was a little too garish for his liking. You fool, I can save the lives of your men and you, she hissed softly. Come to my tent. Then she ruffled his hair and spoke in a loud, teasing voice, ensuring that everyone around would hear, come along now, big boy, don't be shy. The woman rose and walked languorously towards her tent, swaying her hips, shooting Govardhan a seductive look as she went. Govardhan stood up and followed, his ears burning, as the others yelled encouragement and cracked crass jokes. Just a few more hours, he reminded himself. Tomorrow morning, we'll be in Surat. Surat was the capital of Manoargarh, a small kingdom neighboring Meerut. After the crushing defeat of the Tomar army, Govardhan and his men had decided to head there, hoping to offer their services to its ruler Jichand, who was Mahipal Tomar's son-in-law. When they had reached the Manoargarh border, Govardhan had declared as much to the guards. The captain of the guards had nodded sympathetically. I'm sure the king will be delighted to see you, he had said, sending Govardhan on his way. They were just a few hours' ride away from the city of Surat. They had decided to rest the night and ride on the next morning. A group of wandering minstrels and dancers had appeared from nowhere and quickly set up camp close to where Govardhan's soldiers had settled down for the night. On their invitation, Govardhan and his men had joined the minstrels for dinner. And he now stood in one dancer's tent. Come and sit here, she said, patting the space next to her on the bed. I'm fine here, thanks, he said stiffly. The woman sighed. You idiot. I'm not going to molest you. Do what I'm saying. Govardhan warily obeyed. He found himself concentrating on the pale shades of the tent cloth. He didn't even turn towards her. His cheeks a deep beetroot red. That's much better, said the woman loudly. Then she leaned in close and spoke in a much lower tone. Don't go to Jichand. He is an ally of Ghazni. He will probably hand you over to the Turks. But he's King Mahipal's son-in-law, protested a surprised Govardhan. Speak softly, hissed the woman, her voice a harsh whisper. Govardhan immediately lowered his voice. Sorry, but he is King Mahipal's son-in-law. Yes, and did you see him fighting with you in the battle where King Mahipal died? He chose to stay neutral and sided with the eventual winner. The gossip is that his wife is so furious with him that she's not even sharing his bed. How do you know all this? The woman laughed. Oh, you'll be surprised how much powerful men blabber in front of dumb women. Especially when they're all blissed out. And why are you telling me this? Because some of us still love our country. We work in secret to help a true patriot. A true leader. The only one who is willing to fight and is also capable of winning. Govardhan immediately knew who the woman was speaking of. Suheldev of Tripathi. Govardhan leaned forward. Do you know him? Can you put me in touch with him? The woman leaned backwards, rummaging through a pouch that hung by the side of her bed. She extracted a miniature Shivalinga from there and handed it to Govardhan. There is a village about 20 miles down the road, away from Surat. Go to the headman's home. Preferably at night. Don't take more than 1 or 2 men with you. The whole bunch of you riding into a village is bound to set tongues wagging. Show him this Shivalinga. Say that Urvashi gave it to you. and ask him to introduce you to the true devotee of the Mahadev. Govardhan took the Shiva Linga respectfully, with both hands, and reverentially touched it to his forehead. "Thank you," he said. Then an embarrassed expression appeared on his face. "I wish I could reward you in some way, but I have nothing of value. If you join the person I told you about and kill at least 20 Turks, consider your debt to me settled." Govardhan had many more questions in his mind. What had the Turks done to Urvashi? Was there anything he could do to help her? Who was she really? But it was obvious from her expression that the conversation was over. Govardhan rose. He stood in awkward silence for a while, and then left the tent. "Rise and shine," said the guide, shaking Govardhan. The commander winced and shielded his eyes as the rays of the rising sun forged their way through the dense cover of the trees. Around him, birds chirped noisily as the forest woke up to another morning. So much for staying alert, thought Govardhan, disgusted at himself. He had followed Urvashi's instructions, even though some of his men had feared it was a trap. He had had his doubts too, but his instincts had told him this leap of faith was not going to be in vain. So, 3 different villages, a village headman, a moneylender, and another farmer later, he had met the man who walked with a minor limp in his right leg. He had emerged from the forest that was a short distance north of the spot Govardhan and his men had been told to camp at. A few kilometers to the south lay almost 200 acres of sugar-cane fields, while a nearby stream ran along the length of the forest line. "What's your name?" Govardhan had asked the man. "You don't need to know that yet," the man had replied. "But I'll tell you if the meeting goes well." From there on, this mystery man had guided them into the forest, zigzagging his way ever so often that, after a point, even the scouts with Govardhan couldn't keep track of where they were going. The branches of many trees, especially the banyans, reached out like overhanging arms, plunging most of the path into shadow and putting the already tense men further on edge. Shrubs and bushes clawed at Govardhan and his comrades, who warily picked their way through, keeping a sharp lookout for wild animals and poisonous thorns. At many places, the path was thick with overgrown grass and weeds, forcing the men to hack their way through. Suddenly, the guide had stopped in a clearing where there were a few boulders, and the stream ran deeper into the forest. The guide declared that this was the area where they all would wait. And the wait had lasted a long time. The entire night, in fact. "How long was I out?" Govardhan asked the guide. The man shrugged. "A few hours. Looks like you haven't slept peacefully in a long time." "Our friend didn't turn up?" asked Govardhan. He picked up his waterskin bag and drank a little of the life-giving nectar from it. Some of it trickled down into the thick beard that had grown over the past month. "Maybe your snores scared him away," quipped the guide. "Come on, let's get back to your camp." Govardhan's men looked at him expectantly as he entered the camp. He shook his head tiredly. "We'll try again tonight," he said and walked to the stream. He splashed some water on his face and was just about to drink from the stream when he heard a horse neighing. Govardhan looked up sharply and found himself staring at several horsemen across the stream. Under their chainmail armor, they were clad in long bright yellow tunics and white dhotis, with red cummerbunds the colors of the Manoargar army. Since they had come through the sugar-cane fields, they had not been visible until they suddenly emerged next to the stream. For a moment, both sides froze as they spotted each other. Then, Govardhan scrambled to his feet and turned as one of the riders unslung a bow from his shoulder and drew an arrow. "Run!" yelled Govardhan to his men. "Run!" He sprinted to his horse as the Manoargar soldier released his arrow, which dug into the ground just a few feet away from the fleeing Govardhan. "The forest!" yelled the guide frantically. "Get into the forest!" Govardhan leaped onto his horse, pulled the guide onto the saddle behind him and spurred the animal. Behind him, he heard more arrows being shot. Any of Govardhan's men screamed as an arrow pierced his back. A horse went down to a lucky arrow that smashed into the beast's neck, piercing below the brachiocephalicus muscle to slice through the jugular vein. The rider managed to roll clear and was quickly grabbed by another of Govardhan's men galloping up from behind. The enemy cavalry thundered across the stream and rode hard into the forest, chasing Govardhan and his men. Suddenly, a bow twanged and one of the pursuers toppled off his horse, clutching at an arrow in his throat. Govardhan whirled around, stunned. A loud voice was heard. "Shoot at will." More arrows were shot from high up in the trees as the hunters suddenly became the hunted. Even as Govardhan looked on, bewildered, men seemed to erupt out of the ground and began attacking the Manoargarh soldiers. "They're camouflaged in the leaves," realized Govardhan. "They were here all along." The guide suddenly dismounted from Govardhan's horse and raced towards the battle, drawing his sword as he ran. "Come on, men, let's help our friends," shouted Govardhan, charging into the fray as well. As he did so, he noticed a tall man yelling instructions. A Manoargarh cavalryman had spotted the man too and galloped towards him. As his horse neared the man, the rider slashed at him with his sword. His target blocked the attack with his own sword, but the impact knocked him off balance and forced him down on one knee. The rider drew back his sword, preparing for a backhand cut. Before he could complete his stroke, Govardhan hurled his mace at him. It connected squarely with his forehead. Though a helmet protected the soldier's head, the ferocity of the blow left him stunned. Even as he reeled in his saddle, Govardhan rode up, grabbed him by the throat and pushed him off his horse. The tall stranger finished him off with a single blow to the neck. Govardhan dismounted, picked up his mace and looked around to see if more help was needed. It wasn't. Most of the enemy soldiers were already down and the others had fled. He turned and saw the tall man approaching him. "Thanks for your help," said the man. "I should be the one thanking you," replied Govardhan. "Prince Suheldev, is it?" Suheldev smiled. "Absolutely right, great king." Govardhan blinked. "You must be confusing me with someone else." Suheldev arched an eyebrow. "Am I? What's your name, then?" "Govardhan," replied the big man. Suheldev smiled. "Like the mountain? It's a good name for you." Govardhan rolled his eyes. "You must be the 5,000th person to tell me that. Then you have had the good fortune of meeting 5,000 brilliant, witty people." Govardhan laughed good-naturedly. Suheldev turned to his men. "Offer the surviving Manoargarh soldiers amnesty if they join us. Our quarrel is only with their Elang, not with them." Suheldev's soldiers saluted and rushed to carry out his orders. Suheldev turned to Govardhan. "I guess you have not heard the bad news. That's why you were surprised when I called you king. What bad news?" Suheldev took a deep breath and patted Govardhan on his shoulder. "After killing King Mahipal Tomar, the Turks carried out a massacre in Delhi. All the males who remained there were killed, and the women and girl children sold into slavery. Temples were looted, houses burned, and artisans' workplaces destroyed." "But why?" asked Govardhan, horrified. "I can understand killing soldiers, but why do this to innocents?" "The Turks call it total war," said Suheldev. "Not only do they kill their enemy soldiers, they also annihilate entire cities. All males, even children, are killed. All women are sold into slavery or given to their soldiers to abuse. They believe it ensures that their enemies will never rise against them again, since the ability to carry out war itself is destroyed. Soldiers don't fight just by themselves, right? They need the support of others, such as farmers who give them food and ironsmiths who give them weapons. If you destroy them all, then how will an enemy ever rise again? That is barbaric." "Yes, well. The Turks like that reputation for themselves. Anyway, as part of the slaughter, every male who was in any way linked to the Tomar clan was killed. King Mahipal's sons, brothers, nephews, cousins, even the babies weren't spared. There are now only 2 male relatives of King Mahipal left alive who could possibly claim the throne of Delhi. There's Jechand, but his claim is an indirect one, through his wife. And then there's a relative who's linked to him through blood. You. But, I'm only a distant relative of the king. You're now his last surviving heir. The Turks know it, and so does Jechand. They want you dead, Great Elang. Assassination orders have been issued. How do you know all this? Asked Govardhan. Suheldev did not answer Govardhan's question. He smiled as the man who had led Govardhan into the forest the previous night walked up to them. I trust Abdul took good care of you. Govardhan began to nod, then froze as he registered the guide's name. Suheldev and Abdul burst out laughing at his expression. Relax, big man, chortled Abdul. If I had wanted to harm you, I could easily have slit your throat last night. Govardhan kept quiet. Do you have any questions? Asked Abdul. Go ahead, ask. I know you want to. Well, why are you fighting against, your fellow Muslims? Because I am an Indian and the Turkic Muslims are enemies of India, said Abdul simply. You just killed some soldiers of Manoargarh. Did I ask you why you fought against your fellow Hindus? You fought for the good of Mother India, right? Govardhan smiled, accepting the logic. Abdul grinned, patted Govardhan on his shoulder, and walked away. Govardhan continued to stare at his retreating back. Suheldev stepped up to Govardhan. I don't care where my Indian soldier comes from. As long as he is willing to fight the Turks, he is one of us. Do you agree, great king? Please stop calling me that, Govardhan said, wincing. As long as the killers of my king Mahipal Tomar are alive, I can't even imagine anyone else as the king of Delhi. And in any case, I have no wish to be a king. I am a soldier and all I want is to follow a good leader. Suheldev remained silent. I want to follow somebody who is not just willing to fight the Turks, but also knows how to defeat them, continued Govardhan. Somebody who understands how the Turks think and is willing to do whatever it takes to beat them. King Mahipal was a great man, but he was too gentlemanly for this enemy, and it cost him his life. Jechand is too cowardly to fight the Turks, and so are many of the other kings here. In fact, I think there is only one man in all of North India who can defeat the Turks, and I believe I am looking at him right now. Suheldev's expression turned serious and he looked Govardhan squarely in the eyes. You are a Kshatriya royal. Will you be able to take orders from me? Just a few moments ago, you said that you wouldn't care about a man's background. You would only look at whether he was willing to fight for our motherland. Suheldev smiled slightly. I am sick and tired of being on the losing side, said Govardhan. I want those bastard Turks defeated. A broad grin spread across Suheldev's face. He held Govardhan by the shoulders. Welcome to my band, brave Govardhan. Jai Ma Bharati. Glory to Mother India. Jai Ma Bharati. Govardhan and Suheldev's men were clearing out all signs of their presence in the forest. The fallen soldiers of Manoargarh were being given proper funerals. Those who had survived had already pledged their loyalty to Suheldev. It was a matter of a few hours before the band would ride out. Abdul came up to Suheldev and whispered, Aslan has returned. Did you have someone follow him? Abdul nodded. Salim kept an eye on him without revealing himself. He kept track of him most of the time. But there were times when he just disappeared. Aslan is very careful and takes a lot of precautions. When Salim got a tab on him again, Aslan was rushing back to us. My man had to use a shortcut to get back before him. A moment later, Aslan jogged up to the duo. Suheldev turned to him. What is it? I think the Turks are about to raid a defenseless village a few hours' ride from here, said Aslan. I overheard some soldiers discussing the orders to attack a small settlement, though they didn't know why exactly. Any chance that you were noticed, asked Suheldev. It could be a trap. I kept myself concealed in some bushes close to their camp, replied Aslan. But I could hear the sentries talking to each other. Suheldev and Abdul didn't look at each other. But Abdul took a quick breath. And Suheldev let out a long, deep breath. Aslan had come to realize that this was some form of coded communication between these two. He kept his face expressionless. That's right. My story matches whatever that fellow Salim told you. Did you really think that after training with some of the finest warriors in the world, I wouldn't notice that I was being shadowed? The only thing Aslan said aloud was, we should hurry if we want to help those poor people. We may already be too late. How long will they suspect me? When will they realize what my true mission is? Chapter 12. The vultures rose reluctantly into the air, screeching as they expressed their displeasure at having their feast interrupted. The smell of charred flesh and burnt huts combined to produce a sickening odor. Body parts were strewn all over the ground. There were so many corpses that, in some cases, it was difficult to identify which limb belonged to which body. Allah be merciful, whispered Aslan, tying a cloth around his nose and mouth. Suheldev and his men had ridden as fast as they could to get from their meeting place with Govardhan to the settlement, but they had arrived too late. The burning huts were clustered together in a rectangular layout. One rough track that apparently served as the thoroughfare passed through the middle. Most of the bodies were lined up along this track. As they rode grimly through the scene of the massacre, one of them, a young lad who had joined Suheldev's group only recently, suddenly leaned forward and threw up violently. Even after he had emptied his stomach, he continued to retch dryly for a while. Aslan rode up to the boy and gently patted him. The recruit looked away, embarrassed. I'm sorry, he mumbled. Don't be, said Aslan. You're still human, which is more than can be said for the monsters who did this. I think that one's still alive, said Govardhan, pointing to an old man or what was left of him lying face down on the ground at some distance from the main scene of the carnage. His right arm and left leg were both chopped off. There was a trail of blood along the ground where he had dragged himself for a while before collapsing. Go check him out, said Suheldev, as he looked around for threats. Aslan and Govardhan galloped towards the old man, followed by a couple of others. They dismounted and walked up to the desperately injured man. Aslan knelt and gently turned him over. The fair-skinned old man's hair was completely white, and his face was wrinkled and haggard. The horrific suffering he had endured was writ large on his entire being. He croaked, his eyes squeezed shut against the sunlight. Water. Give me some water for Lord Ram's sake. Aslan put his waterskin bag to the man's lips. He slurped down some water greedily and nodded gratefully. Thank you. The old man whispered, opening his eyes for the first time. Suddenly, an expression of pure terror appeared on his face. No mercy, mercy! He yelled, the sudden burst of sound startling the men around him. Govardhan bent forward, speaking gently to the old man, don't be afraid, my friend. Govardhan didn't notice that, for a fleeting moment, an expression of deep worry had crossed Aslan's face. Do these people recognize my face? Govardhan continued speaking gently to the old man, while offering more water from his own waterskin bag. This man's name is Aslan. He may be Turkic, but he is one of us. Aslan, though, was not paying attention. Great Allah, please protect my identity. Protect it till I have completed my mission for you. The old man closed his eyes and seemed to drift back into unconsciousness. His breathing was slow and ragged. Aslan bent over towards Govardhan and whispered very softly, I don't think this old man can survive. He has lost too much blood. He is in too much pain. Should we do the merciful thing? Govardhan was about to answer, when, from the corner of his eye, he saw something move. He lunged to cover Aslan and himself, pulling up his shield as he did so. A split second later, an arrow slammed into the shield. Aslan immediately pulled his own shield forward as well. "Cover yourself, Govardhan. We're under attack," yelled Govardhan, as he crouched behind his shield. "Everybody down. Shields up." The men instantly took cover. A few more arrows flew in their direction, but bounced off the shields. Suheldev, who had leaped off his horse the moment he heard Govardhan's warning cry, noticed that all the arrows were coming from behind a particular hut near the outskirts of the village. He quickly ducked behind one of the huts that was next to the main track. "If I go around the huts, I'll come out behind the archer." He raced through the fields, taking care not to make too much noise. "Around here should be okay." Cautiously, he peered out from behind the tall darba grass. Sure enough, about 50 feet ahead of him, he saw an archer kneeling behind a hut. The archer had a small but very well designed recurved bow and a few arrows in a hip quiver. Every once in a while, he would get off a shot, then duck behind the hut, pull out the next arrow, and knock it on the bowstring, waiting for another opportunity. A blue cloth covered the archer's head and face. His torso bore a piece of battered leather armor. From his slight build, he didn't seem to be more than a teenaged youth, at best. Suheldev felt anger coursing through him. "A chit of a lad, and he's got my entire band cowering." He drew his dagger and moved rapidly towards the archer. Stealthily, making as little noise as possible. When Suheldev was but a few feet away, some sixth sense warned the archer. He whirled around just as Suheldev lunged at him, knocking the bow aside. The arrow shot harmlessly into an instant later. Suheldev grabbed the archer by the throat and shoved him to the ground. Snarling, he crouched over him and drew back his right arm to strike with the dagger and then froze. As the archer hit the ground, the cloth covering his face fell away to reveal a young woman with chiseled features. A sharp nose rested over a full, generous mouth. But it was the eyes that were the most arresting part of her face. They were huge, dark, deep-set and lotus-shaped. And they were blazing at him with pure rage. Wow! Suheldev felt something twist within his chest as he gaped at her, his mouth open. An instant later, the gentle ache was replaced by a wave of agony that shot through his body as she kneed him in the testicles. Suheldev grunted with pain. The dagger slipped from his hand as he jackknifed forward, his hands instinctively moving to cup his injured parts. Quick as a flash, the woman shoved him aside. As he tumbled to the ground, she snatched up his dagger and knelt astride him, reversing their positions. The woman uttered a feral cry and stabbed at Suheldev's chest. Despite the throbbing pain he was suffering, he managed to grab her wrist in the nick of time. She clawed at his eyes with her other hand. Suheldev caught that hand as well and the two grappled furiously. The woman was much smaller than Suheldev, but surprisingly strong. Suddenly, an arm swung around the young woman's neck and pulled her backwards. She gasped and dropped the dagger. Freeing her hands from Suheldev's grip with a jerk, she clawed at the arm, desperately trying to relieve the pressure on her neck. "It's okay. Release her," croaked Suheldev, still in considerable pain. Abdul, who had sneaked up behind the woman, and was now holding her in a death grip, ignored Suheldev. The woman continued attacking, trying to swing back and hit Abdul with her elbows. Breathing desperately, in large gasps, through her mouth. Struggling against the pressure on her neck. "Abdul, release her." Suheldev's voice was much firmer. Abdul finally did as ordered. The woman coughed repeatedly as air finally flowed freely into her tortured lungs. She massaged her neck, shooting a baleful glare at Abdul. Turning to the woman, Suheldev continued, "Who are you and what are you doing here?" The woman growled, "Kill me and be done with it." "We don't want to kill you. You've killed these poor villagers already. Let me join them with honor." Suheldev sighed. "You've got things mixed up. We didn't kill these villagers. We're here to help." Then why was Sukiakaka screaming? "I don't know. Why don't we go ask him? Suheldev gingerly rose to his feet. Then he yelled out loud so that his men could hear him, "All clear, we're coming out. Don't shoot." The woman retrieved her bow and marched ahead where Aslan and Govardhan were warily crouching by the mutilated man. "That's quite a woman," muttered Abdul to Suheldev. "It's a good thing for you that I turned up when I did." Suheldev looked at Abdul and frowned. "I had things under control." "Really?" asked Abdul, laughing softly. "That's what you call control." The woman, meanwhile, had reached Aslan, followed closely by Suheldev and Abdul. She froze when she saw Aslan's face. "A Turk," she spat, unslinging her bow. "Wait," said Suheldev, urgently. "Don't shoot. He's one of us." The woman stared at Suheldev for some time, then at Aslan. Finally, she seemed to come to a decision and lowered her bow. She turned back towards the wounded man. Aslan looked up at her and shook his head sadly. "He's gone, I'm afraid. I think his heart stopped. After those terrible injuries, it was only a matter of time anyway." The young woman covered her face with her hands and sank down to the ground, her shoulders shaking. Suheldev came up behind her. "I'm sorry for your loss," he said gently. The woman did not respond. Her face still covered by her hands. Her shoulders shaking gently. No shrill crying. No loud sounds. Overcome with grief. And yet strong. Resilient. Gritty. Suheldev gently touched the woman's shoulder. She shrugged his hand off. Wiping her eyes, she looked at the old man lying on the ground. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Sukia Kaka." It had been a few hours since Suheldev and his band had come to the ravaged village. They had organized funeral rituals for the deceased. The young woman stood stoic, staring at the cremation pyre that was consuming what remained of the old man. Suheldev couldn't help but admire the strength of this woman. He had discovered that her name was Tashini. She was from one of the forest tribes south of the Yamuna River, and had been part of the army of Kannauj. She had deserted the troops when her king had surrendered to Mahmud of Ghazni. She made her living as a hunter now, and had come to sell her kill at this village of leather workers. The villagers had bought her animal, but, in addition, Sukia had also treated a serious injury that Tashini had suffered during the hunt, one that was life-threatening. As any good warrior should, she was grateful to those who had saved her life. She had gone out hunting, to bring in a kill that she could offer free to the village, as a gesture of gratitude. And it was that thought of kindness that had saved her from the devastation the Turks had wreaked on the unfortunate village. For she wasn't there when the barbarians from Central Asia had attacked. "These people are leather workers?" asked Suheldev. He had noticed some of the implements around the village. The woman's voice was bitter. "Were. People can't do without them when carcasses have to be cleared and leather goods have to be made. But they don't want these people around. So they have to live by themselves, easy targets for invaders. And despite all their suffering, they were the kindest, most generous people I have ever met. I should have been here with them." "Then you would have been dead too." "Exactly," said Tashini, turning her attention back to the cremation pyres. Suheldev looked around. One thought kept troubling him. Why in Lord Shiva's name are the Turks interested in this leather workers' village? Aslan had studied the tracks of the Turkic horses. They were still fresh. They couldn't have gone very far. It was also clear from the tracks that it was a relatively small Turkic platoon. Suheldev had already decided what he was going to do. He looked at Tashini. There must be retribution for this massacre. The Turks have to pay. With blood. Agree. Tashini turned to Suheldev. Eyes blazing. She didn't speak a word. But her answer was obvious. "Then ride with us. Give me your blood, and I will give you your vengeance." Tashini remained silent. Her grip on her bow tightened and she gave an almost imperceptible nod. Chapter 13 The Indian screamed as the arrow pierced his right shoulder. Gradually, his high-pitched cries subsided. "Let me go. Please," he pleaded, tears streaming down his face. The Turcock archer, standing at a distance, cursed loudly, while the other Turk soldiers guffawed. There were about 30 soldiers in all. 4 of them were supposed to be on guard duty, but their attention was focused on the drama unfolding within the temporary camp. The soldiers had already pitched their tents in an open field. Tracts of tall darba grass considered sacred by both Hindus and Buddhists, and renowned for its medicinal properties, grew wild all around the camp. In some patches, it had reached a height of over 7 feet. The tents were in 2 parallel lines, with the commander's tent in the middle of where the lines ended, forming a sort of U-shape. In the space between the 2 facing sides, the soldiers had set up the evening entertainment, at the expense of their 4 captives. 3 were bound and lay huddled in a corner, while 1 was being tortured. "This cursed wind is making a mess of things," said the archer. He had missed the spot marked with coal on the Indian's left shoulder. "The light is also quite faint now. The sun has almost set." "Or maybe you're just a lousy shot," jeered a fellow Turk. "Let's see if you can do better," challenged another. The Turkic archer stepped forward once again to a line drawn on the ground, about 100 meters away from where the helpless Indian, who had been stripped naked, was tied to a pole. It was a warm evening, but the captive was shivering uncontrollably. "I am changing the odds for the bet," announced a Turk. "Any to 10 that the arrow will hit the marked spot." A heated argument broke out among the soldiers. Some were arguing that the odds could not be changed now. Some were saying that they could, since the Indian captive kept shifting around, despite being tied up, making the job of the archer difficult. "Stop this," interjected a thick-set man with salt and pepper hair and a tear-shaped birthmark on his right cheek. "Our orders are to bring them in alive." "It's all right, Osgur," said the officer in charge curtly. "The order only said alive, not how alive. Half dead will do just as well." He turned towards the archer. "Carry on." The archer bowed theatrically. "Thank you, sir." Then he turned towards the target and spoke loudly, so that his voice would carry clearly. "Don't worry. I'll not miss the left shoulder this time." As he heard the archer's words, the intended target began to plead even more frantically, sobbing in desperation. A trickle of urine ran down his leg. The Turks roared with laughter, but the archer frowned. "This bastard's whining isn't letting me concentrate," he complained. Then he smiled cruelly as an idea occurred to him. He pulled out a knife and advanced towards the Indian captive. "Stick out your tongue," he ordered. The captive shut his mouth and shook his head desperately, his eyes wide and pleading. "Fine," said the Turk. "I'll just have to get it out myself." He drew back his fist and prepared to punch the man in the stomach. Then, a look of shock appeared on his face. He peered down at his chest and saw an arrow protruding there. He opened his mouth to speak, then coughed, as blood rose in his throat. The Turk turned towards his comrades, took one step, then fell to his knees. The men had been laughing and chattering, unaware of what had happened. All conversation stopped abruptly as they gaped at the fatally wounded archer. Danger had come in. Stealthily. Quietly. The silence was broken by loud war cries, "Har Har Mahadev!" Suheldev and his band suddenly erupted out of the tall grass surrounding the camp. Having spotted the Turks from a distance, they had crouched low and come up right to the periphery of the camp, creeping noiselessly through the darba grass. Tashani, who had shot the arrow that led the Turkic archer, let loose a few more arrows that found their mark, then picked up a scythe and joined the attack. Govardhan charged into the battle, his eyes alight with bloodlust. The Turcock soldiers took one look at the fearsome giant and scrambled away from him. All except one young lad, who had barely started to get a beard. The boy lunged at Govardhan with a sword. Govardhan batted the sword aside with his mace, then rammed into the boy with his shoulder, knocking him to the ground. But the boy sprang to his feet again. He slashed wildly, first from left to right, then right to left. Brave, but stupid and inexperienced. As the lad continued to swing his blade, Govardhan stayed beyond his reach. Thinking that the big man was retreating before him, the youth became even more reckless. He swung wildly at Govardhan's head, leaving himself completely unprotected to a counterattack. A second later, he howled in agony as Govardhan's mace thudded into his ribcage. There was a loud cracking sound, and the boy was knocked off his feet. He clutched at his injured side and winced as he tried to draw a breath. That should keep him out of action for a while. Then Govardhan saw, with growing incredulity, that the lad had dug his sword into the ground to support himself, and was trying to get back on his feet. Govardhan sighed. He admired courage when he saw it, even in an enemy. But this was not the time for fine sentiments. He smashed his mace down on the boy's shoulder, shattering his collarbone and his resolve. The boy began pleading, fighting back his tears. Mercy! Mercy! Govardhan had drawn back his mace for the killing blow. He hesitated as he looked into the eyes of the boy, who suddenly seemed like a lost child desperate to get back to his parents. Govardhan brought his mace down, and held out his hand, gesturing that he had accepted the enemy's surrender. Just then, Abdul stepped up and stabbed the young Turk through the heart. As he died, the Turk stared at Govardhan, as if accusing him of breaking a promise. What the hell, protested Govardhan. The poor bastard had surrendered. We don't have any place to keep prisoners, but he was in no condition to fight, said Govardhan. He was no longer a threat. Not now, said Abdul. But he would have recovered. And then he would have fought us again. This is war, not a game. Your code of honor won't work here. Govardhan opened his mouth to argue further, then decided against it. He remembered that he himself had felt his former king Mahipal's attitude towards the Turks too honorable. I guess the great king affected me more than I thought. Abdul smiled. You're learning. Govardhan grunted and looked around. Taken by surprise, most of the Turkic soldiers had died in the first few minutes of the fight. But some were still battling on, though the odds were heavily against them. A Turkic soldier had pushed one of Suheldev's men to the ground and was choking him with his left hand. He raised his right hand, which held a dagger, to finish off his opponent. Then he howled in agony as Tashini suddenly appeared behind him and viciously swung her scythe at a point just below his elbow, cutting through skin, tissue, muscle, and nerves, right through to the bone. The dagger dropped from the man's numbed fingers. But Tashini wasn't done with him. She swung her scythe again, this time burying the blade into the back of the man's head. He toppled to the ground, the scythe embedded in his skull. Tashini bent down to retrieve the scythe, which was very fortuitous for her, because another Turkic soldier behind her had swung his sword right then, at the exact spot where her neck had been an instant ago. Instead of decapitating her, the blade swung harmlessly above. The swishing sound of the blade cutting through air startled Tashini and alerted her to the danger. Before she could react, Govardhan bellowed a warning and charged to help her. The Turk turned around to face the new threat just as Govardhan swung his mace. It connected with the Turk's right eye, turning it into a bloody, pulpy mess. The Turk screamed in agony and dropped his weapon, both his hands instinctively going towards his crushed eye. Tashini, who had retrieved her scythe by then, deftly slit the carotid artery in his throat, ending his misery. Meanwhile, Aslan and Suheldev battled a couple of soldiers near the fire that had been lit to cook dinner. One of the soldiers had his back to the flame. As he retreated before Aslan's onslaught, the edge of his tunic caught fire. He screamed loudly as he felt the blaze begin to singe him, and frantically tried to beat it out. Aslan put him out of his agony with a clean blow to the neck. The body fell to the ground, still burning. Aslan saw a pitcher of water lying nearby. He snatched it and doused the corpse with it, extinguishing the flames. Suheldev, who had finished off his opponent as well, walked up to him, intrigued. "He's already dead, genius," said Suheldev. "Why are you putting out the fire?" "The cremation of a believer is strictly forbidden in Islam," said Aslan. "The human body is a gift from Allah. In life or in death, it must be treated with the greatest respect." "As a devout Muslim, you would fear death by fire?" asked Suheldev, thoughtfully, his head cocked to one side. "It's a horrible way for anybody to die, Muslim or non-Muslim," said Aslan, curtly. "Shit, one of them is getting away." He dashed into the long grass in pursuit. Out of sight of the others in Suheldev's band. The Turkic soldier ran as rapidly as he could, but Aslan was able to keep pace with him easily enough. He let him get a fair distance away from the camp, then dived and tackled him from behind. The two crashed to the ground. The cornered Turk lunged up with a snarl on his face, his sword drawn back to strike, then stopped abruptly when he saw it was Aslan. "My lord," he said in disbelief. "What are you doing with keep your voice low, Ozgur," hissed Aslan, cupping his hand over the Turk's mouth. Ozgur nodded, showing that he understood. Aslan removed his hand. "You've become even older and uglier than I remembered you," said Aslan, the warmth in his voice belying the words. Ozgur laughed good-naturedly. "The last time I saw you was in Ghazni, my lord." "Are you still on your mission too?" "Yes," interrupted Aslan. "Now listen to me." Aslan leaned in close to Ozgur and the two had a hurried conversation in whispers, making sure that they were well concealed in the tall grass. When the exchange ended, Aslan patted the man on the shoulder. "Good, you should leave now. I will meet you again when I need you. But, for now, you have to stay with Kirim." "Understood." "Yes, my lord. And before you go, punch me in the face." Ozgur looked horrified. "I can't do that, my lord." "It's an order," said Aslan. "Do it, or I'll ask you to stab me next." "But, my lord, it's an order, Ozgur. And make sure it's a good, hard punch." Ozgur swallowed hard, then unleashed a savage blow on Aslan's right cheek. The skin got cut and blood began flowing immediately. Ozgur looked contrite and began to apologize, but Aslan reassured him with a gesture and made a shooing motion with his hand, signaling that he should leave. It was only after Ozgur had scurried away that Aslan allowed himself to wince and touch the spot where he had been hit. "Shit, he really takes orders seriously," he muttered to himself. "Hope you got him after that," said Suheldev, pointing at Aslan's injured cheek, which had swollen up and turned bright red. "I almost did, but the bastard managed to get away." Aslan pointed towards the recently rescued Indian captives. "That's their story? Have you figured out why that settlement was wiped out?" "They don't seem to know much. They just say that the Turks came with what appeared like clear orders. Destroy all the leather-making equipment and kill most of the workers. Capture the best of them and bring them to the main Turcock commander." And they were asked repeatedly about other leather worker villages in the area. "It's bizarre." Aslan didn't say anything. He looked keenly at Suheldev. He could almost see the prince's mind whirring. Will he work it out? Unless Suheldev began, and then paused. "Unless what?" asked Aslan. "The Turks believe in total war, right? Destroy the enemy's capacity to battle." "Yes, and why after the ransacking of Delhi, they have not started any new battle campaign? They have remained camped in Delhi. The reasoning is very simple. It's peak summer now. It's too hot for them, because they are used to the Central Asian cold. And they will not want to fight in the monsoon either. It's impossible for anyone to wage large battles during the Indian rains. So, they are waiting for winter. The Turks will begin their next battle campaign then." Aslan pretended that he didn't understand the argument that was being built up. "What does that have to do with leather?" "I'm coming to it. All Indian armies have metal armor only for the officers and richer soldiers. The common soldiers use thick leather armor. Without leather workers, the common soldiers will have no armor. They will become easy prey to Turkic weapons. Aslan was getting impressed. Go on. Also, the metal shields of the officers have to be covered with leather during winter, otherwise they will be too cold to use. So even metal shields will become useless without leather workers. Indians have never truly realized the massive importance of our leather workers in warfare. They were always available. But if the leather workers are all gone, our capacity to make war is radically reduced. And since all leather worker villages are isolated, it will not even be noticed for a long time that they are being systematically destroyed. Aslan smiled faintly. He was finally sure. He had found his man. He had found the Indian leader who could truly pose a threat to the Turks. Charismatic leader, Prince Suheldev was. No doubt. Able to get people of all castes and religions to fight under his command. Sure. Brilliant warrior and tactician. Certainly. But most importantly, he understood the mind of his enemy. This is the man the Turks should be wary of. This is the man that I must. Aslan's thoughts were interrupted by Tashini. Excuse me, Prince, I wanted to. Suheldev. Sorry. Suheldev, not Prince. Tashini smiled. Suheldev, I wanted to thank you. These days, our Indian kings and princes don't even care for their own citizens, let alone others. These villagers are not your people. And yet, you helped. You have saved some of them. And even more, by letting me join the rescuers, you have helped me settle a debt to them. There is no need for thanks. What I did was my duty. It was my dharma. Then it is my dharma to fight by your side from now on. I will. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by Abdul, who came rushing up to them. We need to leave, my lord. What happened? Asked Suheldev. Abdul pointed at the horizon. In the distance, several beams of light were clearly visible. They were approaching the camp, and moving rapidly. The Turks have more men nearby? At least a battalion, by the looks of it. Suheldev cursed. Then he yelled to his men at the top of his voice, ride out. Chapter 14. Suheldev knew that the situation was tough. He did not have all his men. They had managed to prevail over one small Turkic raiding party because of the element of surprise. But this was different. We cannot outrun them. Sooner or later, our horses will get exhausted. Once they catch up with us, it will all be over. We are hopelessly outnumbered. The wind rushed through Suheldev's hair as he urged on his galloping horse, keeping his head and body in a low crouch. The rest of the group raced along with him. Behind them, the beams of light were not getting any closer, but they were not fading away either. The Turkic cavalry was maintaining the gap. Suheldev's life, and the lives of all those who followed him, were hanging by a slender thread. His eyes swiveled towards Abdul, who was leading the group. One of Abdul's special skills was that once he traveled across a path, he never forgot it. As Suheldev's most trusted scout, he had often conducted recces of various terrains and knew them like the back of his hand. Suheldev was counting on that knowledge to help make their escape. Suddenly, Abdul stopped. Like many others in the band, he was carrying a torch. Now, he raised it and waved it around, signaling to the others this way. Follow this way, yelled Abdul. Double file. Stay close. The others reined in their horses and followed side by side. The Turks began to close the distance between them. Suheldev gritted his teeth, fighting down the panic that threatened to overwhelm him. The words of his teacher came flooding back. Panic is useless. It serves no purpose. Calm down. Breathe. Suheldev breathed deeply. Slowly. Forcing the pace of his heart down. Focusing. He looked to the side. Even in the faint moonlight, he could make out that there was a long field of sugar cane, stretching a considerable distance downriver. Breathe. Focus. Suddenly, an idea hit him. This can work. How far to the river? Asked Suheldev. Barely 200 meters from here, said Abdul. Listen, you can hear it flowing. Suheldev cocked his ears and then smiled. Yes. Good. Now, take everybody to the river and get them across. Take Tashini as well. Leave 10 fighters with me. Tashini spoke up immediately. I'll stay. I can be one of the 10. Suheldev glared at her. There's no time to argue. Then don't argue, she retorted. I'm probably the best archer here. You know it? Suheldev opened his mouth to dispute this, then decided against it. Fine. He quickly rattled off the names of the people he wanted left behind, including Aslan and Govardhan. Keep torches with you, he told them. Then he nodded to Abdul. Go now. Lord Shiva willing, we'll meet again at our usual hideout. Abdul clasped Suheldev's hand briefly but fiercely. Allah be with you, my lord, he said. Then he raced off. Suheldev turned towards the warriors left with him. Set fire to the sugar cane. Aslan and Govardhan exchanged puzzled looks but followed the order. As did the others. Suheldev himself took a torch and held it to a tall stalk. The flame caught, then began flickering, as if about to go out. Come on, muttered Suheldev. As if heeding him, the fire suddenly leapt up, enveloping the whole stalk. A generous gust of wind blew suddenly, fanning the fire further. It soared from stalk to stalk, racing across the field. Suheldev grunted with satisfaction. Thank you, great Mahadev, he whispered, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Soon, the whole field of tall sugar cane was ablaze. A towering wall of fire. Suheldev and the others fell back about 50 meters. But even from that distance, they could feel the heat. Why have we set fire to only that part? Asked Govardhan. The Turks can still outflank us. Suheldev just smiled. Watch. Then he turned to the others. Bows ready. Take down anybody who tries to come through the fire. All of them dismounted from their horses and waited. Arrows knocked on bowstrings. Feet spread wide. Breathing steady and calm. Ready for battle. A few minutes later, they heard the first wave of the Turkic company roaring up towards them. Suddenly, oaths, screams and curses rang out all along the Turkic line, accompanied by loud splashes and the panicky neighing of horses. Aslan, Govardhan, and Tashini whipped around to stare at their leader inquiringly. The grassy field suddenly gives way to quicksand at the other side, Suheldev explained calmly. There's only one safe passage through this area, the field that we've just set ablaze. If they want to catch us, they're going to have to ride through this field of fire. And the faithful dread being burned, dead or alive, said Aslan. He said it so softly that it was almost a whisper, but Suheldev heard him. Suheldev turned to Aslan. His face was hard as stone. That's right. The moment you told me that, I knew it would come in handy someday. They use our beliefs and our faith in idols against us. We'll use their beliefs against them. Just then, a Turkic rider came charging through the blaze, his clothes on fire. Tashini expertly shot an arrow at his horse's saddle strap, severing it cleanly, while causing only a surface wound on the beast. The saddle came loose rapidly, and the Turk was hurled from the animal. After rolling on the ground a few times, he came to a rest near Govardhan. The big man leaned down, lightly touched his mace to the Turk's head a couple of times as if aligning his aim, then drew back the weapon and swung with all his might. The Turk's skull shattered on impact. He was put out of his misery. Instantly, another horse emerged through the fire. Tashini shot another arrow, hitting the rider in his right eye. He screamed and fell from his mount, back into the fire. The greedy flames immediately raced up his body as he ran mindlessly, screaming, before collapsing to the ground. A few more Turks fought their way through the flames and were promptly mowed down. There was a pause. Suheldev heard raised voices in Turkic, and more horses neighing. He turned towards Aslan, who seemed unhappy. Suheldev assumed that it was because he was seeing his fellow faithful being burned alive. But the Shravasti prince didn't bother. He had to save his own people. And all tactics were justified in war. Unknown to Aslan, Suheldev had learned a little bit of the Turkic language. Knowing the enemy was important. The prince could make out that the soldiers were screaming, refusing to ride through the fire. The Turks were normally not afraid of death. They were brave warriors. But they were afraid of this kind of death. Though Suheldev could broadly understand what was going on, he felt like testing Aslan. "What are they saying, Aslan?" Aslan answered promptly. "The Turkic commander is ordering his men to douse the fire. He has spoken the truth." Suheldev mounted his horse and edged up on the saddle, trying to look across from the height. "It'll take time. They don't have easy access to the river. And it's a nice big blaze." He looked back. "The rest of our band must have gotten across by now. I think it's time for us to also make a dash for it." His band quickly mounted their respective horses. "Let's go." They raced to the river in a frenzied gallop. As they approached the water, the shape of a narrow wooden bridge loomed in front of them. Apart from taking a boat, and there were none available at the moment, it was the only way to get across the river. In the dim moonlight, the river was barely visible below the bridge. The water seemed to be moving sluggishly, but Suheldev knew from past experience that the appearance was deceptive. The river current was strong and could easily wash away a man, or even a horse. Suheldev pointed at the bridge. "Move quickly. The moment we're across, destroy the bridge." He looked back, and could make out that the blaze at the fields was slowly burning out. The Turks would be able to make their way through soon. The prince knew that they had little time. "Move! Move! Move!" They raced across. Aslan was among the first to reach the other side. He quickly began hacking at the poles of the bridge. "Help me," he yelled to Govardhan. "We'll time it so that the bridge collapses within seconds of the last person getting across." The last person happened to be Suheldev, who had waited to make sure everybody else had gotten across. He urged his horse onto the bridge while his comrades yelled at him to get a move on. While riding hard, Suheldev pointed at the torch held by one of his men. Ordering Govardhan to set fire to the bridge, the fire would destroy the bridge much quicker. He raced forward, his horse's hooves drumming rapidly on the wooden crossing. "Hiya!" he screamed, kicking his horse faster, as he saw Govardhan grab a flaming torch and rush towards the bridge poles. "Put it to flames!" shouted Suheldev loudly. All of his soldiers were across. Suheldev was almost over to the other side. Then, suddenly, he stiffened. A lone Turkic archer had come racing through the now dying fire and shot a poisoned arrow. It was shot wildly, without any real hope of hitting anybody. But by sheer bad luck, the arrow had found Suheldev, slamming into his back with brutal force. The prince swayed in the saddle. Holding the reins and continuing to ride would cause the arrow to tear through more of his flesh. But, admirably, he held on. He had to. He still hadn't crossed the bridge. Time seemed to slow down as he found himself listing towards his right. His vision blurring. A common effect of a wound caused by a poisoned arrow. But he held on. The arrow ripped through more of his flesh. He knew he was nearing the end of his strength. But he held on. He had to cross the bridge. He heard the sounds of the hooves of his horse change. It wasn't the loud clip-clopping of horseshoes banging on wood anymore. It was the muffled shush of horse feet on riverbank ground. He didn't need to turn back to check. He knew he was over to the other side. He had crossed the bridge. Burn the bridge. His order did not escape his mouth. It was a mere few seconds since he had been shot, but it felt like eons to Suheldev. I've crossed the bridge. Burn it. Time slowed down even more. Then he was falling through the air. He fell and fell, for what seemed like forever. He hit the ground with a thud, banging his head against the hard banks of the river. And the world went black. Chapter 15. Tashini stared, stunned, as she saw Suheldev crash to the ground. She bellowed, "Suheldev!" She turned to the Turkic archer, on the other side of the river, riding towards the now burning bridge. She drew her bow forward, screaming as she ran ahead, pulling an arrow and knocking it in one smooth movement. It's not easy shooting a moving target, at a far distance. One is not shooting the arrow where the target is, but where the target will be a few seconds later. And Tashini's task was made infinitely more difficult by the presence of a strong wind, which could make the arrow movement unpredictable. Even worse, the light was terrible, for there was the dim moonlight, disturbed by the erratic emanations of a raging fire. But Tashini was no ordinary archer. Almost instantaneously, her mind calculated the distance, trajectory, the wind direction, the speed of the horse of the Turkic archer thundering towards the burning bridge. And she shot the arrow. The missile flew rapidly across the river and slammed into the Turk, right into his chest, puncturing his right lung. The Turk started listing to his right, the horse continuing to gallop. Govardhan and Aslan stood stunned by the exquisite archery on display. They had never seen such accuracy over this distance. "Get Suheldev!" shouted Tashini. Govardhan started running towards Suheldev's prone body, as he saw more Turks emerge on the other side of the river. But Tashini was not done. The Turkic archer who had shot Suheldev was still on his horse. Incapacitated, but still alive. She immediately drew another arrow, knocked it and fired. It thumped into the Turk's left shoulder. Another one. It ripped into the Turk's abdomen. The Turk fell off his horse. But Tashini didn't stop. She drew another arrow and fired. It flew in a smooth arc and struck the Turk's chest once again, this time piercing his heart. But Tashini was still not done. She shot another arrow, which impaled the Turk's throat. But she was still not done. She drew another arrow, knocked it to her bow and was about to fire, when Aslan grabbed her arm. "I think he's dead, Tashini." Tashini turned towards Aslan, the fury of the mother goddess in her eyes. Aslan stepped back. Afraid. He spoke in a softer tone. "I think he's dead." Tashini turned back. She saw the gargantuan Govardhan heft Suheldev onto his shoulder as though he was a child. The burly warrior was now racing towards the safety of the tree line, where they would not be visible to the Turkic archers on the other side of the river. Tashini, Aslan, and some of the other archers in Suheldev's band remained on the river bank, watching the Turks assemble on the other side, ready to shoot if any of them were stupid enough to attempt crossing the bridge, which was now being swallowed by massive flames. The boards would collapse at any time. The Turks knew that. A few moments later, Suheldev's men roared in triumph as the bridge crumbled into the river with a huge splash. The Turkic commander ordered one of his soldiers to take his horse into the river and make it swim across. This soldier was the sacrificial lamb. For the other Turks remained stationary, waiting to see if it was safe to swim across the waterway. To Tashini's grudging admiration, the Turkic soldier did not argue. He did not care about the risk to his life. He immediately began goading his horse into the river. The horse stepped into the waters gingerly. It grew in confidence as the current did not seem that strong. It went deeper and deeper into the river. It must have been a third of the way through, when Owen could sense the panic in the beast's movements. The Turk turned around to look at his commander. One last time. The horse neighed in terror as the current swept it away, its rider still on its back. "That should hold them for a while," said Aslan. Then he looked back. Govardhan and many of the others had disappeared into a thick grove of trees about 50 meters away. Let's go. He needs a proper physician, said Tashini. Suheldev's band was safe, for now, in the grove. It would take a very long detour for the Turks to cross the river. At least a full night's ride. Therefore, they had laid Suheldev down and Aslan was about to attempt to pull the arrow out. Do you see a proper physician here? Asked Aslan. Look, I've seen plenty of battlefield wounds and I have a basic idea of healing from my time with the Sufis. Right now, I'd say I'm his best bet. Tashini scowled, unconvinced. Listen to me, Turk. If anything happens to him. Aslan shut his eyes and took a deep breath. When he spoke, his voice was calm and measured, but distinctly cold. Tashini, I may be a Turk, but I am not a monster. And I am not an angel either. I cannot guarantee anybody's life. But believe me, I will do my very best not to harm Suheldev. He is my friend and leader too. Govardhan intervened. Is there a physician whom we can nust? Anyone nearby? One of Suheldev's men shook his head. There is one. But his village is at least a day's ride from here. That settles it then, said Govardhan. There's no way he can bounce around for a day with that shaft stuck into his back. Govardhan turned to Aslan. Go ahead. Do what you need to. Aslan nodded and rushed to his horse. There was some equipment in his saddlebag. Govardhan, meanwhile, turned towards the soldiers and directed them towards perimeter defenses. Just in case some Turks managed to cross the Enver. Aslan returned soon. A rucksack on his back. Govardhan and Tashini bent down, close to Suheldev, who had been made to lie down on his stomach. The arrow was protruding from Suheldev's back at an angle. Aslan squatted next to Suheldev. He gently touched the arrow and peered at the spot where it was lodged. Should we pull out the arrow now? Asked Govardhan. Aslan shook his head. Let me first check that it's not stuck in a bone. If it is, and a piece of the arrowhead remains behind, it will kill him slowly and painfully. Aslan gripped the shaft and gently twisted it. Only a little. Suheldev moaned in agony. Tashini winced at the sound, but Aslan grunted in satisfaction. The shaft is moving freely, said Aslan. That's good. He doused a clean piece of cloth with the disinfectant that he usually kept in his saddlebag, and then rolled it into a compress. He handed it to Govardhan, then he pulled out a pair of pincers and gave them to Tashini. I need you to enlarge the wound slightly and keep it open. The arrow needs to come out as smoothly as possible. Tashini paled slightly, but nodded grimly and dug the pincers into the wound. Suheldev groaned and stirred. Just a little while longer, said Tashini in a soothing tone, stroking his head gently. It will be over soon. Suheldev relaxed at the sound of Tashini's voice. Aslan pulled out a pair of forceps. Very gently, he lowered them into the wound, feeling his way gingerly down the shaft till he came to the arrowhead. He used the forceps to enclose the arrowhead and get a good grip on it. Once satisfied that the arrowhead would not slip, he pulled it out. The arrow came loose with a sucking sound. Blood began to flow immediately. Aslan grabbed the improvised compress and pressed it hard against the wound, staunching the blood flow. No bone damage and no excessive bleeding. He's a very lucky man. Aslan cleaned the wound with the disinfected cloth. He then reached into his rucksack and pulled out a small pouch. From it he retrieved a suturing needle and fibers made from the Gudakai plant. I have learned some of your Ayurvedic techniques as well. Gudakai fibers are the best for stitches. They have antiseptic properties too. Govardhan held Suheldev's shoulders down to ensure that the prince didn't move, as Aslan started sewing the wound shut. Can you make the stitches smaller? Asked Tashini. The scar will end up being quite big. Aslan smiled, continuing to focus his attention on Suheldev's wound and what he was doing. I am not an expert surgeon, Tashini. Better for Suheldev to have a bigger scar than an open wound. Tashini didn't argue. The logic was irrefutable. With the stitching done, Aslan checked the wound meticulously. He seemed satisfied. He reached into his rucksack and pulled out a flask. Okay, I just need to clean the wound once again now. Govardhan sniffed the air. That's wine. You don't even drink. Why the hell are you carrying it? For occasions like this, said Aslan. It's a very strong wine. It's not for drinking. It's a great disinfectant. Now hold him down. This will sting a lot. He quickly washed the wound with the wine. Suheldev moaned involuntarily, but Govardhan pushed down on his shoulders firmly, ensuring that he didn't move around and reopen the wound. Good, good, that should keep any nasty infection away, said Aslan. Then he turned to Tashini. Let's use the other piece of long cloth in my rucksack to bandage him up nicely. Tashini nodded. When they were done, she turned to Aslan. Is he going to be all right? Aslan shrugged. I've done the best I could with whatever I had. Suheldev is young and strong. Inshallah, he will recover completely. Thank you, she said. She hesitated for a moment, then spoke again, haltingly. I'm sorry I was rude to you. It's all right. We were both worried about him. And you were right, we do need to get him to a proper physician. With the tension having eased, Govardhan couldn't resist cracking a joke. Too bad I didn't know about your little wine stash. It wouldn't have lasted very long. Aslan laughed softly. That's precisely why I kept it a secret. Suheldev woke up slowly. His eyelids heavy. Struggling against the enforced ennui of the pain-killing herbs and the even stronger anti-poison medicines given to him. His entire body felt sore. The light diffused slowly, through his slightly opened eyes, into his consciousness. As his eyes adjusted to the light, he looked to his side. There was someone there. Seated on a chair. Sleeping. Daylight shining behind, almost like a halo around the person's head. Giving the figure a divine appeal. What? His eyes adjusted a little more as he blinked rapidly. And he saw relatively clearly. He was lying on a cot in a hut. There was nobody else there. Apart from the young woman sleeping on the chair. A cold compress in her hand. It was obvious that she had been caring for him. And had probably fallen asleep. Out of tiredness, perhaps. Tashini, he smiled. Or at least he wanted to. He was not sure if it actually showed on his face. Sleep took over once again. Suheldev's eyes opened. The light was soft. Just a lamp in a niche in the wall. It's night. How long have I been asleep? He coughed and shifted his position slightly. He heard the sound of someone getting up from the far corner of the room. As the person came close, Suheldev recognized her. It was Tashini. The effect of the painkillers was receding. But, despite his severe pain, Suheldev's heart actually picked a romantic beat. It was difficult to miss the mood. The soft diffused light of the lone lamp. The moonlight filtering in from the open door. The distant sound of the village guard singing a song. A song of the divine love between Lord Krishna and Lady Radha. It was for the first time that Suheldev was getting a good look at Tashini with her hair open and her face scrubbed clean. He had found her attractive even when he had first seen her, though she had been covered with sweat and dirt. But it wasn't till now that he realized that she had a stunningly beautiful face. Breathing became difficult. He smiled. Or at least tried to. A look of concern appeared on Tashini's face. Why are you grimacing? Is the pain too much? Should I ask for more painkillers? No. I'm not grimacing. I'm trying to smile. But no words came out. Suhel. Suhel, not Suheldev, I like it. Sleep took over once again. Suheldev blinked rapidly as he woke up. The light was strong. The sun was definitely up. He stirred slightly. Tashini was in front of him in no time. He smiled. Tashini smiled in turn. Feeling better now? Yeah. The expression came out right. He whispered. His voice was little more than a croak. Water. Tashini turned to another soldier sitting at the back. He got up, poured some water from an earthen pitcher lying nearby into a small earthen cup, and helped Suheldev drink it. Take gentle sips, not big gulps, Tashini advised. Some water trickled down both corners of his mouth and onto his chest. She wiped it clean. Gently. It struck him as a little odd to find the fiery Tashini being so gentle and caring towards him. Even nurturing. Suheldev turned to his soldier. Find Govardhan. The soldier saluted and left the hut. Suddenly, memories of the battle with the Turks came flooding back. Any losses on our side? No, replied Tashini. Everyone survived. No serious injuries. Then, Tashini smiled naughtily. No serious injuries on anyone except you. Perhaps you ride too slowly. Suheldev laughed softly. Ah, there's the woman I recognize. Govardhan walked into the shed. Praise be to Lord Ram that you are all right. Suheldev whispered softly, Jai Shri Ram. Glory to Lord Ram. Govardhan and Tashini repeated, Jai Shri Ram. But, continued Govardhan, you can also thank the village doctor who has treated you, and this young lady who has taken excellent care of you. She has stayed by your bedside all through while the rest of us have taken turns to rest. Suheldev's eyes turned towards Tashini. There was a shy smile on her face, matched by the embarrassed smile on his. Awkward silence. No words spoken. Unfortunately, Govardhan was not one to notice the delicate nuances of the situation. He carried on speaking, as if there was nothing to be noticed. You have been out for a couple of days. Aslan fixed you up initially. He saved you, truly. For we discovered later that the arrow was poisoned and could have caused tremendous damage if it had remained inside. Then we brought you to this village doctor, who has provided us this derelict shed to hide in. He came up with some foul-smelling concoction that he has been applying to your wound every few hours. Clearly, it has worked. Where is Abdul? Asked Suheldev. He'll be worried. I'm right here, my lord, said Abdul, standing at the door of the hut. I'm not worried anymore. My friend, whispered Suheldev. Abdul stepped into the hut. Govardhan sent a messenger to me and I got here as fast as I could. You need to rest for a few days before you're fit to travel. We'll set out after that. Aslan should be back by then as well. Suheldev frowned. Where has he? He's gone on yet another one of his spying missions, said Abdul. He took off as soon as he was sure we'd be safe here. Said he'll be back soon. Suheldev looked at Abdul, but didn't say anything. At least not out loud. Aslan gave us correct information on the village raid. He saved my life at the river battle. It's about time that I start trusting him completely. He may be a Turk, but he is one of us. But Suheldev also knew that Abdul would have probably sent a man to tail Aslan and set up a strict perimeter guard around their own temporary camp. He knew that there was no point in arguing with Abdul, to try to convince him about Aslan's trustworthiness. He let it be. Chapter 16. Deep in the forest far from any habitation in the Gangetic plains, a small Turkok platoon had assembled. Fine, unbeatable, ferocious soldiers guarded the lone, military tent. Their lord and commander, Salo Maksud, had just ridden in. As always, in a hurry. He had rushed into the tent to meet his lover. And the soldiers waited. Alert. Maksud lay comfortably in the bed that occupied most of the small military tent, his head on Kirim's lap. Kirim ran his hand down Maksud's broad shoulders slowly, smiling. Maksud smiled back, running his hand along Kirim's face. "I could lose myself forever in your eyes," whispered Kirim. "You are the light of my life, my darling." Kirim bent down and kissed Maksud gently. Languid. Slow. Full of love. As they disengaged, Kirim breathed deeply. "Enough of this, Maksud," said Kirim. "Let's go home now. Let's go back to Ghazni." Maksud shook his head. "I can't. You know I can't. It's the orders of the Sultan himself." "Why is this so important?" "Because it is." "No, it's not. All that matters is you and me. You have done enough for the Sultan already. Tell him that this cannot be done. It's impossible." "And then?" "I can't do that. Maksud. I can't, Kirim. We Turks will be remembered by history only if we conquer and rule one of two countries. Either India or China. They are the most populated and wealthy nations on earth. We will be blessed with heaven and virgins in our afterlife only if we lord over these prosperous lands of idolaters and pagans, destroy their unholy cultures, and bring them to the true faith. Once either India or China falls to the sword of Islam, the entire world will capitulate and become Dar ul-Islam. That is the task that Allah has given us. Maksud, you think Allah has ordered you to kill millions of people? Seriously? Allah would never do that. Love is the only. Maksud held up his hand and covered Kirim's mouth. Gently. I have told you before, my darling. Don't say these things out loud. They are blasphemy. If any of these words reach the Sultan's ears, then we are. Kirim took another deep breath and looked away. He loved Maksud deeply. And for his love, he was willing to suppress his Sufi ideology, his beliefs. But if the Sultan wants to conquer and rule, why does he need you to travel around India? Incognito. This is dangerous. I have been using the tactics you have told me. And we have been winning battles. But I told you before, we have too few men in our army. We can defeat the Indian armies, but we don't have enough soldiers to suppress the Indian citizens. More Turks need to be sent from Ghazni. With a larger army, we can conquer and rule. The Sultan needs to be told that. Maksud shook his head. No, Kirim. We Turks are fierce warriors. The best in the world. But our army, including all the soldiers in Ghazni, is not large enough to rule all of India. There are just too many Indians. We are only strong enough to charge in, plunder and then retreat to safety in our own kingdom of Ghazni. If we want to rule, we have to break the Indian resistance permanently. Break their resistance permanently? There are probably a few 100 million of these Indians. How can you ever? Forget the lands of South India. Most of them are militant, aggressive Hindus. But much of northern India, especially the elite, has become effete and non-violent. They celebrate vegetarianism and women's rights. They are weak. We can conquer North India first, consolidate our rule, and then go south. But even North India has too many people. This is such a large land, and... Maksud interrupted Kirim. You don't understand. I have been spending years here, blending in, studying them with only one aim, to understand their strange culture. What I have learned is that there isn't one North India. There are actually three. Three. Yes. There is the North India of the upper caste Hindus. We have picked their kingdoms off one by one in our raids. Their silly notions of battle honor have ensured that they can't defeat us. And their caste pride has ensured that the common people don't fight for them. And the second? The second is the North India of the Buddhists. In India, most of the Buddhists are from the trader castes. And their greatest numbers are concentrated in Punjab, Afghanistan, and Bengal. They are the easiest to defeat. They believe in nonviolence, love and compassion. And they actually think that since we Turks were Buddhists till a few years ago, we won't be brutal with them. Saying this, Maksud sniggered. Kirim didn't find it funny. For his parents, from whom he had been taken away when he was a child, were Buddhists. Maksud immediately realized what he had done, and moved quickly on. The third group is the North India of the subaltern caste Hindus, people like the peasants, the farmers, the artisans, etc. That is where there will be true resistance to our rule. That is what I have learnt. But if they are the subaltern castes, then they will not be organized. There will be no leadership to decapitate to break their resistance. Actually, they are more organized than we think. Some of the subaltern castes have founded their own kingdoms. And there are a few among them who can lead the resistance. I have been tracking one particular leader. I have been researching him. Can't you just assassinate him? Asked Maksud. I have thought of that. There were some opportunities too. But if we kill him by subterfuge, we will end up making him a martyr, an inspiration, which will make the resistance stronger. Another leader could rise. We can't have that. We have to kill him at the right time, at the right place. We have to defeat this leader in an open battle. Fair and square. Where we can make an example of him. Publicly. We have to lure him to an open war. And then we have to massacre every single one of his followers. So that we can put the fear of the one God in anyone who wants to be like that Indian subaltern caste leader. Maybe we will parade his mutilated body around all of North India. Maybe torture him in public. That is what will break the resistance. Then we will rule till Judgment Day. Kirim kept quiet. If his love for Maksud wasn't so deep, he would have been horrified by now. He couldn't understand how someone could be so loving and caring one moment, and such a monster the next. I should listen to Asghur. For Maksud's own good, maybe then we can. You didn't ask me his name, my love. Said Maksud, playing with Kirim's hair. I'm sorry, said Kirim gently. I got distracted. Who is this man who will suffer your wrath? Suheldev of Shrivasthi. Kirim waved his hand dismissively. Forget Suheldev for now. You will be leaving in a few hours. Give me something to remember you by. And Kirim bent down to kiss Maksud. The doctor left after changing the bandages. Suheldev hated the procedure, mainly because it hurt like hell. It made him feel so vulnerable. His body seemed to be utterly delicate all of a sudden. So delicate that even contact with air felt like someone was clawing him viciously. The medicinal balm was a little soothing. But it was not enough. Toshini now re-entered the room after having discarded the older bandages. She was the second reason Suheldev hated the procedure. He felt embarrassed to be so exposed and helpless in front of her. He would speak of anything, except his injury. The perimeter. About the perimeter guards are alert and strong, said Toshini. Abdul is managing that. Forget about them. How is your pain? I'm okay, I think I can ride out of here tomorrow. Toshini smiled. Sure, you can. She brought a cup forward. But for now, drink this. What is it? It's something the doctor has made. It will give you good sleep. And help heal the wound quicker. Suheldev obediently drank the infusion. He wiped his mouth slowly with the back of his hand and whispered, Yes, I can. Ride. Of course, you can. The perimeter guards. Don't worry. Sleep. Yes, Abdul will take care. Suheldev's eyes closed slowly as sleep took over. Chapter 17 Asghur looked around nervously. He could have sworn that he had seen his lord's horse. He had been tracking it for the last 2 days. Trying hard to catch up. His lord moved fast. Asghur had left as soon as the news had come in. Kirim had ordered him to leave immediately. Trees and dense tall grass had blocked out the light to a significant extent. It was still afternoon, but it felt like late evening. Rays of light broke through gaps in the foliage, giving a surreal feel to this secluded spot. The beauty of the setting, though, was completely lost on Osgur, who kept darting glances from side to side. "Where is he?" Suddenly, he felt a finger prod his back hard. A calm, playful voice was heard. "I could have killed you about 10 times in the last 5 minutes. Osgur sagged with relief and turned around when he heard the voice. "My lord Salama." Osgur's words were cut off as his mouth was held tight. His lord hissed in warning. "How many times have I told you, Osgur? Do not use my real name when I am not with the Turks. Even the trees have ears." A penitent Osgur touched Salah's beard. "I am so sorry, my lord. Please forgive me. In India, my name is Aslan. That is the name you will use. Always." "Yes, Lord Aslan." The bruise from Osgur's blow was still visible on Aslan's face, and the Turkic soldier winced when he saw it. "Forgive me. I may have been over-enthusiastic in obeying your orders." Aslan waved aside his apology. "Don't worry about it. Why are you tracking me? What news is so important?" "Lord Kirim sent me with an urgent message, Lord Aslan." "What is it?" asked Aslan. "My lord." Osgur seemed to be hesitating. "Out with it, Osgur. Tell me quickly. I have to get back to Suheldev's camp." "My lord. Lord Kirim just received word that..." Aslan was getting impatient. "In the name of Allah, Osgur. Don't take forever. What is the news?" Osgur took a deep breath. "A communication from Ghazni says that the Sultan is no more." "What?" exclaimed Aslan. "The Sultan is dead? Are you sure?" "Lord Kirim has confirmed it personally." "It is true. But he was always in excellent health." "What happened?" "Nobody knows." "It is true what you say, Sultan Mahmud rarely suffered from even a cold. He used to recover from battle injuries very quickly too. But he died suddenly. In Ghazni itself. We're not sure what happened. No details are available, though there are plenty of rumors right from a trader's hand to some mystery illness. I have heard some of the men say the Kafirs may have used dark magic to avenge the Sultan's attacks on Indian temples." Aslan slumped to the ground, stunned by the enormity of what he had just heard. It was as if the axis of the world had suddenly tilted. Sultan Mahmud had been a larger-than-life personality. A colossus who evoked hero worship in his followers and intense fear and hatred among his enemies. It was impossible to suddenly imagine a world without him. Osgur came gently to the main point that Kirim had asked him to communicate to Aslan. "My lord, you have to come back to Ghazni now. Lord Kirim has said that." Aslan interrupted Osgur. "What will I do there now?" With the Sultan. It was Osgur's turn to interrupt Aslan. "My lord, there is talk of a civil war between the Sultan's sons. The Turkic armies in India are being called back to Ghazni. We have been ordered to fight on the side of the rightful heir." Aslan shook his head. "The Sultan dead. Civil war in Ghazni. Wow, the world has become a different place overnight. Are you coming back to Ghazni, my lord?" Aslan remained silent. "I have to inform Lord Kirim of your decision, my lord," said Osgur. "I will come," said Aslan. "But not immediately." "My lord? But why? You have an important role to play in Ghazni. You must. My true future is not in Ghazni. It is in India." Osgur remained silent. "I will finish my work with Suheldev and then come to Ghazni. You can tell Kirim that." "Yes, my lord," said Osgur, as he saluted smartly. "Farewell, my friend. Allah be with you. And with you, my lord." After Osgur left, Aslan stayed slumped on the ground for some time. Finally, with a sigh, he rose and jogged to where he had left his horse. The animal nuzzled him affectionately. He patted it absent-mindedly, swung onto the saddle and spurred the horse into motion. It was a ride of many days to Suheldev's hideout. Suheldev was annoyed by his slow recovery. The pain was getting bearable, but he still had his moments of weakness. He was able to get up from his bed now. He could stand for some time. And walk too, but very slowly. For a naturally active person like Suheldev, staying confined for long hours in bed was the worst form of torture. Initially, he had no choice as his body was simply too weak. But as his recovery had progressed and he had regained some strength, it had become more and more oppressive to simply lie around. The stultifying heat didn't help either. His ears perked up as he heard what seemed like some drops of rain hitting the roof. Some more drops followed. Then suddenly, the heavens opened up. Rain, exulted Suheldev, with childlike delight. He slowly dragged his legs out of bed. The physician sitting beside him got up to offer help, but Suheldev waved him away. Using his hand, he pushed himself up onto his feet. The physician looked at him questioningly. "I'll be back soon," said Suheldev. "Let me just have a glimpse of the physician nodded reluctantly. "Okay. But don't get wet. The last thing we need is for your wound to get infected." Suheldev made a face, but nodded his assent. He had been moved a few days back from the hut to a house of a wealthy merchant in the next village, so that he could be better taken care of. With its large, airy, well-lit rooms, arched doorways and walls decorated with beautiful frescoes, the house was a distinct improvement from Suheldev's previous quarters. The house was built in a rectangular shape, with an open courtyard in the middle. The traditional Indian style of architecture suited well to the Indian climate as it aided air circulation and natural light. The floor of the courtyard was paved with clay bricks, and a kampa tree occupied pride of place in the center. The courtyard also served as a meeting place where the residents of the house would gather for companionable moments. Suheldev walked out of his room into the covered gallery that overlooked the central courtyard. He stared up at the sky. At the rain pelting down. Careful to stay away from the edge of the awning, protected by the roof from the rain above. He breathed in deeply, savoring the fragrance of freshly wet earth. One of the most nourishing aromas known to man. Suheldev's mind reacted the way most Indian minds did to the first happiness. Joy. Spiritual ecstasy. Romance. Love at the return of life. He couldn't help but smile, silently thanking his God, the great Mahadev, for keeping him alive to enjoy one more monsoon. He closed his eyes, letting the music of the rain intoxicate his mind. His soul. An ancient tune, one that he had heard when he was young, came back to memory. It was a song that celebrated the love of rain, and the rain of love that the season caused. He began humming the tune, softly. And then, as if guided by Kamdev, the god of love himself, Suheldev's eyes opened and he turned for a reason he did not understand. And he froze. Some distance away, at the diametrically opposite end of the courtyard, stood Tashini. She hadn't bothered to stand under the awning. She had come out into the open courtyard. Standing in the pouring rain. Eyes shut. Face turned up towards the sky. Drenched to the bone. Her clothes plastered against her. Suheldev had stopped humming. But the tune continued to play in his mind. Louder than ever. Lord Kamdev, have mercy. Suheldev had only seen Tashini dressed like a warrior. Until now. He suddenly became aware that her body was every bit as attractive as her face. Her arms and shoulders were well defined and muscular, but they were lithe rather than bulky. Given her slender frame, her breasts were surprisingly large, something he had not noticed earlier due to the leather armor she always wore. Coupled with a narrow waist and sturdy hips, they gave her an unexpected, but very alluring, curviness. The raindrops seemed to lovingly caress her as they slid down her taut, firm, young body. Suheldev stared at her. His mouth open. Breathing agonizingly slow. For what seemed like forever. She must have sensed his gaze, because she opened her eyes and turned to him. Their eyes locked, and she stared right back at him. Look away. Look away. But Suheldev's eyes were not in his control anymore. He couldn't bring himself to turn away. Tashini did not look away either. She just stood there. In the rain. Staring at Suheldev. Letting him stare at her. No words were spoken. No words were needed. A smile. Slight. Faint. She smiled at me. She. My lord. Suheldev felt a surge of anger at the disturbance. He turned towards the main door. It was Abdul. He turned back towards Tashini. She was gone. God damn it. My lord, said Abdul, walking swiftly towards Suheldev. Aslan has returned. By the great Lord Shiva, whispered Suheldev, shocked. Suheldev was in his room now, lying on the bed, as the doctor had ordered. Sitting by the bed, in comfortable chairs, were Govardhan, Tashini, Abdul, and Aslan. Tashini had changed her clothes. Neither Suheldev nor she acknowledged, even with their eyes, what had just happened in the rain. All had been forgotten. All attention diverted. Everyone was gobsmacked by the news of the death of the one they thought of as the devil himself, Sultan Yamanudi Dala Abul Qasim Mahmud ibn Sebuktajan of Ghazni. How did he die? Asked Govardhan. Nobody seems to know, said Aslan. My sources are junior soldiers, not officers. So they do not know all the details. I lost the chance to kill that pathetic bastard myself, growled Govardhan. I lost my chance to avenge Somnathji. Aslan did not say anything. He stared at Govardhan. His face expressionless. It was impossible to read what he was thinking. Did he suffer? Asked Abdul. Aslan nodded. I heard he suffered a lot. Abdul ran his open palms across his face, in gratitude to his God. Allah may take time, but he always gives justice. He always punishes those monsters who deserve it. Again, Aslan remained silent. Tashini looked at Suheldev, almost instinctively knowing what he would be thinking. She turned to Aslan and asked softly, what are the Turkok armies doing now? They are all going back to Ghazni, said Aslan. Apparently, civil war has broken out between his successors. So, is India free of the Turkic menace? Asked Tashini. Before Aslan could respond, Suheldev cut in. Only for now. Aslan raised his eyebrows, once again impressed by Suheldev's astuteness. Truly, he would make a formidable enemy to the Turks. Yes, said Aslan, the prince is right. It may take a few years, but the Turks will certainly return. Abdul glared at Aslan. Is that a warning or a threat? Abdul, said Suheldev, counseling patience through his tone, rather than his words. It is not a threat, Abdul, said Aslan. Just a statement of fact. You can choose to disbelieve it if you want to. It may surprise you, but I too have an interest in Prince Suheldev's career. Aslan wasn't lying. In any case, I will not be around to irritate you much longer. Where are you going, my friend? Asked Govardhan. Aslan smiled at him. I am not needed for now. At least, not until the Turkok civil war is over. I thought I would return to my Sufi path. Try to find a master. Try to relearn some peace. Suheldev burst out laughing. You are a natural-born warrior, Aslan. I don't think you are made for the Sufi path. The Sufi path unmakes and then remakes you, my friend. Suheldev patted Aslan's hand. Then may Lord Shiva guide your path. I will not hold you. Aslan bowed his head and held Suheldev's hand tightly. Thank you, my PNNCE. Do you have any idea who will win the civil war, Aslan? Asked Tashini. Which son of Mahmud will be the enemy we will have to face in due course? Again, Suheldev cut in. From what I have heard, Mahmud's sons are not that important. The one who matters most is his favorite general. Whichever side he supports will probably win the war. Aslan said nothing. How much does Suheldev know? What are his sources of information about the Turks? Does he know any other Turk besides me? Which general is this? Asked Govardhan. The Turkic commander-in-chief in India, General Salim Maksud. Saying this, Suheldev looked towards Aslan. Am I right, my friend? The name cut much closer to Aslan's heart than Suheldev realized. Admirably, Aslan kept the shock and surprise off his face. Chapter 18. The scout raised his right arm, his fist clenched tight. The signal to stop. Abdul and Govardhan, who were directly behind him, immediately halted, gesturing to the others behind them to follow suit. It had been a few weeks since Aslan had left in search of his Sufi path. Suheldev had recovered almost completely from his injuries. He could ride out now. And he had decided that they had spent enough time in one place. While the bulk of the Turkic armies were moving back out to Ghazni, many Turks still infested the countryside. Staying in one place for too long, even now, was still a risky proposition for Suheldev's band. Therefore, the prince had ordered that they ride out to another village that was a secure base for them. One that was a few days' ride away. His entire brigade was with him. Suheldev goaded his horse and ambled up to Abdul and Govardhan. He gestured, raising his right palm upwards, the thumb and forefinger lying flat while the other three fingers curved upwards. Vihat is it? Govardhan put a finger to his lips, then jerked his thumb at the scout. We need to be quiet. He has seen something. The group was traveling through a rough track in the forest. The path opened up into a clearing. The scout was at the very edge of the path, peering through the dense vegetation towards the clearing. Suheldev rode up to the scout, taking care not to make any noise. After a moment's hesitation, Abdul and Govardhan followed. As Suheldev approached, the scout nodded at him, then pointed towards the clearing. Two young monks in ragged clothing were sitting there. On the ground. They looked tired. Haggard. Hungry. Defeated by fate and the elements. They were surrounded by four men, all of whom held swords. The four ruffians wore shabby, mismatched clothing. And had long unkempt hair and thick beards. The feral smell that emanated from them made clear that they hadn't bathed in weeks. Their facial features very obviously showed that they were of Turkic origin. Perhaps they were deserters from the Ghazni army. One of the monks held a thick wooden staff. The other was unarmed, though an old bow that seemed to be on the verge of falling apart lay on the ground by his side. I have already told you. We have nothing of any value, said the monk with the staff. You should leave. We'll give the orders here, said one of the four Turks. Take off your clothes. You're making a big mistake, warned the monk. The bandit guffawed. Let's see. There are four of us fighting men versus two of you weepy little non-violent wimps. We have weapons, you have toys. And we're the ones making a mistake. Yes, said the monk calmly. You're heavily outweighed. And I have told you before, we are not hiding any gold under our clothes. That young fool is going to get himself and his friend killed, hissed Govardhan. Should we step in? In a moment, whispered Suheldev. He was intrigued by the quiet confidence of the young Buddhist monk. Last warning, do what you've been told, said the leader of the bandit Turks, raising his sword threateningly. Or I'll send you both to meet the pagan lotus feet you people love so much. The monk moved so fast that Suheldev and his companions barely registered a blur of motion. He jabbed his staff hard into the leader's stomach. The air was knocked out of the man in an explosive whoosh. As he folded over from the impact, the monk brought the staff up, straight into the man's descending jaw. There was a clicking sound that reverberated throughout the clearing and the man collapsed, out cold even before he hit the ground. The other bandits froze momentarily, then let out a roar of anger as they charged at the monk. He struck again with the staff, this time making a low, sweeping motion. One of the Turks suddenly found his legs swept out from under him. He cried out in surprise as he fell heavily on the back of his head, and lay there on the ground, unconscious. The third man raised his sword and brought it down straight at the monk's head, trying to split his skull. The monk swiftly brought his staff up horizontally and blocked the blow. The force of the Turk's swing wedged the sword into the staff. Even as he grunted in frustration and tried to pull his sword loose, the monk simply let go of the staff. The Turk was caught off balance and lurched forward. The monk quickly swung his hand up in a Kalaripayato chop. The blow to the neck knocked the Turk senseless. The fourth Turk had been trying to get behind the monk. The monk, through all the fighting till now, was not blind to his peripheral vision. He swiveled around at a demonic pace. The Turk swung hard at the monk's neck, attempting to behead him. Only, his target was no longer there. The bandit gaped as he realized that the monk had bent backwards till his back was almost parallel to the ground. The sword had passed harmlessly over by the great Lord Mahadev, whispered Suheldev, awed by the sheer brilliance of the fighting talent on display. Before the Turkic bandit could control the swing and try another strike, the monk straightened up and struck with an open palm into his opponent's solar plexus. With the full momentum of the monk's rebounding back behind it, the blow had the effect of a coiled spring being let loose. The bandit fell backwards and landed with a hard thud. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath like a stranded fish. The second bandit, who had been knocked off his feet and had momentarily blacked out, had regained his senses. He reached for his sword, which was lying on the ground next to him. Then he froze as an arrow swooped into the ground barely an inch from the sword. "The next one will be through your wrist," warned the second monk, who already had another arrow mounted on the bow. "Don't shoot," croaked the man, hastily withdrawing his hand. "Wise choice," said the second monk. Then he raised his voice. "And those of you behind the trees come out. Slowly, keep your hands where I can see them." Suheldev and his friends looked at each other, startled. Then Suheldev threw back his head and laughed. Still chuckling, he urged his horse into the clearing. "Bravo," said Suheldev to the monk who had single-handedly demolished 4 men without even breaking a sweat. "Bravo." A few of Suheldev's men immediately dismounted and began tying up the Turkic bandits. "And who might you be?" growled the monk with the staff. "Me? I'm just someone who appreciates good warriors." "But who are you? Where are you going? Where are you coming from?" "We've come a long way, from a village near Purushpura," said the archer monk. His companion scowled at him, irritated that he had divulged this information to strangers. "Are you monks from the famous Buddhist monastery there?" asked Abdul. Both monks immediately turned to stare at him. They didn't say anything, but the answer was obvious in their expressions. Abdul continued in a gentle voice. "We had heard news of its destruction some time back. We had also heard that the abbot—" "Yes," whispered the monk with the bow, the pain in his voice crystal clear. "The abbot died. He died trying to save us. We heard that he was still alive when they put him to flames." "Bastards," growled Abdul. "Attacking defenseless men in this manner. This is against the rules of Allah." The Buddhist monk's expression changed immediately. "You are a Muslim." Suheldev answered for Abdul. "He is an Indian first. Just like you." The monks remained silent. Abdul's tone remained polite. Concerned. "Are you the only survivors?" The monk with the bow spoke up. 11 of us made it out of the monastery. 1 died on the way here. The other 8 are old men who joined various monasteries along the route. But the 2 of us didn't. Because it is not water but blood that flows in our veins. The old monks tried to tell us that revenge is a fire that consumes the person who nurtures it. They advised us to cultivate forgiveness. But I am no saint. I want vengeance. I burn for vengeance. I will destroy the monsters who killed our great abbot." "But are you actually willing to kill?" asked Suheldev. I was told that you monks believe that any violence is a sin. Won't killing someone come in the way of your moksha, your salvation? The monk's eyes were burning with anger. Moksha can wait. Evil must be stopped first. And it will be stopped. I swear by the name of Lord Shiva and Lord Buddha. Join me. Join my tribe of warriors. And I promise you that we will avenge the dishonor done to Lord Buddha. We will avenge the crimes done upon your monastery. We will avenge your abbot. The monk with the staff stared at Suheldev, genuine curiosity in his voice as he spoke. Who are you? I am Suheldev of Tripathi. Both the monks immediately held their breath. Who hadn't heard of Suheldev? The tormentor of the Turks. They dropped their weapons and went down on their knees. One of the monks spoke up. Loudly and clearly. So that even the divine could bear witness. We pledge our loyalty to you, great prince. We swear on the name of the great Buddha. Suheldev dismounted from his horse, walked up to the monks and pulled them up. And I, Suheldev of Tripathi, pledge my loyalty to you. We will fight like brothers. We will defeat the foreign horde that defile our land. The monks folded their hands together in respect. What do I call you both? Asked Suheldev. The monk who had fought with the staff spoke up. My name is Ashvadosh and this is my friend Sonamini. Which part of India are you from originally? I am from Bengal, said Sonamini, and Ashvadosh is from Burma. Well, Ashvadosh and Sonamini, we have extra horses. You can ride with us. But first. Suheldev stopped speaking and pointed at the 4 Turks kneeling in the distance, hands and legs tied, guarded by his men. One of Suheldev's men walked up and offered 2 swords to the monks. Ashvadosh and Sonamini seemed to hesitate. Speaking of killing is much easier than doing the actual killing itself. Suheldev spoke firmly, but without any harshness. We fight enemies and death every day. Our band survives because we will kill to protect each other. I need to know that the 2 of you will not hesitate to do what must be done, when lives are at stake. Sonamini took the sword that was being offered to him, but he didn't unsheath it from its scabbard. Ashvadosh hesitated to even hold the sword. Suheldev spoke up once again. Don't see it as killing 4 Turks. In fact, see it as you saving countless Indians who would be killed by these murderers in the future. It is true when they say ahimsa paramo dharma. That nonviolence is the greatest dharma. But they also say dharma hinsathathav cha. Violence that protects dharma is justified. Protecting your countrymen is dharma. Fighting for your motherland is dharma. Ashvadosh and Sonamini unsheathed the swords. They did what needed to be done. Chapter 19. Come on. You're going to have to do a lot better than that if you're on my team. Tashini was glaring at Suheldev and Govardhan, who studiously looked down. Having spent the last few years in almost constant battle, Suheldev's men were getting restless now that the Turkic forces had largely withdrawn. So, the prince had decided to organize some martial games in order to occupy their minds, boost their morale and strengthen their camaraderie. The very first event was an archery contest, in which the 2 teams were led by Sonamini and Tashini, respectively. Tashini had shot superbly, drawing gasps of appreciation from the assembled spectators. But both Suheldev and Govardhan had turned in sub-par performances, leading to their team being routed. The very competitive Tashini was not amused, and was giving both men a piece of her mind, dismissing their feeble protests that it was just a game. Both of you are supposed to be trained warriors. Weren't you ever taught how to use the bow? Suheldev cleared his throat sheepishly. It isn't really my favorite weapon. I prefer to do my killing up close. Me too, chimed in Govardhan. Tashini clicked her tongue in disgust. I could all both of you a dozen times before you ever got close enough to lay a finger on me. Come on now, let's head off for some practice. The games will have to carry on without the 2 of you for a while. Suheldev and Govardhan exchanged glances, but they already knew Tashini well enough to realize that it was pointless needing to argue with her once she had made up her mind. They quietly followed her to a field nearby that served as an improvised archery range. Abdul noticed them go and nodded at some of the men. 5 of them immediately began tailing the trio at a discreet distance. Even in seemingly peaceful times, Abdul insisted on security protocols being rigidly adhered to. "If the Turks could only see me now, they wouldn't fear me at all," whispered Suheldev to Govardhan. "Bullied by a chit of a girl." The big warrior winked back at his friend. "I heard that," snapped Tashini. The 2 men hastily subsided into silence. "Right, show me how you shoot," said Tashini once they reached the range. "You first," she told Suheldev, pointing at the target, a scarecrow about 150 meters away. Suheldev nodded and carefully shot an arrow that grazed the scarecrow's thigh before dropping into the field beyond. "Not bad, he beamed, turning towards Tashini. His expression faltered as he saw her glaring at him, stone-faced. "Come on. It's 150 meters away. I got the target, didn't I?" "You do everything wrong," said Tashini. "It's a wonder you managed to get anywhere close to the target. You grip the bow too tightly. You don't pull the bowstring back far enough. Your angle of release is wrong. You spend too much time aiming, which causes your shoulders to tense up. You're not properly balanced on your feet. And your hand jerks when you release the arrow. Did I do anything right?" "Shut up." Suheldev fell silent. Again. Suheldev raised the bow once more. This time, Tashini stood behind Suheldev and held his arm as she demonstrated the correct form. Suheldev suddenly became acutely aware of her proximity. The feel of one of her hands on his wrist and the other on his shoulder, the slight pressure of her breasts on his back, her legs barely, tantalizingly touching his, her intoxicating fragrance. "Did you hear a word of what I said?" asked Tashini angrily. Sorry. Great Prince." One of Suheldev's men came racing up. Suheldev took a deep breath, trying to compose himself. Tashini stepped back. "Yes," asked Suheldev, his voice a little rougher than usual. "Great Prince, Gurudev is here to see you." A smile spread across Suheldev's face. "Gurudev," he said joyfully. Then he looked at Tashini. We'll certainly practice again." Abdul spotted him. A lone being, staring into the horizon as the orange sky announced the imminent setting of the sun. His tonsured head was bent low, chin resting on his right knee. One arm wrapped around, just below his knee, the other lying next to his ready staff. "He's been doing this a lot of late," sighed Abdul. "Better find out what's on his mind before he makes it a habit to sit this exposed everywhere we go." Calmly, noiselessly, Abdul walked up to him and sat beside him. He said nothing. That was Abdul's gift. He instinctively knew what the other person needed to feel at ease. He waited. The sky darkened further. It now looked pinkish. The sun god was ending his work for the day in this land of India, and carrying his great energy further west. Ashvaghos broke the silence. "Don't you ever struggle with your identity, Abdul? Don't you ever feel like you're stuck in this horrible place between 2 parts of you? You want to belong to both and yet you do not belong to either." Abdul looked at him. "By Allah, I forget sometimes that Ashvaghos is, after all, only a boy." He was careful not to let any sympathy show on his face. "And no," he said slowly, turning his gaze back to the far horizon that Ashvaghos was staring into. Abdul didn't explain further. He didn't ask the obvious question either. Questions at an inappropriate time usually put people on the defensive, getting their guards up. "I always wonder how you do it," said Ashvaghos. "Navigate that space between your brotherhood and your motherland. Your religion and patriotism. Don't you ever feel frustrated that you even need to choose, or put one before the other?" Ashvaghos now turned to face Abdul. Abdul met his questioning gaze now. Poor boy, he's really a tortured soul. His heart still can't justify the need for killing, perhaps if he knew, but Abdul brushed that thought aside. Yes, it is frustrating. It is frustrating that some of my countrymen, a few of my friends included, have begun to think that Muslims are an intrinsically violent lot who are blinded and crazed by the teachings of their religion. It is frustrating that my loyalty to this land is questioned every now and then. Yes, it is very frustrating. Ashvaghosha nodded. This, he expected. Is that why you fight with such vehemence against your brothers, for the freedom of this country? The Turks are not my brothers, Abdul said tersely. Even if they are Muslims, they are not my brothers. The brotherhood is about being a family. Do you think the Turks actually behave like family? Tell me, who murders his family simply because his demands are not met? He's not a Muslim, he's just a power-hungry man wanting to have absolute control. Religion is the garb under which he does it. It makes for a good marketing pitch to get a following among those Muslims who are naive enough to get carried away. For they don't think that these self-proclaimed true followers of the faith will lie to their brothers. Having said that, there are some pragmatic people, too, non-Muslims included, who recognize that it is only about power. Many of them convert and side with the Turks, not because of faith, but simply to be on the winning side. They hope that they can, maybe, even earn enough of the Turks' trust to have some power of their own. But that's the cruel joke. A power-hungry man is shrewd. He plays these pragmatic people to ensure he remains the sole decision-maker. He will always lay down the definitions, the rules, he'll change them on a whim, and he'll expect full, unquestioning compliance. His followers will always be pawns. They will always be slaves, at his mercy, because that is the idea he relishes. But how can he enslave his own brothers? How can they remain his pawns forever? Especially once. I'm not saying it will happen, but once, say, everyone decides to convert and become a Muslim. There will be nobody to oppress, no idol worshippers to kill, right? Ashvaghosha was curious. You're not listening carefully enough. The power-hungry Turk considers no one equal enough to be a brother. They're all slaves. Brother is just a label that makes it a more palatable idea. As for whether an all-Muslim country will satiate his hunger? Of course not. This power-hungry man will not stop even when everybody converts. He will prey upon whichever section of Muslims he wants to, and he will get the social narrative to change around it to harass them. Do you think the Turks' all-Muslim homeland is peaceful? No. Now that all are Muslims in their homeland, they will raise the chant of who is a true Muslim. Those they want to oppress will be accused of not being true Muslims, which of course, they will present as the will of Allah. This game never stops. But one could argue that you are a pawn here in India too, that you are not being asked to kill for a faith. Instead, you are being asked to kill for a nation. Abdul kept the smile off his face. And the coin finally drops. Answer me this, who controls the heavens? Ashvaghosha frowned. Why Vihat does that have to do? Humor me for a little while. Who controls the heavens? God. Or the universal law? Basically, the divine. Abdul smiled. Complicated answer. But I'll accept it. Now tell me this. Who controls the earth that we live on? Who is the most supreme power here? I don't know. Think of it this way. When any man is in trouble, is in pain, is close to death, who does he cry out for? His mother. Abdul touched Ashvaghosha's shoulder. Your mother is there for you, even when she isn't physically present. Just crying out for her gives you strength. Gives you what you need to survive. The supreme power on this planet is the mother. Ashvaghosha remained silent. Lord Ram said that mother and motherland are greater than heaven. Prophet Muhammad said that heaven is at the feet of your mother. Who can love you as much as your mother can? Silence. Abdul's voice shook with emotion. And some foreigner comes and to your own mother if you don't fight for her then, if you tries to don't fight for your own mother, then what ln of man are you? But my religion preaches non-violence. It is wrong to. Ashvaosh, remember this India will remain secure only if there are enough men who choose India over everything else. And I mean everything else. If I have to choose between my religion and India, I will choose India. Every single time. As long as there are enough Hindus, Jains, Buddhists, Muslims, and Christians who think like that, our country will be safe. But an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. That's what my abbot taught me. Ashvaosh, if you are the only one who believes this philosophy, then you will be the only one left blinded. And they aren't blinding you. They are blinding your mother. Nonviolence has a place in a civilized society. Yes. But not when you are facing barbarians who kill for pleasure. Don't make a fetish out of nonviolence. Remember, when you have to fight, then you have to fight. Ashvaosh remained quiet. He looked down at the ground. In thought. Abdul's voice was kind, gentle, as he spoke. Defending your mother, even if you have to do it with violence, will not get counted as bad karma. Ashvaosh turned to Abdul. His eyes were moist. Perhaps you know what it's like to have a mother. I don't. Now was the right time. Your friend Sonamani told me your life story. Apparently, it was narrated to him by one of the old masters who left the monastery with you. Ask your friend about how you came to live at the monastery. You are alive because your mother sacrificed her life to save yours. Because she did everything she could to protect you when you were a helpless little baby. Abdul picked up some of the earth on the ground and dropped it into Ashvaosh's hand. Then he pointed up at the sky. And now, she is up there, looking down at her grown-up son, demanding that you be a man and defend the mother of us all. Ashvaosh started crying. Abdul held Ashvaosh's hand tight. Jai Ma Bharati. Glory to Mother India. Victory to Mother India. Jai Ma Bharati.